Get to the drop! Go, go!
He hit the third cable! That crate is coming down!
Grapple's up and good! Don't let him pin us!
Rotate, bro! That's what you get!
Take the shot!
Need some help here!
They've got us surrounded! Stop him!
This is the police! Land your helicopter now!
Take the pilot out!
No!
You have the right to remain silent.
Hell yeah! Delicious donut! Spotted!
Thank you. The team's been working really hard. Now, if you're a gamer like me, you don't want to watch games. You want to play games. We're about to do something we've never done before. We're going to launch a beta of Battlefield Hardline today. Go to battlefield.com to sign up for a chance to get into the closed beta on PC and PlayStation 4. It's first come, first serve to get instant access. And here's Adam Boyes from Sony to give you more details on a cool new way you can get into the beta on PlayStation 4.
Thanks, Steve. Game looks amazing. I've been a huge Battlefield fan for a long time. My brother and I used to play a lot of Battlefield Vietnam back in the day. So it's a huge honor to be here. Our team at PlayStation could be more excited to bring you the Hardline beta to PS4 today. Battlefield owners can simply turn on their console, highlight your copy of Battlefield 4, and then click on the live tile to download the Hardline beta and play it in its 1080p 60 FPS glory. It's really easy. But you have to get quick, because this incredible console exclusive experience won't last long. Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Adam. We've got a lot of work left to do over the next few months, so your feedback at this early stage is huge as we build towards our release on October 21st. While you're waiting for the beta to download, check out Battlefield Hardline on Twitch right after the show. We have 32 Battlefield players live streaming the game on PlayStation 4 from a rooftop in downtown Los Angeles. And right here at the Shrine, we have 64 PlayStation 4s for you to play after the show. All right, So let's start E3 off right. For everyone at home, on the rooftop, and right here at the Shrine, the Battlefield Hardline Beta is live. All right, let's play some games. That's our show, everybody. Thanks for watching, and have a great E3.
Welcome back. ign's live coverage of E3 2014. We just wrapped the EA press conference. I'm Damon Hatfield. My co-host is Greg Miller. We are joined now.
Stall. I'm signing up for the Battlefield beta.
Greg is
It's not working.
signing up for the Battlefield Hardline beta as we speak. It's a console exclusive on PlayStation 4, also on PC. We're joined now by Tyler Blevins, Jose Otero.
What's going on?
Gentlemen, first of all, you can be a part of the conversation here today. Tweet your questions at IGN, hashtag E3 2014. We'll answer them in just a moment. Greg, you having success?
I don't know if it's working or not. Who would have thought too many people are trying to get into this beta?
Fill out the form.
Well,
I already did, Jose.
fill
I'm not
out the form.
stupid.
It's good advice.
Shut up, Jose.
Jose, what do you think of the EA press conference?
I'm so shocked by the hardline beta being today. Just look at my hair. It's insane. It's exploded.
Yep.
I thought the overall conference, they ended on a high note, but it felt a little unbalanced. I felt like they put a lot of time into Battlefield, which obviously their headliner. But the other games, I felt it was a little sterile, a little technical, right? Like I wanted to see a little bit more. You know, instead of seeing guys.
There you go. Access denied. Well, it looks like the beta is not happening for Greg Miller. So sad.
But yeah, I just found it a little sterile.
They showed a lot of early games that they're working on, told us they're working on them, but didn't show them.
You said something for the first time in a long time that actually mattered. I thought, where you said when we were watching it, right? You're like, I guess we have to be patient, right? Like I think it's interesting, right, that they didn't just come out with a bunch of teaser trailers and like no years or 2015. Here they're like, hey, let's be upfront about it. We're working on stuff.
Absolutely. And how often do you hear people actually say we're working on a new IP in a press conference, but not tell you what that IP is or show anything about it? So while it's awesome that we're going to see a new IP from BioWare, also awesome that we're going to see another Mass Effect.
Yes.
I still want to know a little bit more, right? Just that little tease, just that little tease, Greg.
Hold on, get the wide shot for that. No, do it again. Tease me again.
The little tease.
Oh my God, he's like my boss's boss. I love this job.
Jose, what do you think?
I have to agree with Tal that I felt like, it stalled a little bit. However, I will say Dragon Age Inquisition looked great.
Absolutely.
Hearing about this new IP from the Mass Effect team sounds really cool. It was interesting to see sort of early prototype like gameplay. You don't see that very often, and I guess it's a tease of what's coming, right? I agree. Star Wars, by the way, holy cow, that looked good.
Right.
That looked great.
Well, see, but again, I felt like where was that Star Wars moment? Where was the emotion? We saw a lot of people building models, and the speeder bike looked cool. Really looking forward to it. But man, what if you had that Star Wars opening that really came into the conference and really got people excited?
Well, that was the thing we talked about it earlier, how we wanted a big moment from them, and instead they opened it, but it was just like a very faint song, right? And it was like Dyson. I was like, I think this is Star Wars, and then it was like a lot of clips, and then walking through the snow to figure out how Hoth would look and feel, and then here you go. They actually go into like what the early in-engine footage looks like. This isn't gameplay. This is just in-engine.
Right.
Yeah, but that looks so much like the Lucas original footage. Like it completely caught me off guard. I was like, okay, I got some emotion out of that, and it at least has me more excited for it.
What are these feelings I have?
Yes. So I'm on board. I mean, I agree though. It is kind of like, oh man, but when? When are we going to hear more?
Well, they said early or spring 202015. So they'll be showing more.
Okay, so that's a while.
I mean, they focused on the games that they have coming out this year.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, that we're going to be able to buy later this fall. Battlefield, Dragon Age, and then their EA Sports line.
Let's think. The Sims.
The
death of Chuck.
Chuck! Chuck reminded me so much of our Chuck.
He's our Chuck. They clearly ripped off Chuck Osborne.
I cannot believe it, but I don't think we'll ever see Chuck die of laughing.
Well, it'd be the first time he ever laughs, so maybe he pulls something.
Maybe so.
What is this emotion?
It was so sad. Saddest moment of the conference? Definitely Chuck's death.
death of Chuck, yeah.
Like, what a horrible party to be at, right? Oh my God.
Well, like he hates Gladys, and Gladys just shows up at the party he's throwing to feel better.
That's old women.
Right, Jose?
I guess.
You mentioned Dragon Age.
Yes.
What did you like about the demo? We saw a cool dragon fight.
Yep.
Yes.
We saw some of the tactical.
Yeah. We definitely saw some of that. I just think the locations look stunning. Like I thought that the High Dragon that they showed that battle, that looked really good. It's very impressive looking. I'm I felt more involved and more just like than I had in other Dragon Age games, where I felt like, I mean, the Dragon Age games have been solid, but I've always felt like the fantasy element, the visual, never really matched what I wanted from that world.
Right.
And so when I consider like their storytelling with what this game looks like now, holy cow.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's exciting. This looks like the Monster Hunter game I always wanted.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm really glad to see BioWare kind of returning to what we got out of the first Dragon Age as well, kind of getting away from the Dragon Age 2 model. I found that world very closed. I'm glad to see a big open world. The battles look great. You know, the strategic elements going on the screen look really simple to do. Yeah, so I was really impressed with what we saw.
And you played a lot of Dragon Age Origins, right?
I played a lot of the original Dragon Age. I played Dragon Age 2 as well. I never finished it though,
Sure.
because I didn't like it as much as the first one.
We've seen a lot of demos already this E3 of people jumping between screens and different people playing together. But they're switching characters in that demo, right? I think that's important to pull out. Like Dragon Age 2, you were the one character. That's what you went through and did.
And in the first one, you could control a party as well.
Right, and that's what this is.
Exactly. And in
Yeah.
Inquisition, you're controlling a party strategically as well.
I like that a lot. That was always, I liked that about Origins, right? Being able to switch, this power set isn't perfect here, switch over to this, or set a trap, then come in with your brawl.
I think it gets you into your characters more, right?
Yeah.
Or all the characters, right? You don't just have to take one role, you can do a little bit of everything. The game looks stunning though, just like you were saying, the environments look incredible. I can't wait to it actually reminds me of the Elder Scrolls series. So I can't wait to be in a BioWare game where I can kind of walk around and do everything. I'm waiting to see how open world the game actually is going to be.
Sure.
Given that so many other BioWare games are very linear, but it looks awesome.
Yeah.
But you would agree their storytelling is also really good, even with Origins and with 2. Like they
Absolutely.
tell really good stories.
Absolutely,
right?
they always tell good stories.
Yeah, so this is a good match, it looks like. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Greg, you wanted to hear something about Mass Effect.
I did, and I got it. And you were
good call.
Beforehand, Damon's all scoffing. I don't think that'll happen.
Well,
That's how you said it to me.
not much happens.
What do you mean?
Let's be honest. What do you mean?
They showed it. We're going to a new sector of space, and new characters. It's what we love.
Mass Effect is in space
I know.
now.
I know. They're really changing it. They're interrogating Casey Hudson in a dungeon, apparently.
Where were you on the evening of?
But no, I thought, I mean, like, as soon as they started the music, right, it was like, oh. And then everything, of course, says conceptual prototype, but it's exciting, right? Like, here's the one thing I was waiting for was the other shoe to drop of, we're talking about the new Mass Effect, it's not ready, but the Mass Effect trilogy is coming to PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. That's a rumor we've heard. There's been all these leaked, images, and it pops up on some Brazilian retailer. I thought that's what they were going to follow this up with, and then they didn't. I was like, that sucks. Yeah.
Didn't really say a whole lot. They said they're
most
going to have a new setting.
Yeah.
They're going to be taking players somewhere new.
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to have new characters, right? I mean, there's a Krogan, obviously. The races are still going to be there, but it doesn't sound like it'll be Shepard or his crew, or her crew, if you played it the right way.
Yeah. It looks like a whole new set.
Which I'm down for. I'm up for that. I want to, I like that universe. It's so diverse. There's so much history there. And like Jose was talking, right? It's all about storytelling. I just want them to get back to telling me awesome stories, like Jade Empire 9.9.
Is that the new IP they're working on?
Jade Empire 9.9.
Are you the last Jade Empire fan or the biggest Jade Empire fan?
No, Dave Klayman was the biggest Jade Empire fan.
Greg has never played Jade Empire.
I have played Jade Empire.
I do have to say, I think it's really nice now that we're seeing things that were specifically developed for Xbox One and PS4.
Right.
So it's not like they're having to, it doesn't look just a step better. It looks a lot better than what we saw out of the PS3 and the Xbox 360, right? So we're finally seeing some of those things, even though I still crave more, right? That's kind of the tease for EA. I think it was good in that I think they have a great lineup. I think they showed in the span of an hour, I counted about 14 games. So that's, a huge lineup, but I just want to see more. So maybe that was their strategy, right? They just want to give you a little tease and they want to keep you anticipating.
Yeah.
We'll see when the show opens. We'll get to play probably a lot of these. So.
Yeah, for sure. They use their the Mass Effect talk to transition into talk about the new IP that they're building. How'd that sound to you?
Interesting. It has trees in it. We got that from the footage,
confirmed.
right?
We can confirm that here.
Trees. The one thing we know about the new BioWare IP, trees.
Yeah.
But again, it's back to, I want them to keep exploring as storytellers and stuff, right? Now, it's interesting the way they broke it down for teams, right? That this is the team that's working on, that did do the Dragon Age, and it did do Mass Effect the first time around.
Right.
I forget, so that's Edmonton?
Yes.
And then Montreal?
Yeah, no, the new IP is coming out of Edmonton.
And then Montreal is working on the new Mass Effect.
That's right.
Yeah. So yeah, I like the fact that they're diversifying. Let's get all these different properties going. I'd like it'd be awesome, right, to get BioWare on a timetable where maybe I'd love it every year, but every 2 years you get a new installment. You know, it's Dragon Age, the new IP, Mass Effect, Dragon Age. You know what I mean? Something like that where there was a steady flow
They'd have
of
to open
awesome
up another
games.
studio.
They should do that.
Yeah, they should. They make great games.
It seems like people are excited for these games. I ain't a business guy though, you know?
Do you like trees?
I do love trees.
Good news for you. Then they had their Sims presentation.
Right.
And when they started talking about the Sims, a lot of girls in the audience screamed.
Yeah. A lot of girls were screaming in general.
Sims is huge. Well,
Yeah,
they were also screaming at Hardline. So we'll have to address that when we talk a little bit more.
Well, that was the thing, right? Is like they had, I think, when you talk about, I think, the female gamer, right? Or just a gamer who connects with different things. It seems like most girls I know, I'll just talk about my girlfriend. Okay. My girlfriend and
That's
her
the
friend,
girl you know.
She's the girl
her
you
friend,
know.
Blonde nerd, Britt Bromrocker, right? They love Dragon Age, they love Mass Effect, and they love The Sims. And it went bam, 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 all of those games in one huge chunk, where I saw both Brittany and my girlfriend Christine freaking out online about it, right? Like they are playing to that audience. EA knows it. It's the same way they then moved to the block of Sims, or the block of sports games.
Sims 4 isn't out already? I thought that was out already.
No.
Okay, so that's coming out.
Yeah, I think the last Sims, at least I kept track of, was like Sims Online or something. But I do like the personality angle they're taking with this game. Right. It just seems like, you know, you have different encounters and sort of the way your life kind of plays out is ultimately affected by your mood, which is kind of like real life in some ways, hilariously. Although the death of Chuck was weird.
Yeah, I like how they're like, oh yeah, and like Chuck asks out, or wants to impress Gladys, and he doesn't, so Gladys beats him.
Yeah.
Just wails on him, like, oh no, Gladys,
mean old lady.
why are you like this?
I do like to think in every demo we saw today, Chuck was somewhere in that game world. Maybe he was behind the trees. He was probably driving one of the
under the
quads
snow
in the
and
new
hot.
I
Criterion
believe it was
IP.
Bruce Lee in this presentation who said Chuck goes into the bottle and becomes the bottle. So once Chuck went into this EA presentation, he became this EA
Nice
presentation.
work.
There
Nice
he is,
work.
never forget. Rest in peace.
Chuck.
That does look like Chuck Osborne. Chuck on Games, go check him out on Twitter.
Now, you mentioned the new Criterion game that they told us about. Another game that doesn't have a name.
Yep.
That they're working on, a new IP. Sort of a first-person arcade, over-the-top racing game was the impression I got.
Yeah, we saw dune buggies, we saw quads, we saw helicopters.
Helicopters are crashing.
Yeah, we saw kind of free-form jumping on vehicles.
Squirrel suits.
Squirrel suits. Yeah, it seems like an extreme vehicle simulator.
Yeah, I mean these are the guys that made Burnout. So.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that they develop in the pub, though. I think that
awesome.
shows in the game.
We should do this show in the pub.
Did you almost get a sort of motorsport vibe out of
Yeah,
it?
absolutely.
That PS3 franchise?
Yeah.
You know, they're talking about like being inspired by like a bunch of footage people throw on YouTube of just action sports and craziness. I hope that plays into part of the design, because that's the hot thing right now, right? Not just doing something cool in a video game, but then sharing it through like YouTube or through social networks or whatever.
The thing though,
That's a piece of it.
It looks like they're trying to basically model every single kind of vehicle that you can think of, right? They showed a surfboard, they showed a motorcycle, they had a water skier, they had jet skis. So basically, if you can think of a vehicle, it seems like they're going to try to get it.
And right there, that's
some
just
form
the
of movement,
flight suit.
or flight suit, yeah, snowmobile. It seems like any kind of movement or any kind of vehicle, they're going to try to get
and
into
transferring
jumping from a
from
helicopter to an ATV.
Yeah.
So yeah, it looks like Criterion does usually stellar work, and they get motion, they get movement. So yeah, looking forward to this one, even though again we didn't see a whole lot.
It seems like a natural progression for them, right? Like Burnout, they had been doing for so long, right? And even when they went out and tried to do that other Burnout game, the downloadable one, what was
Crash?
It was Crash? Okay, right. And everybody's like, oh, it's Crash mode, and they're like, not really. And then it was just like, it was like you could see them trying.
Oh no,
yeah, it was fun in short bursts, I thought, but it was just them trying to, what do we do with the things we do well that people love, right?
Yeah.
And this, kinetic movement, jumping around, explosions, Crash, sure.
They had Burnout Paradise.
Yeah.
Open world racing game.
everybody
So
loved.
now, how can they top that?
Right. And open world, any vehicle and squirrel suit.
And I mean, this is a team that turned like crashing into things into something you wanted to do, and it was almost like an art form, the way you'd watch and see these scores and arcadey sort of elements come together. So yeah, I hope it's cool. I'm a little confused as to what this is. I wish they would have gone into a little more detail. I could see again this fitting into the kind of like that prolonged, like that tease. Like say something, give me something solid. Like play for a few seconds.
Guess
even.
what, Jose?
What?
They'll say something on Up at Noon next Monday here on ign.com.
Oh, okay.
Is that true? Is that real?
Yeah, I'm interviewing them about their game.
Awesome. I didn't know if you were just like.
I'm just plugging. You just go there and it's about some mobile game. Like, what the hell?
What do you guys think about Battleship Golf?
That's what I was going to say. What was that? That was one of the
It was like
coolest looking things.
A totally normal, and there's no loading between holes, and then here comes a battleship. Like, what the hell?
It's like I thought this was the PGA Tour.
Yeah,
what the heck just happened?
You selected Power Drive.
Yeah.
You were in Battleship.
Greg and I like arcade golf games.
Right.
I played a lot of Mario Golf.
Yeah.
So yeah, that looks cool. I'll play this crazy over-the-top golf game for sure.
Is the whole game going to be over the top crazy, or is it just
I think
that
they're trying. They said they're trying to nail the golf sim and
then
the
have a mode,
arcade.
yeah.
Okay. There it is. Look at that thing.
So I wonder if they're just sort of like bringing other EA properties.
Yeah.
Like you bring Battleship and Dead Space. Maybe
Exactly,
Dead Space
exactly.
course.
Hasbro Family Fun Night.
Yeah.
Golf and Scrabble.
Can you imagine the Dead Space guy putting like
Yes,
on the
I
green?
can. I love it.
I don't know. I mean, okay. I guess Faith from Mirror's Edge will
You
be
get
there
one
too.
TK blast to move your ball wherever you want.
Yeah, that seems like a lot of fun.
Okay, I'll get down with that.
Greg, you play some Madden.
I do play some Madden.
Give us the Madden report.
I'm interested about. Well, first off, I thought the game looked stunning. Beautiful.
Looks really
that
good.
was the big thing, with we talk about a lot, your first time out with a new console, right? Especially trying to be around launch or at launch like they were. It's not everything it could be.
Right.
And I thought you saw that for sure in this year's Madden, where it was like, it was good and it looks better, but it doesn't look great. And then you look at this, and I know the one screenshot they released of Colin Kaepernick putting out, people were like freaking out thinking it was a real photo. And even here, just the way it looks beautiful.
Absolutely.
Now,
This looks like that next step, right?
right. I want to get my hands on this whole, this right here, this tackling they're talking about, because I was listening to them talk about it, and it seems like I understand it right, that if I have them in the solid green part there, then I know I'm going to make the tackle, but if it's on the edge, there's a bit of finesse to it, maybe I don't get it, That's fine, but it brings up horrible memories, if you guys remember the cone of vision for QBs.
Oh, I remember
where
that.
you fall back, and like you had the cone in front of you, and so you couldn't really see the other receivers, and it would affect your accuracy, and they got rid of that the next year. They're like, that wasn't fun, sorry, we'll take it out. And I know that's the struggle, right, with sports games.
Right. This doesn't seem to necessarily obscure any part, though, right? It just gives you, if you can perfect it, it's kind of like making that perfect reload or something, right? If you can perfect exactly where you want to hit them and get them right in that area, it just seems you're going to have a better chance to tackle them.
It seems like one of those things that's always been there under the hood.
Yeah.
That code was
Absolutely. That's a
always
good
there
way to describe it.
depending on how you're going to do it, but now that you can see it, what does that mean?
Yeah.
And I love this, just getting this Eric Martin freaking out on Twitter, getting to relive his worst moment ever as a 49ers fan. How's it feel, Eric Martin? Never forget Sherman. Never forget!
Yeah, I also like just hearing about like the collaboration with someone who used to work at NFL Films, like an award-winning. I always feel like Madden games always nail sort of the feeling of the environment and the football as a whole, the game, how it unfolds. However, when you get to the actual play-by-play camera cuts, things like that, you always get a lot of like standing around and that strange sort of, it just pulls you out of the game. And if they can get someone to always highlight when it's at its best, that's going to be really fun
Especially
to
it's a
watch.
throwback to history, right? You talk about what the WWE games from 2K have done well recently, right? And it's the fact that they capitalize on nostalgia. They do the historic WrestleMania moments, or relive this thing, or do that. And when you do that, you already know you're going to get Howard Finkel, and you're going to get this polished package about WrestleMania 3. Same thing here. If you're going to involve NFL Films, we know the voice we're going to get, and we're going to get to go relive those moments, I'd assume, and have it packaged a certain way. That sounds great.
I'm also going to call it Battleships.
Battleships in Madden
Yes.
too.
No.
You're playing the game, and then through the side of the stadium as you throw the ball.
Yeah, battleships make everything better for Tal.
It's an audible. You can call it an audible. Call it a Battleship.
You play it once, you're just like, man, he's going to hit that field goal and win the game. No, Battleship.
No, I'd play that.
Yeah.
For sure. Dawngate is EA's MOBA.
All right.
In open beta right now, I believe.
Sounds
Yes.
about right, sure.
How does that game strike you guys?
I wish I followed MOBAs.
Yeah.
We have some very
do.
talented
All the kids.
MOBA
Leah,
people
Brian,
in our
Mitch,
office.
yeah. None of them are here.
Vince, they have all just kind of embraced the MOBA community, and they love that stuff. And it's fun to watch. I only watch MOBAs passively, but I will not play them. But it struck me as, okay, I need to kind of sit with them more.
What the trailer, what I got from the trailer, right, was how bright and colorful it was. That's not what I expect out of MOBAs. Even Infinite Crisis, I don't expect it to look like this. And it looks like there's actually more action happening. There's a focus on it, right? Whereas, like, when you're playing Infinite Crisis or you're playing Dota, it seems like you get up there and then the action happens, right? And then it's just ticking off numbers. Whereas this is like colorful and explosions, and it looks more like something like, Amular Reckoning, you know what I mean? Amular. Yeah.
Now, I don't know if I was just, didn't see it well enough, but to
My
me it
eyes
looked,
aren't as good as they used to. I got that Gladys disease.
it's the quick flashes. You're going to die, by the way, Chuck. But I thought I saw maybe some Dragon Age 2 character, or Dragon
did you?
Age Inquisition
That would
characters
make sense.
in Dawngate. But again, I could totally
That
be
would be
like
really
this,
smart.
right? Those look like Dragon, at least the first one looked like a Dragon Age Inquisition character to me. But I'm not sure. They didn't really say that, but I thought it was something that I caught, but I could be wrong.
So wouldn't that be cool though? Like an EA overarching like MOBA, like all their properties just kind of get pulled into
exactly.
that. I
Maybe
think
It worked for PlayStation All-Stars. It can work here.
it works for Smash Brothers better.
Yeah, well,
But, yeah.
That's talking about
That's not a MOBA.
Yeah.
Battlefield was the big highlight of the show.
Yeah.
The thing they ended on.
Well, but hold on. What about Mirror's Edge?
Yeah, I liked Mirror's Edge too. The only thing is that I think we've got Battlefield-related tweets queued up.
Sorry.
We got a little post show for you.
transition,
We'll
your
get to everything
segue.
else.
It's true. William Ratcliffe says it looks awesome, but what is with the cops and robbers in Battlefield Hardline? Well, that's the whole thing.
What do you mean,
That's
what
the
is
game.
with
To me, it looked like Midtown Madness with guns, which
Yeah.
which I loved back in the day, and it looked like Payday.
I
which we
thought it
talked
was like
about
Payday, yeah.
Too.
Yeah.
I think that looks really awesome. I love the idea of breaking out of this military sim into something that you could be running around a cityscape and something that's a little bit more recognizable to the average Joe.
I agree, but I would say this is still a war zone. There's really not much difference between this and.
There's absolutely
A lot of
Battlefield
tweets
4, right?
from coworkers, friends, and peers were just like, "This is unlike any bank robbery I've ever seen." You know what I
seems to be
mean?
like-
But that's the whole thing is you want to step it up, and like if they did just do
It's a game.
Exactly. If they did just do a by the numbers bank robbery, right? Then you would have Payday, and it would just be a carbon copy of Payday. They want to amp it up and go.
So it's a Michael Bay film.
Yeah, Greg
Michael
points
Bay.
out Michael Bay planned this robbery.
I mean, to me, it looks really good. It looks very visceral.
Oh,
yep.
Doctor! He still got it.
The zip line looks really cool,
Yeah.
right? Again, there's a lot of these transitions. Zip line onto motorcycles, really a lot of kinetics, right? A lot of movement. You're really trying to always push. So yeah, this looks very frantic. Looks like a lot of fun.
I think it's a cool move. You know,
If
how
only
many?
you could have gotten in the beta, Greg.
I know.
Only you didn't get an
Thanks,
access
Steve.
denied.
Right there, by the way, the crane falling through the building, like this is that destructible environment
Yeah, yeah.
thing. that, like,
Levolution, Jose.
Yeah, is that what they call it?
Yeah.
Levolution, that is the friendly term. But then it also sets up like a bridge so you can cross over to that building faster. Like I like how the maps are sort of dynamic in that way. I think that's super cool. And just Battlefield as a whole, like it's always, like what Tao said, it's a lot about like the different vehicles, it's a lot about the weapons that you're using and how you choose to kind of jump into these encounters. So,
It's a cool change of pace. I mean, like, do we need another military shooter? Do we need another war? I mean, granted, like this is a war zone,
This is
but
a war.
if you just all you have to do is take the mechanics that work so well in Battlefield and put a little bit of a different lens on them, right? And I'm more excited in this than I was the last Battlefield.
And this is a little more colorful too, right? Like
Sure.
you're seeing a lot
and
of.
then use a baseball bat to hit that guy. That's
he
awesome.
said that's what you get.
Yeah. But no, I'm pumped.
And now you've lost all your money. Whoops.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, this is worth it.
Oh, yeah, I wonder how much money we've stolen and like how much destruction.
He just
have
held
we
up a
caused.
7-Eleven.
Yeah,
That's
like,
all it was.
What is
Eric Martin estimated it was $1,000.
I was kind of surprised though how the sort of the heist ends and it's like a cop kind of grabbing him, and that almost felt like a trailer ending moment to me rather than gameplay. I don't think that happens in the game where you're going to be arresting perps per se, but I don't know. But it just kind of threw me off guard because I was like, wait, Battlefield games are usually just about A team versus B team, shooting each other down. Whoever has like the heist or the objective is done, and here you have an arrest. I was like, I wonder if that's going to work in the gameplay.
Yeah,
I hope it does.
This is very awkward. I just realized that Jose and I were wearing the same shirt.
You just now realized this?
Yes, I did.
Well, these are our
I did.
special IGN
Now you're
shirts.
merging into one.
IGN E3 shirts.
Our IGN E3 shirts.
We
They're nice shirts.
We still have more to talk about. They are nice shirts. More to talk about from EA's press conference. First, we're going to take a quick break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Please welcome the NBA Most Valuable Player, Kevin Durant.
We're all a work in
progress as men.
So many people
Doubted me.
I failed
So many times.
and got back up. We wasn't supposed to be here.
But we are here.
But we are here. But we are here. But we are here. Product not yet rated.
PlayStation.
Welcome back. IGN's live coverage of E3 2014. Talking about all the things the EA press conference. Let's take a quick look at the schedule for what we have yet to come today.
So much more to come.
Take a look at the ghost of E3 future.
Ghost of E3 future.
Wow, that's a lot.
So Microsoft done.
EA.
EA done.
Next
EA
up.
post show happening.
In progress.
Becoming done.
Yeah. But then we have our Halo surprise.
The Halo surprise
2 p.m.
that we still can't talk about.
Yep.
But if you like Halo, you should probably come for it.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be
I should probably tweet that.
interesting. We're going to start talking about Ubisoft show at 2:30. Then the Ubisoft conference takes place at 3 p.m. We have a special guest coming after the Ubisoft conference. Is that
Yes,
right?
Ubisoft is being hosted, of course, by Aisha Tyler, the comedian. She's going to finish that and then come here, talk about it with us. I don't believe in gender roles like that. Right?
Yeah. No,
Didn't they do away with actress? Isn't everybody just an actor now? Isn't that true?
No, they still give away Best Actress.
But
at the
yeah,
Oscars.
okay, that's fine. But I think when you refer to them, the AP says everybody's an actor now.
Except for the official body that gives them awards.
Yep.
Oh wow, with their stupid Billy Crystal award shows, I don't care.
We haven't talked about Mirror's Edge yet.
We haven't, and we won't. So there
Okay,
you go.
we're not gonna
No, I'm
spend any time talking about that.
You're
one.
making Ryan McCaffrey cry right now. You know that,
Oh
right?
my God, so many people are crying. All these belly-aching Mirror's Edge fans finally getting what they want.
Exactly, right? Finally,
while.
finally they have something. Again, we didn't see a whole lot, but at least we know it's, what they're staying very true to the original, right? It's kind of almost like a remake, right? Or a revamp of the series.
Sure.
They're continuing just to call it Mirror's Edge, not Mirror's Edge 2. So yeah, it looked really cool. I can't wait to get in there and actually do another free running game that doesn't have any guns, and you're just kind of using the environment and being very kinetic, a lot of movement with that. It looks great from what we saw.
Do you think it's going to be a bigger commercial success?
I hope so.
That's hard to say at this point.
I know, but I mean, that was the thing, right? It was a critical success. It definitely found a following. So many people love Mirror's Edge, but then everybody's like, why don't you come back to it? Why don't you come back to it? And it's like, well, then sell great. You know what I mean? And finally, they're doing what the fans want. And I wonder what EA's expectations are, how much they'll market it, what does it mean? Can they get the fan base motivated to get their friends to go get it?
That's the thing, right? We talk a lot about in the IGN offices about creativity in games, and that there seems to be a lack from big studios and big publishers of creativity. They seem to just kind of do the same sequels over and over and over again. So, and most of the creativity is in the indies and the smaller devs' hands. So it's good to actually see something that breaks out of the mold of your
100%.
traditional military shooter. But I agree. I hope it can find the commercial success that it needs to be able to be sustainable.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I mean, definitely it did well critically, but it is all about like keeping momentum. And I feel like that is one of the harder things when talking about Mirror's Edge to really convey to people is just how easy it is to run off of something or to then combo that into something else. To chain these moves together. And that's a hurdle for them. However, I have to say, I do feel like this was a missed opportunity by EA. I mean, I'm glad that they're putting out footage front and center to show what this game is looking like. But they also said last year, like Mirror's Edge was in development.
Sure.
So this is not a huge update for us.
We didn't see much, right? It's again one of these dev diaries that came across as a little technical and a little sterile to me.
Sure. Well, Mirror's Edge is a sterile game.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but I can't wait to see, because again, in Mirror's Edge, the coolest thing is when Faith doesn't have a gun in her hands. As a matter of fact, when you picked up a gun in the first Mirror's Edge, you slowed down, and that was the opposite of what you wanted. So I can't wait to see how they sort of play around with that and when they drop more details.
100%.
So that seems to be the theme of EA's press conference. We got good looks at the games that they have coming out this year: Battlefield, Dragon Age, their EA Sports lineup. They teased us with games that they're working on, but we really wish we would have seen just a little bit more.
Yeah.
Again, though, lots of games. I mean, there was 14 games in the span of an hour, and in the first 30 minutes, I think it was 10 or 11 games. Just in 30 minutes, it was back to back to back to back to back. Lot to look forward to.
Yep.
I hope we get to see more of these at the actual show when the show floor opens up tomorrow.
That'd be nice, right?
I want to get my hands on some of these things.
Yeah.
Is there? What are you gonna say?
Oh no, I was going to just bring up there was something that was missing though. Lots
was
of
just
games,
gonna ask,
but yeah,
yeah.
what's up? Where's the
No NBA?
basketball? Yeah.
You want your
what
NBA out
happened?
there?
I don't know. So the last one was just trashed, right?
Yeah.
Like
Right.
everyone said this was universally terrible. Have they said anything since? Like what's going on?
Yeah,
with
they've said they're
NBA?
doing NBA Live for Xbox One and PS4, but they didn't show it here.
That could have used the dev diary to just keep Faith alive, right? Because that
But are
wasn't
people
here.
looking for faith in that? I mean, right before this, there was a 2K commercial, right? Like 2K has become the dominant NBA brand.
That's
And I
right.
think until you're ready to come out and be like, we fixed it, here, you know what I mean, this is it, it's awesome. I don't think you need to be teased to be like a dev diary of them being like, well, we got our teeth kicked in last time, but we think we've got it down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you don't need conceptual footage, you need awesome
Well,
footage.
hey, to their credit, they basically come out and said that, publicly several times that this was rushed. This wasn't the product that we actually wanted to have. So hopefully they can correct that. But I agree. I mean, I don't play mini sports games, but I actually do play NBA 2K.
Yeah.
And that to me is just a very fun series. It's something that I can get into even as more of an action gamer that I am, especially like the RPG mode. So they really gonna have to step it up and change hearts and minds with the next NBA Live, because they did just such a bad job at bringing the series back last year.
I mean, you figure, let's look at the conceptual diaries you saw, Star Wars, Mirror's Edge, BioWare stuff, you know what I mean? Like, those are people who don't need to come out and be like, well, we've learned from our mistakes, we're awesome, here's our next awesome game.
Sure.
Don't talk about the ending.
We'll take some of your Twitter questions now. Remember, you can tweet your questions at IGN, #E32014. While I queue those up, Tal and Greg, anything else that you thought was missing from EA's show?
We already got a question up.
Oh, okay. We're already ready to go
Casper, the friendly tweeter, is here. He says, it boggles my mind how far games have come when I can recognize a digital actor in Hardline from his digital role in L.A. Noire.
You got good eyes.
Yeah, well, yeah, great eyes, but I completely agree. We again, we've talked about in the office, when we get to the point where video games look so, you actually feel really bad. Conflict was like, I don't really want to do this.
Yeah.
And I think we're getting pretty darn close to that point. I mean, things are looking like you said. It was hard to tell in Madden, hard to tell like a realistic shot of Kaepernick from a
photo.
From a photo.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just amazing.
Yeah,
how
it's
the
crazy. But crazy, and I think really going to turn the industry when it gets to that. When you have actors who you know are real actors, right, coming in and doing all these things, people who put everything into a character to bring them to life. That's what it is.
And then you think of like the power of Oculus Rift or other VR headsets, and you think about how immersive that world can actually be.
Yeah.
Actually, killed it. With Ryan's assessment, I think they did exactly what they needed to do this year, right? Games, content. Our Xbox One. But neither.
I feel like Dead Rising is how is Sony going to respond?
About it, right? We are working on this. It doesn't even have a name we can tell you, but we're trying, we're doing this, and here's conceptual footage.
Sure.
Yeah.
Questions at IGN, #E32014.
Jose.
IP will they bring out? What older franchise will they bring back? Also, just to tie this into the EA presentation, not a single Nintendo game.
Yep.
By EA.
Yeah.
And I wonder if the same story is going to happen at Ubisoft.
Yeah, Ubisoft, they still have Watch Dogs at least coming for Wii U. Yeah.
Last year, Nintendo president Reggie Fils-Aimé said third parties are not abandoning Wii U. And third parties, when you ask the question, will immediately say, no, we're watching, we definitely have our eye on what they're doing, and if the situation improves, we'll be there. But
what a turn from 2 years ago when Peter Moore was up on stage at the Nintendo conference talking about EA's dedication to the Wii U, and now, like you're saying, there was nothing.
No, there was nothing. They're definitely placing their bets on mobile, on PC, on Xbox One, and on PS4, and maybe 360 and PS3, just because of those built-in install bases. So yeah, Nintendo has to give reasons for people to buy that console and to pick up the install base. And I'll be curious to see how they're going to do it. Smash is a big deal this year, right? Mario Kart's out. That was a huge success for them. At least one of the first wins we've seen in a while, right? The weekend after it came out, we got a press release. Hey, this sold 1.2 million copies. This was a good thing. So
we have good news to report.
Yeah, finally. So let's see if they can ride that momentum and continue. But it is going to be a sad story if at each one of these third-party affairs we don't see Nintendo product.
I have a question, and I can tweet it at you guys if you want me to, but I can also just ask.
I wonder if you can hold on to that for a few minutes while we take a quick break.
Absolutely.
Take a quick break, then we'll be taking more Twitter questions here. IGN's live coverage of E3 2014. Stay tuned.
Welcome to NBA Most Valuable Player, Kevin Durant.
We're all a
Work in progress as men.
I fell
so many times
and got back up.
Welcome back, everybody. Tal, you just said you had a question for us.
I do.
You want to lay it on us?
I wanted to know, after the first two conferences so far, Microsoft and EA, out of the 30 or so games that we've seen, what is the game that you guys, out of those 30, the ones that you're most looking forward to play? Getting your hands on, diving in deep.
Mine's Sunset Overdrive. Hands down.
Yeah.
The game looks so much fun. It's Insomniac getting back to doing what they do best, being funny, making fun games. It's colorful. There's all these influences, but it really looks to me like a grown-up version of Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah.
Like, here's awesome weapons, go out and have fun, do whatever. And the ability to get in there and play with other people, that's going to be cool. But just taking that crowbar and grinding around and blowing stuff up, yeah, I want to do that. You?
Sunset Overdrive. I have to say the exact same thing.
Game of the show, Sunset Overdrive.
If the show ended
shut off the lights
right now, if E3 was only Microsoft and EA, Sunset Overdrive would have been.
I also want to play Sunset Overdrive. I want to play Inside from Play Dead, the Limbo guys.
Nice.
But to pick something that's a little bit closer on the horizon, Dragon Age Inquisition looks like a lot of fun. I also liked Origins. Like you, had a harder time getting into Dragon Age 2. So yeah, I think Dragon Age Inquisition looks like a lot of fun. I think we have a Twitter question about that up here right now.
Awesome.
From Jen Barrington, what do you think about the exclusive downloadable content for Dragon Age Inquisition for the Xbox One version? And we don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But that was the thing, right? Also in the Microsoft conference, to go back to what we were talking about before, that was a lot of content first on Xbox One, premiere content, DLC first. That was a lot of the message that they're pushing. So even though, they didn't have all the exclusives on their platform, they do have a lot of the first time you're going to get the content, the first time you can get your hands on something. So I think it's smart for Microsoft. They need to do some things to get to sell some more units, because obviously they're lagging a little bit behind on something.
But I've always wondered, I mean, in the early ongoings of the 360 PS3 battle, that was always the concern. Oh, they're getting the Call of Duty maps. And for games like that, I think it matters. But for like Dragon Age, won't it just be a new kind of skin, like a different armor skin? That's always a big deal with Dragon Age, that there's a million different.
Oh no, you remember like all the DLCs though for Mass Effect and things like that. They're mini adventures basically.
Story DLCs.
But it's also, it just always goes back to me with Ubisoft, where it's like the PS4 version of Watch Dogs has 60 extra minutes, and I'm like, this game's 60 hours. I don't even care, know when any of that pops up. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely. And I would think, now, of course, like you're saying, we don't know exactly, but I would think they would be bigger DLC drops than just say a skin or a piece of armor.
Makes sense.
So actually, I got something. I didn't get a chance to chime in on what my E3 game that has me most excited is.
Rude, Damon.
Actually, it's okay. That was a good Twitter question.
Damon servicing the people watching at home.
You want to kill Chuck, don't you?
No, I don't. I don't want to kill Chuck.
Don't let out your inner Gladys.
No, I'm honestly really impressed with Evolve. I really want to play a lot more Evolve.
Good point.
Evolve looked great.
Had an opportunity to hands-on, fairly recently, and I was very, very impressed by it. Like having, the 4-player dynamic against someone playing as a monster. Like this is almost like I'm a Monster Hunter guy, and like hunting monsters has been my thing in games for a while. But the fact that there is a player controlling that thing, who is evolving it and changing it and making it more powerful and making it. Like it's a chase, and when we got to play it, that was the most fun part about it, right?
And now we got that new creature, that new Cthulhu.
Yeah, the Kraken. There's an 11-minute feature right now on IGN of all of us going and playing it, and me kicking some ass. But that doesn't matter.
Nope,
just
that's not the important part of it.
Exactly. The important part is that
not
you go
always
watch
about
it
you, Greg.
and tell me how good I am on Twitter at Game Over.
You were the monster, right?
For like 3 rounds, I was the monster. Yeah, and I just
you won all 3.
You're always the monster,
just
Greg.
destroying Marty and Naomi. Get out of here. Nice. Destin cowering in the corner like the coward he is.
Jose, you say you're a Monster Hunter guy.
I am.
What do you think about Scalebound?
I don't know. I need to see a little more.
Platinum Games, come on.
No, I know. I need to see a little more. I'm definitely on board for anything from Platinum, especially Kamiya. I am a huge Kamiya fan at heart, but I want to see a little more. I'm not there yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you interested? Are you excited?
Oh yeah, I'm interested. Yeah, you got my attention, but I want more. Like we'll see. If it's playable on the show floor, I will definitely find out.
No way.
That's the thing, right? We've still seen a lot of trailers and things like that, right? Like I still want to see a lot more gameplay. And again, that's what the show floor opening up tomorrow and being able to get our hands on a lot of these games are. But I'm curious about how much is actually going to be playable at Microsoft, how much is going to be playable at EA from what we've seen.
Yeah.
Now that we've seen good looks at both Call of Duty Advanced Warfare and Battlefield Hardline, how are those two sizing up for you? It seems like they're more different than ever this year. Maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe?
I think so. And I think that's a good thing, right?
Yep.
Like how long does Battlefield have to keep trying to get a piece of Call of Duty's pie before they have to say, let's go in a different direction, let's try something different, you know what I mean? Call of Duty is still evolving, it's still being that military shooter, which to me, as a casual first-person shooter fan, is a turnoff. You know what I mean? Like, they hooked me with Kevin Spacey. I'm like, well, now I got to see what this story's all about. You know what I mean?
Well, I have to say, with the demo that they had of Call of Duty, I was really impressed. Now, I've kind of been tired of military shooters, right? But the HUD-less system going on, like it really felt like it was immersive. The setting, the slightly futuristic, the grenades that kind of show you that pinpoint where
like
your
instead of
enemies
having a radar, you toss a grenade that makes the radar in real time. I thought that's cool.
I thought it was some really interesting ideas. And then, of course, Robo Arms, you're gonna have a Robo Arm after your arm gets chopped off or blown off.
I mean, you couldn't have written this story though, right? That Visceral Games, a studio that made, Dead Space.
Yeah.
You had a section that split and became Sledgehammer, and now they are both making competing franchises for 2 different publishers in EA and in Activision. I'm fascinated by how that happened. And I'm eager for both games, to be honest. And I agree with you, Greg. I totally like that they are completely different for once, and it's not just the military done to death thing.
You have a reason to own both, to play both. Whereas before, you're like, well, I got my fill of Call of Duty or Battlefield, and I don't need to jump in. It's the same thing with multiplayer, right? Battlefield is always, there were so many people playing, that was kind of its thing, but it's, at the end of the day, it's still this first-person shooter you're running around trying to level up and do these things with, whereas going online and like, all right, Damon, we're going to play with these other people tonight, we're going to go do this and try to pull off this heist, that's fun.
Nick, I think we have some Twitter questions related to Battlefield lined up. Let me know if you can pull those up.
Tweet, ladies and gentlemen, at IGN, hashtag E3 2014 to be part of the show. You win nothing but respect.
Alan Horgan asks, how do you find the smoke-filled climax to the conference? Was it a little over the top? Yeah, that was a little cheesy.
And it's available now. It was very much Peggle 2.
Was going to come out and just go,
Undertaker comes out, choke slams Steve off the top of the
Here we go.
That'd be awesome.
I wonder how the demo for Battlefield ended with the guy being caught by the cops, right?
Yep.
I wonder what determines that? How do you lose?
Yeah. Or will that actually play out like that in the game, right? Do you actually get that animation of or was that just kind of a dramatic ending to the demo, right?
Yeah. Well, I thought it'd be cool, right? Like, you're doing all these different missions, but if there is a narrative to it, maybe you have to get captured. And so even getting to that point is you've completed the objective, you've done everything right, but you get captured to move the story on.
It seemed to me too that it looked like maybe there's no respawning going on either. You have maybe one character because it said you're the last one on your squad. You're the last one left. So that's a good reason, like a good bit of tension right in there that you can see. Oh, geez, we've lost four of our team already. I really got to be careful where I go, and I can't be quite as bold maybe as you would otherwise.
I'm really hoping though that Battlefield Hardline really brings a solid single-player campaign. I feel like Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4, very forgettable on the campaign front. Whereas I feel like Call of Duty has been sort of bringing, even if people like to sort of complain, it's sort of tunnel vision. It is linear in a lot of ways, but it's still this Hollywood thrill ride. Whereas you look at Battlefield and it's going for the realism thing, and I guess that's cool, but I never really feel a payoff from playing the campaigns.
Yeah, I just wonder how the single player would work. Do you get to play both sides as you work through the campaign, like bounce back and forth?
I think you
like
would,
The
right? That's
Departed.
probably how you did it. Yeah.
What's that?
Like The Departed. That's what
awesome.
that's what it'll
Get
be like.
Scorsese in there working on this game.
We do have another Twitter question about Battlefield.
Oh, let's hear it.
Let's load it up right here. Ashante Hunt. What's going to be the deciding factor on a restaurant? That's what I was just getting at.
Yeah, I think it might be story driven as far as getting out. Like that's maybe that you have to do that not to win or whatever.
Could be a different game mode as well,
exactly.
right?
That's
Like only arrests or.
Did the guy say "Don't taste me, bro" in the game?
Did he say that?
I saw some people on Twitter saying they thought they.
Oh, that's just a meme. So that'd be awesome if he did scream that right before he got tased.
Yeah, there you go. Last man in squad.
Yeah.
But like even that, I mean, like
tripwire.
we know nothing of the game or this mode or anything like that. It'd be interesting if that like there's so many games where they do it where you share a pool of lives or you each have set number of lives, right? Because people are getting killed left and right there. And then granted, I think they said 32 players.
Yeah,
I think so, right, for online. And so if that's the case, there's a lot of people playing, but it still seems like it would suck to be like, oh, finally got into this match.
I'm dead at the first shot.
Right, whatever.
Is it a little strange to be talking about the next Battlefield while we're still dealing with technical issues for the last Battlefield?
No, is anything strange anymore? Every game's always broken. I never expect it to work.
One of our viewers on Twitter doesn't think Battlefield 4 looks all that realistic. Can we get that comment
It's
up
early,
here? I don't know.
but it's also cops blowing everything.
Dimitri Hare. Unimpressed. The movements on Battlefield look unrealistic. I don't know. I think it looks
Just the
good.
animations?
I think it looks good.
Yeah, don't get over it. You want to talk about?
I don't have to have it look exactly like real life because I don't think I'd be zipping down a zip line, jumping on a motorcycle, and then jumping on a helicopter in real life.
I'm winded walking up the stairs, trying to get to the roof to jump on it. Talking about realistic stuff, though, right? We haven't talked about this, but UFC, they showed the presentation there with the whole Bruce Lee thing in the beginning, where the whole water in a bottle jazz. Yeah. Looks great. Looks like UFC. Those games have always looked really good. You know what I mean? And what I find interesting, though, is somebody who's reviewed the previous iterations of the UFC games or whatever. This one, when he had him on the ground for the ground and pound, he's talking about the triangle chokes and all this stuff. They brought up a new system that I'm not familiar with, where basically it was button taps on where you did what, rather than before you get down, like in the old THQ games, which of course this is somewhat based on, right? When they sold the property, I thought they got the guys behind the game. We see it here in a second. He gets on top of him. This HUD pops up with these different layered things that look in the octagon when he starts to do moves here for a second and triangle hook choke. But that was always the thing with the other ones. Is like it was complicated before. You didn't know what you're doing. Here, it looks like you're going for a combo, right? You're moving the right stick out, and then another line pops up. Yeah, and then it looks like you have to do something else.
Trying to balance everything out.
You're trying to make them into another octagon, which is a really interesting thing, seeing as how the main knock against the UFC games before were how complicated they were. That you got people on the thing, there was no HUD, you had no idea what to do. You're trying to remember stuff from the story that you did before, but it didn't work, and then you got knocked out.
Also, you're not going to pin Bruce Lee.
No,
I'm sorry.
Well, nobody's getting pinned. That's the wrong sport.
Well, you're not going to pin him on the mat.
Undertaker busts through the wall, choke slams him.
But it's interesting though because the HUD thing does play into the mind games of the sport, right? And of like trying to fake out an opponent to go for one thing, but really your intentions are something else entirely.
BJ Penn is dead.
Yeah, just drop him.
Just straight. Well, that's what happens. You get kicked it right in the temple.
That's what would happen if you actually were in the ring in the octagon with Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee, yeah. For sure.
Again, not a ring. I know.
Or Mike Pereira.
I know.
Calm down. Mike Pereira kicks like that too.
Tal, you've played some Assassin's Creed in your day. Is this correct? Am I mistaken?
I have.
What did you think about
He's been known to creed it up.
Assassin's Creed Unity?
I thought it looked really cool.
Yeah.
I thought it, I love the again, it's just looking more and more realistic, right? Again, that next level of graphics, it really gets you immersed in the world. I love the co-op stuff going on. That looks like really neat. Like I want to be able to play with you guys, and we actually can carry on an assassination in a game. In a game. I want to make sure everybody knows what I'm talking about. I don't want to be implicated.
To this broadcast,
I'm sure the NSA is.
And if they're not, we mean people.
But it looked like a really interesting system. It looks like they're actually doing something. They're going above and beyond what they had before.
Yeah,
There you go.
Like,
Absolutely.
When they first announced it, I wasn't sure what to think because I really liked Assassin's Creed 4.
Yeah.
And then they revealed it was going to be the French Revolution setting, and I was like, I don't know if how interesting that is to me. But as soon as I saw the scope of this game, you're out in this giant city. The streets are totally flooded with people, and then they go inside to this totally different environment.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about before, right? The fact that now you've had a year with the console. You know what I mean? You're running on final spec, how good this looks. Compared to like Assassin's Creed 4, which looked good, but it looked like an up-res version of the PS3 version.
For me, I've had a love-hate relationship with Assassin's Creed. I seem to do every other one I really like. So 1, I wasn't a huge fan of. It was all right. 2, I really enjoyed. 3, I didn't finish it. 4, I really enjoyed. So I hope maybe Unity can be the one that keeps me going on for the next pass. Because, I mean, from what we saw today, it looks great.
Yeah. It's interesting. This is probably Ubisoft's biggest game of the year, but they showed it at the Microsoft conference. So does that mean they won't show it at the
no. They'll definitely have more. They'll have more. They'll have more, absolutely.
They did that with 3 back in the day, right? Or no, 3 had the ship battles. That was the thing. They showed it at the Sony's thing. They showed the ship-to-ship battle for the first time, and then at their thing they did a deeper dive.
And remember last year, they pretty much were one of the highlights of every single conference, except for EA. I even joked to them, if they could have somehow gotten into EA's conference, they would have been able to just go all over, E3.
Can we roll the end of that Assassin's Creed demo again? It's a very gruesome beheading.
There was a lot of dismemberment this time around, right? We had the arm get chopped off, we had the head get chopped off.
Yeah.
Here it is. Yeah, it's just happened. His body got thrown out.
Assassination's a dirty game.
Yeah, that's harsh, man. That's some harsh-ass crap.
It's gross.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's Gladys. I like to think that's Gladys.
Wow. Wow.
That's for Chuck Gladys.
Man.
And then they all bust out into song.
They're all color coordinated.
Yeah, I like that.
They go Les Mis.
The green outfit is what I would have gone with in that setting, or the pink.
And what about that the new Dead Rising game that's available now? The title is way too long.
Crazy.
I don't know what's happening.
It wasn't quite clear to me what that was.
Yeah, can you guys explain it to me? I stepped away. No, you have
It's DLC for Dead Rising 3.
Yeah, we found out,
and it's like an arcade mode.
We found out it's $10.
$10.
Okay.
Somebody, you tweeted at us. Thank you for doing
Available now?
that. Yeah, right
Available
now.
today.
I love the trailer. I thought, again, the humor.
Right.
Just like Sunset Overdrive, right? It shows, again, that games can just be fun.
Yeah.
But surely it's more than just skins that they've added. Just costumes.
This mode, yeah.
A lot of Capcom references.
Freddie Mercury.
That's great. Or Hagar, as he's known.
Freddie Mercury doesn't get enough DLC, if you ask me.
I agree. Exclusively on Xbox One.
This is cute. Like the whole thing. You guys.
Just the humor. I mean, that's something that the series has always been known for.
Even a Dino Crisis reference and an Onimusha reference?
I know,
I don't
crazy,
believe it.
It's crazy, right?
This is out of control.
Yeah, I mean, they're pulling out all the stops.
Okay.
I love
the best part. No, just cut away. Nobody can recite that.
I know that. So upstairs in the war room, it just erupted when the title finally scrolled down. I was like, that's great. Yeah. So
it's available now. Play it right now. We're going to take a quick break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
go.
Welcome back to IGN's live coverage of E3 2014. We've just been talking about everything we saw at the EA conference, the Microsoft conference. Just in about 10 minutes, we have our Halo surprise.
The Halo surprise?
That we've been
What
teasing
could
all
it
day.
be?
I'm actually excited to find out what it is. I don't know.
They didn't tell us.
That sounds like a great birthday cake or dessert you might get.
Yeah, Halo
The
surprise.
Halo surprise.
Well, when Microsoft finally gets it together and opens a chain of restaurants, that'll be the dessert.
It's at Denny's, the Halo surprise.
Well, I'm actually starving right now, so I hope it is food related.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Then after the Halo surprise, we have another game demo. I'm not sure if we can reveal that yet, but there's another game demo for a highly anticipated game. Stay tuned. Coming out soon. And then it's the Ubisoft conference. What do we hope to see from Ubisoft today? We've already seen Assassin's Creed Unity. We'll see more of that.
Yeah, you see it up here. Halo surprise at 2.
I want to see Far Cry 4.
Do you now?
Yeah.
Too bad they're not going to show it.
Nope.
No, they will. That's going to happen. It has to. We're huge Far Cry fans. It's time.
So they have to show it to us?
Yeah, well, no, they released the box art. It's time. It's go time. It's happening.
The box art is out then.
So like we saw at the Microsoft conference, we saw The Division, and you said it reminded you a little bit of what you saw last year. You want to see something different.
Yeah.
So maybe they'll actually show something a little bit different at the Ubisoft conference. That would be good. Because that game looks really good. You know, really interesting. Again, kind of that HUD-less system. Your map. You pull up your map, and it's actually like underneath your feet.
Yeah.
It's really neat. I want to see the crew.
Yeah, I love the crew.
Yeah. They gotta show the crew.
But the thing is, like, they have to set it apart from other racing games. If they show it this time, there has to be something crazy they're doing with it. You know what I mean? And I don't know what that is.
Cross-country racing is not crazy enough for you?
But I mean, we already know that. So what do you show that isn't just like, okay, it's more racing across country, release the game? Because that's how I feel.
Battleships.
Goddamn it, Tal.
Put a battleship.
Breaking news: there's a battleship in Kansas.
Yeah. Jose, how about you?
No, he kind of stole my answer. I was going to say the crew.
Yeah.
Marty.
And your shirt, Jose.
Yeah, you just crew my style. Yeah. No, Marty Sleva has me very excited for the crew. Every time he goes to play it, he comes back telling me like tall tales of how cool it is, and I'm like, all right. I am excited for this. As someone especially who's kind of separated myself from the racing genre a little bit, and I want to jump into something a little more arcadey. I mean, that's, I play Mario Kart, but I want something that's a little more like actual cars.
Sure.
That's one of those games, right? Like we're all talking about the crew. I wonder how much their interest. Like, tweet us. Are you interested in the crew?
At IGN hashtag E3 2014.
Thank you, Greg. Because I hope that game does really well. Because everything we've seen about it looks very interesting and looks very cool. And, and I've had a chance to play it. And
so do you guys think anything? I mean, Watch Dogs is out. I mean, do you drop a DLC bomb? Do you say, hey, there's
DLC
more?
bomb.
Yeah,
That'd be a really
stuff,
good idea. I think. As well as that sold as much as everybody likes it.
Or available now even. That seems to be a thing right now.
That does seem to be, that's a good topic. All the things that were the betas today, and you can get this now and download it now. That's not something that we usually see a lot at E3.
No.
And this is one of the years where I think it's happened, 3 or 4 times already.
Yeah. I think it's what you have to do, right? We live in a connected society where it's instantaneous, right? And like you do these things to keep yourself relevant. And so there's only so many times, and in 2015 you'll get this, and no, give it to me now. Give me something right now to be excited about.
2015 looks awesome.
2015 looks like a great year.
Really good. Microsoft passed on the chance to remind everyone that the $400 Xbox One is available today.
Yeah, that was interesting, right? Like I thought they were gonna, again, I guess their focus was just content, games. But I did think they would carve out a little bit of time to bring that up. I did feel bad seeing Alex Rogopoulos up there talking about Dance Central with
we have 2 Kinect games.
we are the Kinect guys, and now you don't have to have a Kinect.
Was that the only 2 Kinect games? Well, Project Spark is also made. No, I don't think it ever was. That was more like a tablet hybrid kind of deal. So that may have been the only 2.
They didn't focus on anything.
They didn't say Kinect. At no point did they say Kinect. Because I even tweeted like, that's the one mention of Kinect. And everybody's like, oh, they didn't say Kinect, Greg. And I'm like, it's a Kinect game. It counts.
Which, being an early adopter, I don't use my Kinect for anything.
Yeah. I use it for Xbox On, right? That's what it does that, right? I think it signs me in with my face too.
I don't even have mine connected anymore.
Oh, really?
My Kinect is not connected. Non-Connect. Yes, disconnect.
See, I still need my Kinect, man. I want to say Xbox record that and build those highlight clips. Like, I like that stuff. And so far, the UI, to my knowledge, has no other way to do it but having a Kinect plugged in. And I was hoping, although this was games, I was kind of hoping 2 seconds we're going to be like, hey, and here's a solution to that. Again, super short, keep it brief, and keep it moving. And they didn't. They didn't talk about that at all. So I'm just wondering.
With Kinect, right? It doesn't always recognize what I'm saying.
Exactly.
It's not very. It doesn't hear right. It's like Gladys.
Ow! What are you saying, Chuck?
Is there anything else that Ubisoft could announce? Is it time for to bring back Rainbow Six? Right.
Absolutely.
Oh,
we
man.
haven't. That's been a couple years, right?
Yeah.
And Patriots, and I want to see where it is. Like I love the Rainbow Six series.
Me too.
We used to play, around the offices. We used to play Rainbow Six all the time because it's such a great multiplayer game. Let's have it again. Let's add some more Rainbow Six in here.
We've got Rayman.
Beyond Good and Evil 2.
Beyond Good and
Where
Evil
is
2.
it?
Beyond Good and
Where
Evil
is
2,
it,
yeah.
Ubisoft?
Yeah.
Where?
I feel like we haven't
Point me
talked
to the
about
Frenchman
rabbits in a
who has
while. Let's get them back out.
You want the rabbits?
No, I hate the rabbits. Don't bring the rabbits back.
Yeah, don't bring the rabbits back.
Didn't last year they show like a rabbits TV show was going to be?
Oh, right, yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
That went far.
Yeah, I never heard
Probably,
about
Well,
that.
they had the rabbits and Watch Dogs. Some of the you could find rabbits. And
Yeah, there'll probably be another Just Dance. Right?
Yeah.
Do they ever not?
it's one of the best selling series
Rocksmith
they
will have something cool.
Tao hopes.
I love Rocksmith.
A lot of people like Rocksmith, yeah.
Apparently, Rocksmith has been successful because they keep running on.
In the post-plastic instrument world, there
The
is still
real
a music
instrument
game.
world.
Yeah.
Yes.
People want to
Absolutely.
learn. They want to play.
Then what do you guys want to see from Sony?
Patapon Vita. I want to pat. Not even Patapon Vita, just Patapon HD. Put it on PS4.
We're gonna get to hear from you later. I wanted to hear from Tal and Jose. We're gonna have to say goodbye to them after two.
Fine, I'll be
First,
quiet.
Where should I go?
Hit it.
Project Beast. What is
Yeah.
it? Talk about it. That leak, is that part of your conference? My interest is peaked. As someone who likes Dark Souls, likes what they've done with both that and Demon Souls, I'm on board. Tell me what it is. Give it a name. Get me excited. Yeah.
I want to see more about what Sony's doing with all their first-party studios, right? I want more exclusive content. I want to see all the great things that people who know a lot about that system. I want to see what Naughty Dog is working on. I want to see if they're working on more. I mean, obviously, Uncharted 4 is something that we always talk about. I want to see what the next Last of Us is going to, hold in store. I want to see if they have a completely new IP that they're working on. Maybe they'll just come out and say we're working on a new IP, show some trees, and that'll be it. But I want to see from some of the big developers what they're working on.
Yeah.
Let's take a quick look at the schedule before we take another quick break. Because we're just about to begin to unveil our Halo surprise. That's the next big event we're covering here, 2 o'clock p.m. Pacific. That's followed by Ubisoft's pre-show and then the Ubisoft press conference. So we're going to take a quick break right now. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. Welcome back to iGN's live coverage of E3 2014. Ryan McCaffrey rejoins us.
Good to be back.
And you're here to finally unveil the Halo surprise we've been teasing all day.
Yeah, I've been very excited about this. We saw the Master Chief Collection get a great response at the Microsoft press briefing. It is Halo 1 through 4, including their original multiplayers and their original engines, their original form. Halo 2 in particular given the anniversary treatment with the 2 engines, press the back button to switch back and forth between classic and new. And we've got 343 here. Frank O'Connor and Dan Ayub. How you doing? Guys. And welcome. Yeah, you're the surprise, yes. And then you have a little chunk of the game. We're gonna check out Cairo Station, the first sort of main mission of Halo 2. So before I guess we'll jump into it in a minute, but I'm curious, guys. I mean, this game has been sort of heavily rumored / leaked, but it seems like the people didn't actually believe that it could be this much. That it would just be, maybe it'll just be Halo 2 maps and just single players for the other games. I mean, how do you physically make this project when it's 4 games, each getting some sort of graphical treatment with all the maps? How is that even possible?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of voodoo, right, to pull all of that together. I mean, I think we were fortunate that we've got more power to work with now than we have in the past. The disk size is obviously bigger as well. So that certainly helped us quite a bit. A big thing of what was actually crucial for us to bring the experience together was actually that unified interface that we talked about this morning.
Yes.
So rather than having 4 individual disks, we do have one global UI that lets us stitch a bunch of things, basically stitch the whole experience together.
Yeah,
so,
and what I thought was interesting when you showed the game to me recently was there's of course regular matchmaking like we come to expect in Halo, but there's map voting, but you vote, it'll just give you choices from maybe 3 different Halo games. You might get Wizard from Halo 1, or a choice of Lockout from Halo 2 and the Pit from Halo 3, and then whichever one everybody votes on, it launches that game and that engine, and you go play that.
That's very cool.
How? How is that? How? I don't understand.
A big challenge we had when we said, okay, yeah, we're going to do this, was that we had over 100 multiplayer maps. So it quickly becomes a question of how the heck do we curate this? Like, how do we make this a reasonable experience? So we pivoted on game types primarily, so just exactly as you described. So effectively what happens when you go in, say you choose Slayer, and you've got your 3 choices are a map from 1, a map from 2, a map from 3. We'll put a little logo in the corner so you know that which map that this is from, and effectively whichever one wins, you and everybody who's playing, we will launch that multiplayer engine on your machine off of the disk, and everyone just goes right into it.
And it's good to reiterate, this will be the first time, I mean, Halo PC aside, I had some tweets about that, but this is Halo 1 multiplayer in its original form, meaning 3-shot death pistol, the original Blood
I saw
Gulch,
your tweet about that.
everything on dedicated servers. I mean, how in the playtest so far, is it feeling like a LAN environment? Is it feeling like Halo 1, feeling good?
I mean, yeah, it absolutely feels awesome. I mean, what I always personally enjoyed about LAN parties is just, that you've got everyone there in the same room and they're going off and things like that. And our play tests obviously take place all in the same room, so it certainly feels like that. But the games do play exactly as you remember them playing. What's been fabulous for us about all of these play tests we're doing is just people start sharing their memories, everyone's screaming and hollering at each other. I mean, it's epic fun.
Yeah, so just to clarify, it also supports custom games, and I think that already online I'm reading this morning, people are worried about how is the population going to be split, and it's true that democracy is going to drive sometimes people to choose something that you in particular don't want.
Right.
But I think the combination of sort of taking care of that matchmaking playlist appropriately and taking really good care of it frequently will help. But also custom games are going to be supported, and I think custom games plus Xbox One social features are actually going to make it much easier to find servers, as it were, that are more to your taste. It's just a much more self-organizing ecosystem than we've had in the past.
So for the custom games, I mean, I went crazy with Halo 2. I made a Blood Gulch, a coagulation variant called Covey Gulch, where I replaced all the vehicles with all Covenant vehicles, including the Spectre, the long forgotten Covenant equivalent of the Warthog. So all of that is still in there?
Yeah, everything is there verbatim, and and obviously, like, there's so much content. I've spent all morning just explaining the bits of it. So you have all of Halo 2's campaign and multiplayer as it was exactly, except it's running at higher fidelity now. But you also have the 6 maps that we kind of remade in this I'd say newish engine. It's kind of a combination of bits of Halo over the years, but it feels sort of like a modern take on Halo 2, very specifically.
How about Halo 2 specifically? That's sort of that was the killer app for Xbox Live. I don't think anybody would argue about that. Halo 2 had a very I found compelling ranking system that was dropped for future Halo games, where you could lose level. You could level up, and then if you lost, you went on a losing streak, you would drop in levels. So how are we handling, since we've got the unified interface for this, how are we handling that side of the game?
So we're going to be talking more about how we're handling the ranking very, very soon. What I will leave you with a bit of a tease is, based on what you just told me, I think you're going to be very happy with our ranking system.
I like that.
I think we have the game loaded up now, ready to jump into it if we want to do that.
Excellent. So Cairo Station, Halo 2 campaign. This will be the...
I believe.
There it is.
There he is.
Please give me the controller right now.
This level's really, really, really fun on Legendary. It's not too
I
hard
believe
at all. There's plenty of grenades.
And what you're going to see, if I think we'll have screenshots on IGN now, or if not now, very soon. You guys had Blur, one of the really well-regarded cinematic studio, redo all of the Halo 2 cinematics. So awesome. Sergeant Johnson went from he hasn't aged well as far as the 2004 engine to now he looks basically picture the Halo 4 cutscenes, but better, effectively, right? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, it was fantastic. I mean, Halo 2, really, I mean, there's over like 60 minutes of cinematics, and Blur's redoing all of them. And what's fun is the cinematics also work with that back feature, so you can swap instantly between the new cinematics to the old ones while you're watching it. But the other thing we did with Blur, which is really interesting, is that we've created an intro and an outro, if you will, that's going to kind of start to tease to what we're doing with the next Halo in terms of storyline and things like that. That was a big thing that people enjoyed in the first anniversary with the terminals in particular, was we started teasing some of the Halo 4 storyline. So we're going to be doing a lot of that in this game as well.
You guys have terminals and skulls in Halo 2 now, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like there's Halo 2 anniversary, we'll get into it.
Yeah, and as you can see, I mean, you can swap through these chapters really easily. You can select whatever it is that you want to play. And you can see over there at the top as well the notion of playlists. So the other thing that's a ton of fun about having everything unlocked are just we're going to have these customized playlists taking moments from all of the games and putting those together.
So if I want to do all the Warthog missions from all 4 Halo games right in a row with 2 to 4 friends, I can do that?
You can just go right in it. We're going to have a bunch of different ones. My personal favorite is just literally the grind from like the first mission of the first Halo to the last mission of Halo 4.
There better be an achievement for that. Reveal that right now.
We'll have a little something for the people who do that. That's... I don't think we want to leave that one
That's like the endless set list in Rock Band. That's basically the Halo equivalent of that. So every mission in every game is unlocked from the get-go, right? There's no need to, I don't have to play through all 4 games again. It's just all right here.
Yep, completely unlocked. I mean, you absolutely can play through, each of them entirely if you want. But you can hop through if you want to skip a mission. You don't want to play the library. You want to, pop past that. You can absolutely. Frank always gives me the look when I say that.
I gotta ask, guys, so Halo 2 is getting the anniversary treatment, but what about? I mean, Halo 3 is kind of caught in the middle, right? It's 2007, early generation 360 game. What's being done from the visual side on Halo 3, if anything at all?
That's a great question. Halo 3 and Halo 4, they kind of don't need it as much. Yeah. Obviously, they were pretty good-looking games on the last generation system. They both really benefit though from going to 1080p, 60 frames a second. And some of the changes isn't necessarily just in resolution or sort of overall fidelity. Some of the things that we did, especially in Halo 4, there's some detail and data in the graphics that is just showing up now in a way that it wouldn't before. And you can think of it kind of like a Blu-ray remaster in some ways. Right. And some of that's just a sort of natural evolution of just bumping it onto that bigger GPU with more RAM and so on. Yeah. But they both look pretty modern. Halo 4 in particular, and I would say this, of course, but it kind of looks almost like a next-gen game. Just running it.
Well, it was already almost so it was crazy how good that game looked on 360. It looks
better on Xbox
like Gulch,
One.
hang 'em high.
There we go.
Jump into that one. So we're seeing poking around the interface here.
Yeah, I think they're scrolling around the interface.
So it's also there's a key detail. So Frank, you mentioned the 6 reimagined Halo 2 multiplayer maps that are being done in an Xbox One engine. That's in addition to, they're all there in their original classic form. This is in addition to, and Max Hoberman, the original Halo 2 multiplayer lead, who started Certain Affinity and has done a lot of Halo multiplayer maps for you guys. He designed those, right? These new ones?
Yeah, I mean, really, if you want to really think about it, you could say there are 5 multiplayer maps in this, right? You've got the original one, modes, thank you. The original one, the original 2.
What happened to 100?
Oh my God. The original 1, 2, 3, 4, and also this newer one that we've done for these new 6 reimagined maps. It was really interesting with Max, as we said, he was the original designer on these things. When we started working on this and I called him up, he was all in. He was just really excited to be able to do it. Then we sat down with him and just started talking, like, what are things you wanted to do that you couldn't necessarily get done, either for time, either for technology, things like that. And as you look at these maps today, how would you like to envision these? So it was just a fabulous process working through with Max and the rest of the team over there in bringing these maps to life. And we showed you guys Ascension today, and we'll be rolling out some of the other maps as we get closer to launch.
And let's touch on, so Halo 1, of course we talked about the multiplayer. The campaign, it is the anniversary edition of the Halo 1 campaign. So with that one, it sounds like it's not being given maybe the full Halo 2 style treatment where it's built for Xbox One, but it is the switch back and forth between classic and the sort of modern, the refreshed look we saw a few years ago.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's the same one we launched at, here we go, we're jumping in.
We're in the Cairo station. 1080p, 60 frames. So you know what? I wanted to ask you guys this. I believe you had confirmed this for me earlier. 2-player online co-op for the first time in the Halo campaign, correct? Halo 2 campaign?
That's right. Yeah, we're going to have that for in particular for 2, 3, and 4.
Yep.
We're going to have those across the board on those, which is going to be a tremendous amount of fun. Similar for Forge as well. You're going to be able to Forge on 2, 3, and 4.
Awesome. Forge on 2?
That's correct.
How is that possible?
That's more the magic. Yeah, I know. I saw some speculation just before we got here, actually, like people wondering if we were doing Forge for those or not. And yeah, we absolutely are.
Yeah, when I met with you guys just a few weeks ago, you hadn't confirmed it, and I put it in my. I have a big preview piece that breaks down everything on IGN right now. I need to actually go in and update that with some good news.
I want to keep you going. Yeah, no, so absolutely. So when we spoke, what was it, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah,
something like that. We were close to locking it, but we weren't 100%. And between now and then, that has locked and confirmed.
So, Dan and Frank, I want to have you talk us through here what's going on.
Well, you're coming up to
about the visual fidelity and exactly what's going on under the hood here.
Caveat the whole thing. This is obviously work in progress.
Sure.
This is going to get better and better as we keep working through it. And there's definitely with this kind of development, there's a lot of layering that goes in, even more so than building a game from scratch.
Yeah.
And but we're pretty happy with this. Yeah, and it's funny. Sometimes the change is really jarring and frightening, but sometimes it's kind of testament to how well built the game environments were in the first place. And we saw that with the original Anniversary. But yeah, and the other thing is the switch is instant now. Previously there was a little bit of lag as you switch between the memory and screen buffers, and now that switch is 100% instant. You can do it in the middle of a firefight and survive.
So are these Elite and Grunt models built off? Are these the Halo 4 ones? That are these all new models that have been done for the enemies?
So we grabbed from a number of different games actually to pull them together for this. As you can see, there's a pretty stark difference even between the characters here as you're swapping back and forth. So really there's no one answer to that. We grabbed across the board and made modifications on a case by case. But yeah, you can really tell that swap. One of the things we wanted to do, people really enjoyed that swap so much, and we wanted to evolve that as well for Xbox One. As Frank alluded to, there was that fade in, fade out on the first one, and we've just got obviously more power to work with now. So a big thing was just to make that swap instantaneous.
Frank, this is something in particular that I've talked to you about before. I'm curious, with the Halo 2 Anniversary in particular, was there ever any consideration or investigation done into the infamous E3 2003 single-player demo? That mission that never made the game.
We talked about
making that playable for this.
Yeah, we talked about it. I think the problem is that in a very real sense, it's a completely different engine than all of the other ones. So you'd have to bubble off this segment of the engine. The content, and Joe is, I believe, at the show. He'll speak to this as well. The content is all real and it all functions. it all functions. The problem is if you deviate from the safe sort of bug-tested areas in any way, it immediately instantly crashes. And we looked at it, and it was just the experience itself. You may as well enjoy the video of Joe doing it. For one thing, he's more charismatic than I am, and for another, like he's playing the safe parts of it. If you deviate from that, you crash the game.
Well, it's hard to argue about one little omission when there's all that stuff on one disc for $60.
We actually have a few minutes before our next game demo. So Ryan, lightning round. Any last minute questions you want to ask?
You want to reveal any of the other 5 Xbox One-ified Halo 2 maps while we're sitting here?
I absolutely do in a couple of months. No, I mean,
when are we going to hear about what those other 5 are? I mean, I've got some guesses.
They're pretty safe bets that they're favorites. I mean, the problem is when you guarantee that it'll be all your favorite maps, there's always some weirdo out there whose favorite map was everyone else's
Generally, it's
favorite
Frank
map.
at the studio.
It's usually me. Yeah. And but yeah, we'll roll those out as the months go on.
And I mean, what else can we ask, Damon? I mean, there's
beta, Halo Nightfall.
It's all all in there.
What are people going to be able to experience in the beta?
The beta will be a curated slice of arena sort of competitive multiplayer, quite a sort of specific multiplayer experience, and it will be a small taste of the overall multiplayer experience. The good news is we're doing it early enough now so that the feedback that we get from the community on everything from netcode to weapon performance and movement speed and all that stuff, we'll have time to actually digest it and do something with it. I think sometimes it takes so long to build a beta that even if you do it with the best intentions, you don't necessarily get enough time to incorporate all the good feedback, and this time we will.
If you find that when Master Chief Collection comes out that people are going nuts for Halo 2 and it is just you're seeing a ridiculous spike in the Halo 2 numbers, will you guys look at that and make decisions about Halo 5's multiplayer based on that?
We're going to support that game, the Halo Master Chief Collection, properly. So we'll get full support in terms of matchmaking and so on. And certainly there will be lessons that we can learn from that. But the purpose, really the main learning tool that we're putting in there, we know how people feel about Halo 1, 2, 3, and 4. There's not a lot of new information from that. And we've definitely learned some lessons from building Halo 4. But the Halo 5 beta is the tool we're really going to use to get feedback from players about what works and what makes them tick.
We actually have a Twitter question from one of our viewers. McJobless, sorry to hear about that. Why isn't the Master Chief Collection coming to PC? When can PC gamers finish the fight?
We're concentrating on the Xbox One version right now. That's not to say that PC version's impossible, but it's not currently in the plan. So,
fair enough.
As you know, Microsoft is taking PC pretty seriously as a gaming platform.
The Master Chief Collection was unveiled officially at the Microsoft press conference earlier today. How do you guys feel when you're standing by watching? Do you stand by with pride, or do you a little like
you're naked terror because you're up there, right? With the controller.
No, I mean it was fabulous, right? I mean we've been working on this for a long time. And you guys may have noticed we had a few leaks leading up to the press conference. What was fascinating for myself and the development team is, first of all, the excitement, right? There's that unintentional validation of what you're doing, and people are like, oh wow, if they are doing this, this is awesome. Yeah. It was also great to see the speculation of stuff that it would be great if they did this, but they'd never do that, and things like all of the individual multiplayer engines and things like that. And then to Frank's point, then there's the naked terror of actually getting up there as you unveil your child and hope nobody thinks it's horrific.
It doesn't crash.
So no, it was really rewarding. We obviously felt fabulous about what it was we were doing. This was absolutely a labor of love for us. I mean, going back to your question at the beginning, how do you do this? I mean, these were features and things driven by the team out of love for Halo, and I think people really picked up on that.
Quickly, what's each of your guys' favorite Halo multiplayer map of all 4? We've got over 100 and
Beaver Creek.
Beaver Creek. Frank?
Mine's
definitely Lockout, but we were talking earlier. I think Colossus doesn't get enough love. I like
Great
Colossus for
oddball
oddball, yeah.
Absolutely.
And it's got its place in Team Slayer.
For sure. I actually like Blood Gulch.
Can't go wrong.
That is
good. We're unlocking the teleporters with the vehicles.
We do have another Twitter question lined up here. Darren asks, will there be Halo 2 Anniversary sold separately on its own, like Halo 1 Anniversary?
It's $59.99. Well, come on. If you don't want the other games, just ignore them.
Yeah.
And it's still a good deal, I think. No, there's no plans to separate them right now. As Dan said, putting a unified interface in this was almost as much work as the rest of it. We, as a studio, wanted people to have the whole Master Chief story so that they could seamlessly go from 1 through to Halo 5 Guardians and have this complete sort of epic tale that is being spun over the more than a decade now.
BXR, Super Jump, all going to work because the code's untouched, right?
The glitches that worked when the game was kind of retired will still work. I would say that something like Super Bounce is weird because that's a kind of a havoc bug in Halo 2. And it's tied directly to the geometry. So when you re-render the geometry, and it's going to be 16:9, 1080p, pixels move, right?
True.
And so some of the things that you might have gotten really good at that were really hyper-pixel specific might not work. But basically, this was one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't scenarios. And ultimately, we felt the weight of people who were used to a certain experience by the time the game sort of faded into glory. So that's the experience that we're shipping, and it will ship as verbatim as the screen space allows.
No standby cheat, though, thanks to dedicated servers, right?
I'm sure someone will figure out some other BS, but yes, correct.
I think there is another Twitter question lined up. Jake Sarmiento, will Master Chief Collection contain local play still?
Split screen, how about System Link, too? Split screen System Link, guys.
The split screen is supported, correct? System Link is in the plan. We'll have more to say about that later. But System Link is tricky even at the best of times.
Interesting.
So, but the plan currently is to make everything work the way you'd expect.
You guys are here at E3, obviously showing off your game. Is there something else? Is there another game at E3 you guys are excited about seeing?
Most of the stuff I've seen or been exposed to is Sunset Overdrive. I think Last Guardian's definitely coming out, right? That's no,
yes,
too soon. But the
wow,
I actually like being surprised. So it's not so much about the ones that we already do know about. It's about the things that you didn't expect. So Crackdown, obviously, I'm a Crackdown fan.
Yes.
But I'm interested to see what the other guys have. Really interested to see what Nintendo does this year. I think Miyamoto's announcing some of his stuff tomorrow. And that's always going to be a joy. So, fingers crossed. I think we had a good show. It was all games, and now the other guys get to have their turn.
Yeah, I'm eager to see what else comes up. I don't know. Ori made me sad.
Oh yeah,
today.
But in a good way, right?
In a good way. Yeah,
so
it looked beautiful. I love what they're going for. I can't wait to check that out. And yeah, I'm hoping to see a couple of surprises this year.
This is our last Twitter question we've got lined up here. Timo asks, will DLC maps such as Citadel from Halo 3 be available in Anniversary?
So basically, if the map ever shipped on Halo 1, 2, 3, or 4, it will be in the game. It is quite literally every map ever shipped ever
with
on
one
1, 2,
exception,
3, and 4.
which is the extra PC maps.
Which is the extra PC?
So there's a couple of maps that only appeared in the PC version.
Infinity.
Into this. So.
Master Chief Collection seems like an awesome package.
Yes.
Halo fans are going to go nuts over it. It's out November 11th this year.
I'm already going nuts, Damon.
I know, right? You
trying to contain it.
I'm still waiting for you to jump on the table.
Just let it out. Just go.
Thank you so much for bringing the game by today.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot, guys.
We're going to take a quick break, then we're going to have a demo of a demo of The Evil Within for you to take. They both start with EV. It's very similar. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Show us a little bit of The Evil Within. Now, Pete, I think you're about to show us right here for the first time is the upgrade system. Can you tell us a bit about that and how it works?
Sure. So one of the important aspects of the game is as you're playing through, you find this green gel, and the green gel is something that you're able to use to upgrade Sebastian's abilities. So as you can see here, you've got a few options like how much melee damage you can do, how long Sebastian can sprint for before he gets tired and goes back to walking, but it's also applicable to how good you are with different weapons. It's how likely you are to hit it and so forth. It is a dynamic game, so it's a game where just because you're aiming at the guy's head or at his body doesn't necessarily mean it's going to hit. You have to put some effort, put some gel into improving those abilities to get more accurate, to do more damage.
So what can you tell us about this space that we're in right now? I mean, you get up out of the chair and just start immediately walking down this hallway.
Yeah, so you find these rooms, they have this lighthouse symbol on the door, and when you go through the door, you come into this space that you see here. And it's not really clear where you are, whether this is real, where Sebastian is now is real. You use this mirror as a device to sort of move between these two spaces, but
I've never been here before.
It's intentionally unclear exactly which one is real, which one is not. This is part of what Sebastian is trying to do.
Lots of shifting perspective.
So he's found this mansion that he's going to go explore. Obviously, as a
bullets.
survival horror game, right, very key that you spend time searching around using resources. It's not a straight linear game. It is a game that rewards exploration, and when you explore, you know, even a couple of bullets or a little bit of gel that allows you to upgrade another ability.
Stop, damn it. What the?
So how far into the game are we right now?
This is a fair ways through the game. This is chapter 8. So you're there. You go, chapter 8. So you're a pretty good ways through the game right now. And again, Sebastian is continuing to try and figure out who Ruvik is, what he's about, and sort of unraveling the main story of the game.
I'm just waiting for something to pop out from behind a corner.
Sneaking is obviously an important thing, like staying out of the detection of enemies becomes hugely important.
Well, here we go. All right, looks like we're going to see some combat for the first time. So being a survival horror game, I mean, how is the combat being balanced with maintaining kind of the tension that's required from survival horror?
So you can see there, Sebastian just heard a sound from a trap that was going to go off because he got too close to it, and it's a motion sensing thing. So he can now use that to his advantage by not setting it off. He can shoot it and take out the enemy that was coming near him. You can also find those and disarm them, and then you can use those parts to build different types of agony bolts, which are a special sort of weapon that you can use to create different effects.
All right, so what's going on now?
Sebastian is continuing. That's an effect that lets you know that Ruvik is nearby and is about to show up, and he's going to make an appearance here in a second.
Oh, there he is.
There's Ruvik.
So who is Ruvik?
That's part of figuring out the evil
point?
within, is who this guy is, what's going on, what does he want, what does he want from you.
I mean, how are we supposed to fight him?
It's a good idea to not to. As we say, running.
Whoa, how'd he get there?
Running is a very good option in the Evil Within, and whenever you see Ruvik, don't do this. Don't waste bullets. Don't waste time. Just run. We're showing that here more for dramatic effect, but you're going to find a lot of times where not even with Ruvik, but with a lot of enemies, that running and hiding is your best option. So you can see
these
here,
guys look like you can kneecap them.
I shot him in the leg, and now I'm going to run up to him and set him on fire. That's a way to finish an enemy off without using up bullets, because an enemy hitting the ground doesn't mean they're dead. Sometimes they're playing dead, waiting for you to come up to either shoot them or to set them on fire, and then they leap up at you and attack you. So you can't ever assume, oh, he went down, he's dead.
It looks like we found some much-needed health.
And this is an interesting dynamic in the game. So when you take the big health packs, it actually has a drawback to it. In this case, by restoring a bunch of health, you actually go into this distorted view that makes the game a bit harder to play. Makes you a bit more vulnerable. So even though your health is restored, you're also a bit more.
So there's a bit of
susceptible to bad guys.
There's a bit of risk in play if you're going to need to use your health
Now,
packs.
when you use the smaller ones, it doesn't do this, but it's when you use the really big health pack. So again, you have to decide when is the right time to use that. Am I prepared to use it here if something is right around the next corner?
I'm sure nothing good's going to happen here.
One of the things, obviously, for the purposes of this demo, we're splicing together some stuff.
Once again, playing with expectations. Where'd that come from?
Do not try this at home.
Well, that's one way to go. Pete, thanks for showing us the Evil Within.
Absolutely.
For more on the Evil Within, be sure to stay tuned to IGN.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to IGN's E3 2014 live show. I'm one of your hosts, Greg Miller, alongside my Canadian Maple Leaf, Mitch Dyer.
Hello, Greg.
And then he only does everything, Colin Moriarty.
Beyond, Greg.
Beyond to you, indeed. We're about to start the Ubisoft press conference pre-show. It's going to be crazy, but first let's check in on the live schedule, see what has happened, what will happen, and then the future of our lives. Of course, a whole bunch of that stuff's already done. Microsoft, done. EA, done. The Halo surprise, done. Evil Within, done. But now, starting that Ubisoft pre-show, then we roll right into the press conference itself. We will be quiet during it, don't worry. Then the post-show, it'll be us. Eventually, Aisha Tyler is going to join us after she hosts it. Then after that, we slow go in to that PlayStation press conference.
Well,
you want to come at me? Come at me, bro. I know you're waiting for it.
You're real tired. You're tired.
Anytime I say something screwed up, Colin's all blah, 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 blah. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, these two chuckleheads are cool, but you need to be part of this show as well. Make sure you tweet at IGN hashtag E3 2014 to be part of the show. Good Lord, all of it's done. We can finally talk about Ubisoft.
You did it.
Did I do a good job?
Yeah, you're doing great.
Damon usually does this part, but he's not
I
here right
and
now.
your parents are proud of you.
Okay, good. BTW, Damon's dead.
Yeah.
There was an accident after the Halo thing, an explosion. Guys,
Yeah, buddy.
Ubisoft is here. We're going to talk about a whole bunch of stuff. But
Yes.
for two E3s, Watch Dogs was their big game. They talked a lot about Watch Dogs. What do we take away right now with it finally done? what was the reaction and reception to Watch Dogs, Mitch?
4 million sales in 7 days was the reaction.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good. I mean, it reviewed well. It sold really well. It was the biggest, fastest selling game in UB history.
Yeah.
Something to that effect. So obviously it's a big success. It's unquestionably going to become one of their biggest franchises over the next few years. I don't think we're going to hear anything about that franchise at E3 this year. But
see, that was the interesting thing for me. Do you think, Colin, that there, especially with everything they've announced recently, we were just talking about this in the last segment, that there's a chance of them talking about DLC right now? There's so many people with it. It's still buzzing. People are hip-hopping around liking it.
There's no doubt about it. Yeah, I think it's possible we hear something. I mean, I think they have to acknowledge how big the game was. I think it looks good for them if they do that, and thank everyone, the millions of people that bought the game. I also think it's a really good sign that they believe in their studios and they give them more time to polish their games. I think Watch Dogs is a great example of a game that would have suffered if it didn't get that delay. It was supposed to be a launch game for PS4 and Xbox One. So I think they acknowledge it. I think maybe they mentioned the sales. I think it's possible they tease some DLC. Why not use that momentum now? Sure. And they have to, maybe Gamescom would be a better time for them to do that. So yeah, I think it's possible.
So Mitch, like I said, it was two E3s in a row talking about Watch Dogs. Yeah. It was the first next-gen game we really knew anything about. People were super stoked for it. Did it live up to the hype? That's the main question.
I mean, there's the big controversy right now, right? Like, oh, it doesn't look quite as good as the E3 debut. And I kind of disagree. I think it looks excellent. The game looked great. I feel like, the mechanics of it were not necessarily as hacking focused or slow and paced and methodical as we all expected, but there's definitely something there. That hacking element really is special. And even in the middle of this open world game with, dumb mini games and driving missions, stuff like that, that's weird and very typical of that genre, the hacking stuff really stands out as interesting.
Yeah. Colin?
I only played it for a couple hours, and so I don't want to judge the entire package. I was a little underwhelmed by it. I felt that way about Grand Theft Auto 5 too, so I just wonder if I just want something else, not this open world kind of driving around.
If it's not Japanese RPG and Vita, you don't care about
it.
Yeah, Ubisoft might not be the company for you, Kyle.
well, Far Cry 4 I think would be a different story, but so I mean, I want to go back and play it when we get back from E3. I'm going to spend some time with it. I think it's just more my malaise with that type of game.
Yeah.
But I think that people have to give Ubisoft some slack, cut them some slack about this. Things change, the dynamic. They don't want to show a game and then change it. They know it's not going to look good to them. I think that they have to worry about porting it across generations, across consoles.
Right.
So I think if anything, this is a lesson that you shouldn't show your game too early. You should be sure of what you're showing, and then you avoid these kind of PR, fiascos.
But here's my question about it, right? I think the fact that I'm in the same boat as you, right? I played a few hours. I totally get what it's going for and respect it and like it, but I'm not in love with it. I'm not pulled. And I know Damon's the opposite. Damon's totally locked in. Altano's somewhere in that middle, I think. Do you think that it's one of those heavy as the crown situations where we have to cover Watch Dogs nonstop and see it and go preview it and see these same presentations at PAX and GDC or whatever, but the consumer who doesn't have those expectations fed on them isn't having to eat and live and breathe Watch Dogs doesn't feel that way?
Sure. I mean, I'm with you in that I think it's good. It's got the hacking stuff is really great, but as a game as a whole, I'm not super into it.
Yeah.
But I mean, we look at Marty Sliva, the guy who covered it for us at IGN.
Yeah.
That dude went to every Watch Dogs event. He played so much of that game leading up to release, and even now as he plays it for real, now that it's out, he's still I'm way into this.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go.
So I mean, he's maybe an anomalous example of somebody who isn't burned out on this thing yet.
Yeah. So here's something else we talked about, switching gears away from the Watch Dogs, kinda, because this game's coming to this console. Wii U. We've talked about the fact that at EA, not even a mention of Wii U. And EA in the past has said we're going to support it, blah, 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 and then they're not like publicly doing that. Do you think there's any? Are there going to be Wii U games today at Ubisoft?
No.
Yeah.
I really don't. I mean, speaking with Peter Moore from EA, I mean, I asked him like, hey, like, what's your stance on Nintendo? And same thing, right? Like, we have a very positive relationship with Nintendo. We're looking forward to working with them in the future.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have any games at E3? No.
Yeah, no,
of course not.
No.
No, and I think that's really going to be the same case with Ubisoft. Ubisoft is, if you look at Watch Dogs, a great example of them focusing on next gen. Far Cry 4 is cross-gen. We're going to see definitely some of that. The Division would not be surprised to see a lot more of that.
Yeah.
Like, next gen is their focus, and I really think Wii U is going to get left behind.
Colin?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that there are going to be SKUs of games probably that they might talk about today.
Sure.
There are Wii U games, Rayman. Obviously, Watch Dogs is supposed to come to Wii U. Whether or not that actually happens remains to be seen. I'm not so sure that it is.
It'll come as the Armored Edition. You'll have electric fists.
That's optimism.
I mean, these publishers do make some games that resonate with those audiences. The last Rayman game, I do believe, sold better on Wii U than it did on the other consoles, even though they waited to bring it to the other consoles. So, I mean, there's an audience there that wants some of those games, but I also think that these big publishers know where the money's being made right now, and that's what's important to them. When Nintendo, if Nintendo's, Wii U sales and forecasts increase in the coming years, then certainly they're going to pivot to those consoles. But right now, what's the point of releasing your games on these consoles? Well, really, the momentum's with Xbox One and PlayStation 4.
Right.
10 million units sold between those two consoles.
That's a lot of units. People enjoyed those games. Ladies and gentlemen, today is all about games. We're done talking about these highfalutin topics. It's time to talk about stuff like Assassin's Creed Unity, Far Cry 4, and a whole bunch of other games. But first, we're going to go to a break.
I love those.
You get to rest. Woo!
Stick with us. Tweet at IGN, #E32014. Subscribe to Twitter. Download the podcast.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Ubisoft pre-show here on IGN's live show of E3 2014. We're talking to the Canadian Maple Leaf, Mitch Dyer.
That's me.
He only does everything. Colin Moriarty.
Hello.
About everything we're going to see at this Ubisoft press conference, which you can watch right here. You don't have to click on anything else. Just open your Dr. Pepper, enjoy your life. Colin, Mitch.
Yes, sir.
We all universally loved Far Cry 3.
Yes.
That's a pretty good video game.
It's a really good video game. You were the reason it didn't win Game of the Year, because you didn't sell it right.
No, you guys could have played it sooner.
You should have just said shark skin wallets, and I'd been like, oh, in.
I tried. I pitched so hard, you guys.
But now it's time to talk about Far Cry 4. Are we going to see it today, boys?
1,000%, yeah. No, I think it's going to be. It wouldn't surprise me if it was the opener, if it was the big lead. Because Far Cry 3 was this game that came out of nowhere for them. In that Far Cry 2 was this game that it's even kind of not loved inside of Ubisoft Montreal. It's this weird topic when you bring up Far Cry 2.
Yeah.
So it was on hiatus for a while. Far Cry 3 comes out after like this weird development troubled cycle, and it comes out December. Shouldn't be a hit. It's too late for Game of the Year, and it explodes. It's huge.
Yeah.
And now they have something. They bottled lightning with that game.
Yeah.
Maybe again. I don't know. I'd love to see more Far Cry 4. I think it's going to be a huge presence at the show.
Same thing for you, Colin?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be there, and I think there's a lot of tangible excitement about this game, because as Mitch said, Far Cry 3 really snuck up on people. This game was in development for a while. It certainly snuck up on me, and we're in the industry. I mean, when we got those early copies and then we got access to the game and started playing, I was really shocked by how good it was.
Yes.
And it was definitely one of the best games that year. Yeah, blown away, perhaps.
You were literally blown away.
I was literally...
I grabbed your arm, but you were right out the window.
Yeah,
we rebuilt them, though.
You can stop me. It's a special game. I hope they can replicate that success with Far Cry 4. I'm super excited about it, and just to see more about it, leading up to its release would be exciting. So yeah, it's certainly going to be at this conference.
When they come out and show it, because I'm with you guys, I totally think they do. Do they make any tongue-in-cheek reference to the whole kerfluffle over the cover?
No, because they think it's as dumb as most of us do.
Okay, good.
Certainly. I don't know. I mean, that reaction that came out,
that it was racist, if you're not aware.
Which, I don't know. Colin wrote a great editorial as to why that's sort of a silly notion. And
I think it's more Scott Bromley-esque. I mean, it's him. They put Bromley on the cover.
Oh, man.
Where's his money?
Yeah, that's Scott Bromley likeness.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to waste their time. They have bigger fish to fry. They want to tell people why it's awesome, not why, the internet rage is overblown.
Yeah, they don't seem super apologetic about it. And their tweets about it from people that work at that studio indicated that they weren't apologetic about it. Man, I don't think they're going to change anything. So they know, they have the context that lacks in the kind of hullabaloo around it, as it were. So without context, we really shouldn't be complaining about it anyway.
What do we know gameplay-wise about it? It's not same island, not same island?
No, it's in Karat, which is this fictional Himalayan region.
Yeah.
We don't know how many towns or cities are going to be there, how high in the mountains you're going to go. If you're going to go down the canyons, we don't know anything.
What if you get higher in the mountain, you start getting more and more winded, and your life bar drops faster?
You just pass out. And it's the most boring game of all time.
Yeah.
You just have to sleep on a mountain.
That's crazy. Ubisoft still do whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, we know that it's a first-person action game. It's an open-world game. That it's going to retain the philosophies of Far Cry 3, which is the big single-player wow moments, the sort of emergent storytelling things that you tell your friends over coffee.
Okay, Colin.
Yes, I mean, I'm just thrilled that it's not in the tropics. That it's in a different setting.
Right.
Even though it's a fictional country, it's cool. It's Himalayan. It's there's gonna be snow and ice and just different kinds of things that you don't expect in Far Cry. And I think that's
good opportunities for new wildlife.
Yeah, new wildlife, new everything, and new color palette, and new everything. So I'm
snowboards.
I hope new snowboards,
Snowboard
new skis.
combat.
If you prefer to ski, maybe they'll have some of those as well. But yeah, I'm stoked about that as well. That it's not in the tropics.
Earlier today, Microsoft had this little conference. Showed a whole bunch of games. Mm-hmm. One of them, Assassin's Creed Unity. And it's one of the demos I think we've talked the most about on this show because so many people were liked it or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? It's multiplayer, jumping right in. I want to talk about that, but it'll still be a part of Ubisoft show, right?
It's got to be. They've got to have some other element of that game at that show. Maybe it's just another co-op demo. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. But it definitely will have a presence. That's Ubisoft's biggest franchise in history. It is what has defined them in this generation. So there's no chance we're not going to hear something about it.
That was the thing I always harken back to when they were showing Assassin's Creed 3. And they introduced the ship-to-ship combat for the first time, which was like a mini game on that one rather than how it was before.
Sure.
But they showed it at Sony. They showed all sorts of Assassin's Creed 3 at the Ubi Showcase. Then at Sony, they just did a giant demo of just the ship-to-ship combat.
So you think maybe a new feature related
They have
to...
so many things to parcel out, right?
Yeah.
And especially seeing, first off, Colin, you're not a multiplayer gamer.
No.
Did you think it looked cool in Assassin's Creed?
I thought it looked extraordinary. I mean, this is, my problems with Assassin's Creed are well documented. The games always look really, really good, and everything about them is great, except for they just don't play that solidly to me, and so I'm a little reserved. But every time, it was the same thing when we saw AC3, especially with my love of American history, that I was really excited about this game.
Yeah.
And it disappointed me not in its setting or its characters or anything, but in the way it played. And so I had to be reminded of that because the French Revolution is such an amazing setting and an amazing story and a violent story and a totally different kind of revolution than our revolution. So it's a total different take on, I guess, a similar political upheaval. So so I'm not super stoked about any multiplayer aspect to it, but I think that if Ubisoft is smart, and they are a very smart company, that they show the single player tonight, and that they gave Microsoft the multiplayer because maybe they think that's actually less important.
Yeah, that was the interesting thing to me. They said multiplayer, I was like, no. But then it was like, it's just working together on a mission with guys. Awesome. But then it was immediately, how does that play into single player? Is that a single player mission that we're morphing, or is there different sets of missions? That's
if I'm players 2, 3, or 4, do I have my own story? Am I involved in this in any way?
You have your own green cloak?
Yeah,
we saw that. Of course, we talk about Unity. That's what's coming to Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and I assume that PC. Who knows with that thing? There's also Assassin's Creed Comet.
Long rumored.
Long rumored. Is that its big coming out party today?
You have to imagine, Assassin's Creed again being the biggest franchise in Ubisoft history. they have to have some kind of presence for that game, even if it's just a mention that, by the way, we have a last-gen version of Assassin's Creed.
If you only have a PS3 and a 360, you can
Don't
also
worry,
play
you're
this
going to
game.
get something later this year. We'll reveal more at Gamescom. Whatever, they have to acknowledge the biggest install base for them is that audience of PlayStation 3 players, 360 players. They want that game because it's too big of a market for them to leave behind. So there has to be something.
Yeah, that's the concern. I thought it was at the end of the Microsoft conference when we were like, oh yeah, and they didn't talk about Comment. That's weird. It was like, well, Microsoft was just Xbox One. And as we jump ahead to what PlayStation will do to end the evening, right? You imagine they're going to be pretty focused on PlayStation 4. They're not going to want to make a bunch of callbacks to their older hardware. So then this seems like the only place you can come out and really talk about Comment.
Yeah. I mean, there's no place for it anywhere else. I feel like Ubi is even going to downplay the existence of a last-gen Assassin's Creed in any way. Like, if they drop a name, I don't even think we'll hear about that game for a while. They're going to really drill down on Unity. They want that to be the thing you're thinking about. They want to sell next-gen consoles.
Yeah. Colin?
Yes.
You have your problems with the Assassin's Creed gameplay.
Yes.
As a franchise, how do you think Ubisoft is handling it?
I think it's cool. I mean, I think they're finally touching on things that, for me personally, are much more interesting than the old kind of Renaissance setting.
Yeah.
That's an amazing setting and a very fascinating historical setting, but when they finally moved to the American Revolution, which again is like my favorite thing in the world, like that was really awesome. And the French Revolution is really, very closely related to the American Revolution, inspired in many ways by the American Revolution, inspired in many ways by American patriots, and what they did just went a little out of control. And that's their right. But so I think that we're touching on things that are a little more interesting to me, maybe a little more interesting to a lot of people, and it's getting more contemporary, and that's kind of exciting too. I mean, by the time we get to the French Revolution, we are almost in the 19th century, so it's kind of cool. Like, I want to see like where they go next, and
where's my Wild West?
Yeah, like they go to the American Civil War, or
awesome.
World War II. Yeah, I mean, you could even imagine them getting all the way up to like these, kind of a more
Present
modern
day.
20th century.
Obama the Templar.
Yep.
And then Joe Biden the assassin.
Yes.
It's a
Yes. It's a classic
makes
tale.
complete sense.
story. You got to work that story.
It all adds up.
But then I guess for you guys, what do you think I said, what do you think of the franchise, right? We all jumped to gameplay and what they're doing with the story.
Yeah.
What about from a business side? Like, you know what I mean? Like, EA always gets so much crap for annualizing their games, right? But Ubisoft was clear very recently about coming out and being like, yep, we make an Assassin's Creed every year because you buy it every year. And it's like, they didn't get knocked for it, right? Because they're responding to consumer demand. I find that a very interesting relationship, and I wonder how long before that turns around on them.
Right, like when do we see a year like there is going to be a year at some point in our lives where an Assassin's Creed game does not come out. It's going to be a weird news story to write.
In that year.
That's the world that's not for Greg.
No.
It's going to be a weird news story to write, and I can't wait to find out like what the conditions are for you to say, you know what, this Assassin's Creed game is not up to snuff, we are delaying it. Or this is just a year where we need a breather. We need to not have one of these games this year. It's too much.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, like we've said before, you need to be part of this show. Tweet at IGN, hashtag E32014. And right now, it's time for you to decide, are you more excited for Assassin's Creed Unity or Far Cry 4? Make sure you tweet us using the hashtag ACUnity or Far Cry 4. Spoilers, that was an easy one to get, right? But AC is so long, I got 140 characters. Database Mike will tabulate those responses, and we will figure out which one you care about the most. We'll talk about it in the post-show, which will feter the one and only Aisha Tyler, who's hosting the actual Ubisoft thing. So she'll be late, because she has to finish it and then run over here, but she'll be here eventually. Colin.
Yes.
How do you feel about The Division?
Very excited about it.
Really?
Yes.
That's a multiplayer game, online. You got to talk to me.
We were talking about this in the War Room earlier.
Like, I hope I don't have to play it with other people. It reminds me when I used to play Rainbow Six 3 on Xbox, and I would kill my squad mates and then just kind of go do it myself.
Go do your own thing.
You're the worst.
Yeah, it made the game harder, but it was, it was possible. The setting, the story, very cool.
Yeah.
From New York.
Post-apocalyptic
It's cool to see
world.
New York. It's exciting that this, epidemic, whatever, makes the United States fall in under a week, that it happens on Black Friday. It's a brilliant story. It's dark, it's dire, it looks really pretty.
What did you think of the demo we got to see today?
It's cool. I mean, these little set pieces and it's Manhattan. It's very cool, and it's Mitch brought up a really good point that because it happens around the holidays, that these things, these snowflakes or whatever, these Christmas trees are
Christmas.
like, it's like in perpetuity they're just there. And I think that's actually like really spooky. There's something spooky and eerie about it. So I'm super excited about it. I'm just more eager to see how it's the same thing with Destiny, right? Like, I want to know how much of this game can I play by myself.
Right.
And that will kind of gauge how excited I am going
Mitch,
forward.
do you think we get those answers today?
I mean, it's same thing with Assassin's Creed, right? Maybe we get a little bit of a deeper dive into the solo play. Maybe that's what the Division is going to focus on today. But I question that because they're so emphatic that it is a multiplayer co-op RPG.
Yeah.
That I almost think we get a better, deeper look at the systems.
That'd be nice.
We got kind of a flippant look in the Microsoft conference of them switching up their skills. They, the people playing it kind of called out like, "Oh, let's change our abilities." And they did it. And I didn't really understand what was happening. Yeah.
Explain it. No.
So I think.
We're nerds, that's what we want.
Yeah, and I think what we're going to get a look at is, of course, a deeper look at the engine, because they are big into showing off Snowdrop because it's gorgeous, but also just how this game functions, what you're going to be doing, what your progression is like as a role-playing game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's exciting to me. I want to know how that interacts, and if I have my character and I just bring it to your game, and how that, what does it all work like?
Right.
That's what it's all about, working together to build a better character.
Like we're doing right now.
Hey, Colin.
Yes, Greg.
When's the last time you drove an automobile?
Oh my God, like 2007 probably?
All right, you can just sit this one out. Oh my God, Mitch, are we excited for the crew?
Yeah, man.
I cannot wait for the crew.
So this is a game that when they announced it, I was not terribly interested. I thought, oh, great, another
driving
open world
across the
driving
country.
game.
Yeah.
But the stuff they're doing with this, like being able to jump between cities at any time. I'm in San Francisco, just driving around, making a mess, and you pop online and you're in New York, and you want to race with me, I can just go, okay, and then just go. And it's seamless, it's quick, it's efficient, it's fun. Like everything about the crew looks and sounds great.
Right, I mean, playing it is what it is, and like I'm not a sim racer at all. I like Mario Kart or whatever, but I used to like Smuggler's Run. Like there's these goofy little games and exceptions and Burnout, so you know what I mean? But when they gave us this game and let me play it, and they're like, all right, it's an RPG, your character's the car.
Yeah.
And it was like, that immediately made so much sense.
Right, how has this never happened before?
Exactly, you're playing, you're leveling up, I'm getting my butt kicked in races, so I went and did something else, and I earned other points there. I was like, and it's given, the whole time it's showing me what other people are doing in the world.
Everything about it is a brilliant economy to keep you playing.
Yeah, I agree. Colin.
Yes.
Could this be the racing game that brings you into racing games?
No, I really doubt that.
What would it take? What do you need?
I don't like racing games.
No, okay, that's just it. There's no answer.
That's just everyone has a genre or two, or maybe more that they don't like.
Sure, yeah.
You said Smuggler's Run. That literally might be one of the last racing games I cared about.
Yeah.
And that was when PS2 was just a desolate wasteland.
Exactly. You had to play something on that PS2 you bought. Yeah. Mitch, how much time do they actually spend on the crew, though? It's one of those. This is another game we've heard a lot, and it's coming out this year.
It's this year. Yeah. I mean, they're definitely going to drive home the point that 2014 we have.
No pun intended.
No, the worst. Thanks for nothing, Colin. They're going to drive home that this is.
What if they make a big deal about that? We're here to drive home.
Man, now my train of thought is just gone. It is a 2014 game. It's one of their tentpole titles. It's going to get They're going to show it. They're going to show some new features, definitely like the connectivity to really emphasize, look, you are playing with your friends and you can do all of this stuff seamlessly and the scale of it is huge. There's something there. I just don't think it's going to get the attention AC, Far Cry, other games might get.
So then, Colin,
yes.
We'll bring you back into the fold here.
Please do.
How do you feel about Valiant Hearts?
Very excited about it simply because of the setting, man.
The Great War,
World War I. Just not an oft-visited setting in video games. Sure. It's visited often in fiction, but it's a hard genre to deal with because trench warfare is just not glamorous. The line in World War I barely moved like 8 miles. It ends, somewhat unceremoniously, and it's not exciting to people. What's really exciting to people is what World War I led to, which was, the Treaty of Versailles, and then, ultimately the Nazis in the early 30s. So that's what people are really interested in. So I'm glad that they're visiting this and doing something clever with it. And it doesn't have to be a shooter. We don't have to play just war shooters.
You look at what you're seeing on your screen right now, and it's just so beautiful. This game looks so cool.
It somehow makes the bleakest point in history cheery and pleasant in weird ways. Like it's spotlighting very specific instances of these characters' lives that, it's centered around this dog. And who doesn't love dogs? Look at him, he's amazing.
He's a medic dog.
He's a medic dog. So, I mean, they do interesting things artistically to kind of represent what's going on with these characters' lives. That's great. I can definitely get behind that. 2D is the way to do it with the UV art engine.
For people who are just tuning in now, they're not even, right now, but hearing about Valiant Hearts for the first time, what is the gameplay? Like, at a glance of this trailer, I can't even really tell, right? You're running the character around.
So, as I understand it, Marty played it, I haven't. I have
Marty.
not. Yeah, I know.
Is he still on his deathbed, by the way?
Yeah.
Big ups to Marty, who got sick all of a sudden.
Yeah, he's not well. I understand it to be.
Colin was invited for a second.
In the middle of the Microsoft conference, I feel sick. Gotta go. See ya. It's an adventure game. It's you're kind of poking around and talking to people and understanding the world and solving puzzles. And Marty kind of described the puzzles as dumb mini games that just kind of get in the way of the story.
Yeah.
But they facilitate it. You solve these problems, you put these pieces together, you find, whatever notes or things that people need, and it continues the story of this dog who's linked to 5 different characters.
Is that what it is?
I think it is, yeah.
Okay. It looks awesome. I can't wait to play it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm super into it.
Now, I don't want to get your hopes up, anybody, but let's think for a second about hopes. Colin.
Yes.
Will there be a new Rainbow Six at this conference?
I don't know, man. You have to kind of assume so. I mean, this has been in limbo for quite some time, and I don't know if it's going to be a reintroduction of what they've already been working on, something new entirely. People really like that series. We were talking about multiplayer games.
Yeah.
Like when I was in college in Boston, I walked through a huge Blizzard when I was I think a sophomore in college to pick that game up from Best Buy so I can play it on Xbox Live, my original Xbox, and I was addicted to that game. And that's and Rainbow Six holds a special place in people's hearts with like that really like those tactical multiplayer games. So
well, that was the
I think it would be cool if they reintroduced it.
Right? Like Vegas was such a movement. Tal was on earlier talking about like at IGN, like that was the thing. You went home and you played it. I remember when I first moved out here playing that with Damon and David Adams and MJ. Like we'd jump on and you'd go do it and terrorist hunt, and it was awesome. You know what I mean? Like Mitch.
Yeah.
You're the news guy.
Yeah.
Do you think should we get our hopes up? My hopes are getting up as we talk about it.
Oh man, my hopes are rising.
Hopes are rising.
So I wrote this story for IGN.com called
I've heard of that site.
House of Dreams, Ubisoft Montreal story.
Yeah.
In which I did a ton of research about the history of that company and what's going on, and I talked to a bunch of people about Rainbow Six.
Yeah.
And as I understand it, that game is in production. There is a Rainbow Six game. It is with a new team, and it might not be called Patriots.
Okay.
So I don't know if Patriots is dead. I don't know if this is some kind of offshoot with the same ideas. Wasn't sure, had no idea.
Yeah.
So the gist of it sounds like there is a Rainbow Six.
Okay.
This would be the year. It's been 4 years since they talked about Patriots. Like if they wait another year, it's like, well, who cares? Who cares anymore? I got The Division in 2015. If they announce Rainbow for next year,
they need a big moment. They need an oh crap moment, I think. You know what I mean? That's what every conference
We had Watch Dogs
needs.
in 2012. We had
Right?
The Division in 2013. Bringing back Rainbow this year would be huge.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing we're missing, right, is that we've talked about all these games we already know about. And with the exception of Comet, we've seen them all multiple times. So this would be the game that would be the surprise, like the new announcement. You know, that's the kind of the thing that's lacking is the new announcement. Obviously, they're going to show aspects of all these different great games. And Ubisoft is growing by leaps and bounds, and they have games coming out constantly. When you really look at it, it's kind of amazing how many games a company like that has in development. So why not add one more, and why not have that new, fresh announcement at the end of the conference?
Right. And of course, the Ubisoft game we're all looking forward to the most, I think, is Tetris. So that's pretty obvious that we need some news on Tetris today. But ladies and gentlemen, let's take another look at the schedule. Of course, this is the pre-show for Ubisoft. We're dangerously close right now to that 3
Dangerously.
Minutes.
It feels like 7:30 at night, by the way.
You've been here a while.
We're going to roll on into that conference. We'll come out of it an hour later. You will have the IGN post show here where we'll break down everything you saw and tell you how to feel about it so that you can go spout those opinions to your friends and seem educated. Aisha Tyler will join us. Then we go on to the pre-show for PlayStation, that conference, post show afterwards. Colin will be here for all that. Troy Baker will be joining us, the voice of Joel.
I did not know that.
Yeah, why not?
That's awesome.
Have Troy come on by. We also want you to be part of this show, of course. Tweet at IGN E3 2014. We have some of them lined up right now. Those questions from the folks watching at home. Thank you so much. All right, here, Josh Bell says, question to ask is, can any game live up to the hype?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yes is the answer to that.
We
I think.
started talking about Watch Dogs, right, and the reaction,
Yeah.
if it lived up to the hype. I think plenty of games live up to the hype all the time.
Yes. And they exceed the hype sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean,
Far Cry 3.
Yeah, Far Cry 3 is a good example. I mean, like, hype is relative, right?
Yeah.
Like, is there a lot of hype, and can a game surpass that, like, an immense amount of hype? Yeah, it absolutely can. I mean, I think sometimes games suffer from it. GTA 5 was a game for me personally that suffered from the hype and a lot of the coverage. But I think that you have to just be clever with the way you cover a game. We talked about Watch Dogs earlier. I mean, that game might have suffered from the hype with some people, but I actually think benefited from it commercially.
Big time.
So I think it's all about the way you look at it.
We're 1 minute from the Ubisoft conference. We're getting a look in there right now. If you look closely, you can see Leah B. Jackson,
Oh, she is.
IGN editor. There she is. She has the one with the little white light thing on there.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
her. We got one more Twitter question. Let's see it. This one comes from afar. No, that's not a Twitter question. That's us. No, there it is.
go.
Dario writes in and says, "What surprises could we see from Ubisoft?" Well, that's not a surprise. That's not a surprise.
Beyond Good and Evil 2. Give me it.
Doctor.
It's all I require.
Really, that's all you want.
It's literally all I care about at this press conference.
What's the status on that?
I have no
They've
idea.
talked about it before. It's
Dead,
happening
alive,
again.
who knows anymore?
They put out the HD remake of the original.
Game is so good. Play Beyond Good and Evil if you haven't. It's amazing.
Colin, are you Beyond a Good Evil?
Yeah, it was. I had it on. It was Xbox. And
it's a great Zelda game on Xbox.
Yeah, it is. And yeah, I think it's.
All right, shut up. It's starting. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be here with the post show later. We love you.
Goodbye.
Passport. Breathe. I'll do the talking.
Passport. Jaldi jaldi. दरवाजा खोलो जल्दी करो जल्दी करो
What's happening?
कहाँ से आ रहे हो? पटना बॉस।
पटना? पटना में क्या है?
परवाह है तो
बाढ़ में जा।
लेकिन हमारी रेंज में
मैंने कहा बाढ़ में जा। कुछ है? अभी तक कुछ नहीं।
कोई बात नहीं बॉस, कोई बात नहीं, ले लो।
चुप। मिल गया? कुछ मिल गया? आलो।
बॉस अभी जाने हैं।
से निकलो। रुक! रुको! उड़ा लो। सबको उड़ा लो! Shit! पीछे हो जमीन पर! पीछे हो! जमीन पर लेटो! Get down on the ground! Get down now!
I distinctly remember saying, stop the bus. Yes, stop the bus. Not shoot the bus. I'm very particular with my words. Stop. Shoot. Stop. Shoot. Do those words sound the same?
That it got out of control.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
It got out of control.
Got out of control. I hate when things get out of control. One fucking job, you couldn't fucking do that! And I got blood on my fucking shoes! At least there's a silver lining. We didn't completely fuck it up. Get up, boy. I'd recognize those eyes anywhere. I'm so sorry about this. This was supposed to be... well, not this. We have a party waiting for you, but I don't think I know your name. Who is this? Is this your +1? Strong, silent type. I like it. I am terribly embarrassed about all of this. This was supposed to be very simple, but you know, if you food to monkeys. They just throw their shit at each other. You know. Oh, would you hold this? For just a moment, I want to get a little picture right into the camera. There we are. Awesome. Don't worry about a thing, my boy. This will soon be behind us, and we'll be off on our grand adventure. Because I have cleared my calendar for you. You and I are gonna tear shit up!
Should I stay or should I go?
Hey everyone, I'm Dan Hay, executive producer of Far Cry 4. And that was just the first 5 minutes of the game. On November 18th, you'll be traveling in a bus headed towards an armed border at the foot of the Himalayas. We'll give you a fake passport, a little bit of cash, and a gun. And after that, well, you're fucked. Over the next few days, we'll invite you to discover Karat Hands-On, where every single second is a story. You can also join us tonight for a major Far Cry announcement. Welcome to Far Cry 4. Pagan Min is waiting. Thanks everybody, have a great show.
Holy shit. Give it up for Dan Hay, the man with the best voice in game dev. And yes, we did start the show with Far Cry 4 because here at Ubisoft we start big and then we go bigger. Hey everybody, my name is Aisha Tyler and welcome to the Ubisoft E3 media briefing. I am super excited to be here and I hope you are too. This is my third time hosting the Ubisoft presser and I'm incredibly happy to be back. And someone actually asked me recently, why do I keep doing these pressers when the internet is so full of bullshit? And I told them, it's because I love video games. I love everything about them. I love playing them. I love watching other people play them, not as much as I love playing them, but I love them. And just like all of you guys watching right now, I can't wait to find out what awesome stuff is coming next. Well, I can tell you right now, I have seen what's coming next, and this show is going to be amazing. It is exciting, it is terrifying, it's uplifting, it's even gonna get a little sweaty, it's hella fucking smoky, apparently it's 420 in this bitch. Everybody clapping is in the back of the theater because they were late. Today's briefing perfectly encapsulates all the killer stuff that Ubisoft does. Ubisoft's development teams across the world continue to generate insanely cool things, creating not just compelling, that was two words together, compelling interactive narratives, but sprawling immense worlds. Worlds that surprise us, worlds that challenge us, worlds brimming with opportunities for us to dive into the action. Worlds that just reek of awesome. And speaking of which, I'm really hoping you guys have all had a chance to hack and weaponize Chicago and Watch Dogs by now. Everybody played it? Sweet. Sweet. I have to tell you, I was incredibly stoked to be asked to be part of that game. It's a gamer's dream come true to see your voice coming out of your screen and then get to roll over yourself in a dump truck. Or hug yourself, or teabag yourself, whatever you're into. But I was not asked to be in this next game, and I'm totally okay with that because while I have many talents, I got star throwing skills, I got nunchuck skills, dancing is not one of my skills, unlike most of my people. But luckily, no matter how much you suck at dancing, there's plenty to love about Just Dance 2015. Just Dance is a franchise that belongs to its fans, and since 2009, 100 million players have interacted with the Just Dance universe, creating, sharing, and being at the center of that experience. Just Dance 2015 not only features an updated track list with artists like Pharrell Williams, I know you're not sick of that song yet, and Ellie Goulding, but for the first time, the passion and engagement of the community, the gaming community, is going to help power the game itself. So, let's take a look at what's coming.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here, you can take a break.
Like Kevin Bacon in Footloose, the real Footloose, not the lame remake, Just Dance is always finding new ways to bring people together with dance. And in that spirit, the team is introducing a brand new way to break out of your living room and further deliver on the promise that everyone and anyone can dance, including a freakishly tall, klutzy, yet slightly masculine girl like me. Here to tell us more is Just Dance's executive producer, Mr. Jason Altman.
Thanks, Aisha. Hi, everyone. I'm here to introduce Just Dance Now, a completely new way to play the game with anyone, anywhere, and at any time. All you need is a smartphone and an internet-connected big screen, like a tablet, a PC, or a smart TV. Doesn't matter what kind of smartphone you have, or even if you're all on different connections, Wi-Fi, 3G, 4G, everyone will be in sync, playing together in real time. This isn't just a breakthrough for Just Dance. This is a breakthrough in latency-free, multi-device online gaming. Let me show you how it works. I've downloaded the free app to my phone. On my connected big screen, I go to justdancenow.com. It detects my smartphone, lets me join the dance room, and we're playing Just Dance. As usual, when I play Just Dance, I follow the dancer on screen and use a controller to dance. Only now, the controller is my phone. Just Dance has always been about a small group of players having fun together at a living room or at a party. The magic of Just Dance Now is that there's no limit to the number of people who can play. From 4 people to 20 people at a birthday party to the 2,000 people in this auditorium to 20,000 people at a stadium concert. Anyone with a smartphone who can see that big screen can join the game, bringing us one step closer to connecting the world through dance. Let's play.
Let's find out who our winner is. Highest score in the room is Alberta. Give it up for Alberta, everybody. That was awesome. That was incredibly, and then I think an honorable mention goes to Jason.
No,
it was an E for effort, my friend.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Give
Thanks,
it
everybody.
up for Jason
Have a good
Altman,
show.
everybody. Well, no matter how bad you are at it, the fact is that dancing makes people happy. And frankly, I can't think of a place that needs dancing more than a post-pandemic New York City where millions of people have died from a virulent contagion. Just bleeding from all your orifices makes you want to jump up and shake it. It's also like Footloose, only without the yes. Don't you think? Just shake it out. It is also like Footloose, only, you know, bleeding from your eyeballs. Now, last year, we got an introduction to the world of Tom Clancy's The Division, and we almost crapped ourselves with joy. Here now to bring us more joy is producer Petter Mannerfelt.
Thanks, Aisha. Hi, everyone. It's great to be back here at E3 again. Last year, we were extremely proud to introduce The Division. And this year, we want to take you on a journey from the New York you know to the New York of The Division. As we demonstrated earlier today at the Microsoft media briefing, New York City has become a hostile place in mid-crisis and on the verge of being completely lost. Lost to a virus, lost to chaos, and lost to the factions who had taken advantage of the breakdown of society. As an agent of the division, you're a member of a civilian elite, trained in secret and embedded in society. 3 weeks after the release of the virus, you are activated to uncover the conspiracy behind the pandemic and ultimately to take back New York. And now we're going to show how this all happened.
Holy night, all is cold.
It's hard to watch something you love destroy itself, to see it fall apart. Disaster always feels so distant, detached, someone else's struggle in some faraway place. It's not until it's in our city, at our doors, that we realize how fragile we are. All of us. All of this.
Baby. Did you take your medicine? No, baby, stay with Mommy. I'm here. Angie. Mommy's right here. Right here. Angie, no. No.
Please.
I love you, Marcus.
Sarah.
Fighting broke out overnight between rival factions.
And when it hit, when it came down,
Shooting today downtown.
it came down hard. Give me my family back. And we fell. We buried ourselves in anger, fear, and the instinct to survive. I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm just not strong enough.
Where's the drive, Simon?
Please don't
Make it work again.
And the real truth is,
Fucking around.
no one watched, no one saw, wanted to see.
Where you going?
Tragedy is invisible. People turn away from it and run from it if they can. And it's hard knowing that you belong here, that your purpose lies amongst all this pain. But someone's gotta be there to pick it up, to push back, put the first piece back together, put us all back together.
All right, so last year, Ubisoft introduced a loud, fast, next-gen take on driving games. An MMO with the entirety of the United States, sea to shining sea, available to explore, along with every car customization imaginable so that you can road trip in style. The USA, coast to coast, without one single loading. True, expansive, open-world driving mayhem. Take a look at the crew. Beautiful. So clearly the scenery is gorgeous and the map is gigantic, but it's what you get to do in that map that makes this game so incredibly fun. And to tell us more, please welcome back to E3, Creative Director of The Crew, Julian Garrity. Hey, Julian.
Hey.
Hi, how are you?
How's it going?
I guess I'm gonna hug you.
Oh.
I'm a hugger, yes. All right, so tell us what's new with The Crew. I'm really excited about this.
So, things have been crazy busy. We've been hard at work improving every facet of the game and pushing what makes our game really unique.
Mm-hmm.
The road trip you just saw there, that's just one of our 2-hour-plus missions that will take you from Miami to LA by the way of New York, the Rockies, Las Vegas, and San Francisco.
Cool. A little out of the way, but really cool. Now, I hear that you've actually been opening up the doors to the studio.
Yes, yes. We've been striving to put the gamers at the heart of our experience. So we've given extended access to the game to members of our community and driving fanatics. It's helping us get some perspective on what works, what needs some love, and what everyone thinks is awesome. The community is also inspiring new gameplay. Players were improvising challenges. For example, meeting at the foot of one of our snow-capped mountains and racing to the top in an off-road kitted vehicle. And so, the hill climb skill was born.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, but you did work outside of the studio as well, right?
Of course.
Okay.
That version, we let it out into the wild. Since mid-May, we launched an operation called Route 909, and we allow players in 7 locations worldwide, from Montreal to Dubai and Los Angeles, to come and play the game and compete between crews on various challenges. The challenges range from cooperative races to exploration and even customization. And the feedback has been amazing. People have been blown away by the ambition, scale, and variety of gameplay. The finals are yet to happen. Currently, the 2 top teams are New York, who are at the top of the leaderboards, and Copenhagen, who have an unbreakable Viking spirit. But my money is on the Brazilian crew. Tune in to the Crew Battle Playoffs on Twitch, June 10th and 11th.
Okay, well, you see this footage and you're dying to play. I'm dying to get my hands on this game. When can I do that?
You're in the right place.
Okay, good.
We have 4 different demos at E3. On Sony's booth, Microsoft, NVIDIA, but if you want the real experience, come to Ubisoft's booth. We have 2 motion seats.
Oh, wow. Oh,
And that's not all. For everyone who isn't at E3, we're opening our closed beta July 23rd. But you can register right now on thecrewgame.com.
Awesome. Obviously, we're all going to do that right away. I'm also just going to point out that you say beta in the most adorable way. Super cute. I want to do the beta even more now. So tell me, I have one last question. It's the one that everybody's obviously been asking. What's the launch date for The Crew?
November 11th on PS4, Xbox One, and PC.
Rock and roll.
Thank you.
Awesome. Give it up for Julie and Garrett, you guys. Yes. All right, you can go almost everywhere in The Crew, but the one place that you can't drive is into the past. Thank you for that masterful segue. Sometimes you just got to make a hard right turn. Fortunately, Ubisoft has been making history seem insanely real for years with the massive favorite, Assassin's Creed. Yes, you know you feel it. So here to tell you what Assassin's Creed Unity is all about, please welcome creative director Alex Amancio.
Good afternoon. It is the dawn of the 19th century, and Paris is at its darkest hour. The nation is besieged by economic decay. Poverty and hunger are relentless. Revolution is in the air.
Welcome to your life. There's no turning back. Even while we sleep, we will find you acting on your best behavior. Turn your back on Mother Nature. Everybody wants to rule the world. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you.
Are you ready to rule the world? Thank you. The French Revolution is one of the most brutal and tumultuous periods in recent history, and yet it helped lay the very foundations of the modern world. At the center of Unity lies Arnaud, our deadliest assassin yet. You'll experience the revolution through his eyes, build up your own skill set and arsenal to suit your own unique play style and approach. Assassin's Creed Unity takes the franchise to unprecedented territory. Earlier today, we introduced a 4-player shared experience. But in addition to this novel way of playing the game, we've completely redesigned the fundamental building blocks of the core experience itself. Unity is about carving your own unique path to a huge, immersive city filled with countless stories, activities, and rewards. Here's a small taste of our systemic open world, played by Dominic Butler, lead level designer on Assassin's Creed Unity.
Poor France is ill, and our city is a wound, inflamed by all efforts to heal her. A king once ruled, headstrong and corrupt, now headless and a corpse, murdered by men just as vile. Today, fanatics from all sides spill blood on every corner. 1,000 terrors I mean to cure, day by day, street by street, Templar by Templar. I think the guards can handle these roads. My target may be on the move.
Where is our boy? Where does he hide?
The king is dead! His country died! Stop! Master! Come back out! Help!
Look what they've done.
Can you see anything? Is the body still there? I can't bear to look.
Bear up, madame. I will return to see justice done. Every faction carries its own grudge. I can't solve every problem. Here's the spot. If I'm not too late, I'll catch Captain Xavier at his dinner.
The machine. Yes. The executions. Soon enough. You skittish?
Oui, and I'm not afraid to say it. It's Monsieur Theroux they're sending up today.
A man with shady friends. If the Jacobins don't act quick, it's their own lives they'll be losing.
Say no more. I understand you well, but it's making me nervous.
It wasn't me.
I'm not the man you're after.
Where is he?
Palais de Justice, the executions.
Good. You should leave this place.
Merci, monsieur. Merci. Merci. Then you disgusting bastard! It was mine and you know it!
I told you to get your goddamn monkey just before that.
How's that feel? You like that, eh?
Robespierre's thugs. More than enough to slow me down.
Stand where you are! Look, I'm not obvious. Citizen, you are interfering with an official from the Committee of Public Safety. Stand aside or face immediate imprisonment. Here, and now this! Clear the path! Let no one interfere! Clear the way, you peasants! The Committee of Public Safety shall brook no dissent! Move! Stand aside and let justice be done! Citizens, hush! Silence all! Before God Almighty, let justice be served upon this stage with dignity! Heed here this fallen man, this unworthy animal, this sower of public discourse! Wretched and false friends of beleaguered France, wicked and deceitful, here you come through death, but death returned by your ruthless love! Bear witness all! This is the punishment that awaits all citizens, man or woman, who stop that bastard!
Thank you. And thank you, Dominic. That was only a glimpse of our systemic open world. Make sure to see us at the booth for more. Thank you and have a great E3.
That was awesome. So while it is visually cool as hell and incredibly huge, the free-running aspect of Assassin's Creed always reminds me that haptic feedback from my controller is not a workout, no matter how close I hold the controller to my body. But fortunately, Ubisoft has a solution with a brand new take on fitness. It's fitness for gamers, and there are no gyms, no awkward progress selfies, or overly enthusiastic instructors that make you want to punch them and then yourself in the face. This is Shape Up. Please welcome to the stage creative director Charles Houteau. Hi, Charlie. Now I gotta hug everybody. If I hug one guy and I don't hug you, I'm gonna hear about it later. So here we go. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's awesome. He's
Hi, everybody.
incredibly muscular.
Wait.
He is. Look at him. Okay, wiry.
Fitness is boring. I know. I'm sorry. It's boring to do. It's boring to watch. And as gamers, we deserve better. Today, we are really proud to announce our partnership with Microsoft to bring a new type of training on Xbox One this November. Your workout will finally become an epic game. Your personal program an exciting quest. And your coach will train you for the ultimate boss fight. Welcome to a new era of fitness games. We shape up, we took the key fitness moves that ensure a good workout, and we transform each one of them into an exciting challenge. You will sprint on the roof of a train, you will lift elephants, even punch asteroids. Because we can prove that you will do more crunches, more push-ups, and even more squats if your workout becomes a game. For us, more fun means better results.
And I know gamers watching might feel a little skeptical about that, but I once tried to beat my high score on a coffee maker. So I feel like if a gamer thinks they can win at something, they're going to go hard.
Sure.
So let's see it.
Cool, let's play.
Awesome.
We will show you 2 challenges today. First, piano step.
Piano step.
We wanted to transform a cardio workout into a cool rhythm game. So that's me here. And by the way, that's me next to me.
I told you he was wiry.
Huh? That's what we call the replay feature. It allows you to record every performance, save it for later, send it to your friends, or as today, I will try to beat my own best score. Let's try. Let's see if I can teach me a good lesson.
This is going to be awesome.
Let me warm up.
Adorable.
Okay, that's me on this side. That's me this morning. Let's see what you got, Charlie.
3, 2, 1, let's go! Step it up! Rising up, back on the way. Did my time, took my chances. I went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man and his will to survive. So many times it happens too fast. You trade your passion for glory. Don't lose your grip on the dreams of the past. You must fight just to keep them alive. It's the art of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. Rising up to the challenge of our life. And the last notes of our hearts is playing the night. God is watching us always. Crazy!
Thank you.
How'd you do?
So let's see.
You beat yourself.
Oh.
Well done.
I'm already in a better shape than this morning.
Impressive, Charlie.
In your face, Charlie from the past.
That was super fun. That was great to watch.
Thank you.
And a little weird, but mostly fun. So we're going to let Charlie catch his breath, and we're going to bring out a couple of brave gamers for a little healthy versus. And so, since Ubisoft's roots are obviously and unapologetically French, we're going to engage in some good old-fashioned stereotyping, pitting a couple of Ubisoft employees against each other. The U.S. against the France. That's what they call it. La France. So, first up on the red team, we have the pride of America. He's American as light beer, deep-fried Oreos, and catfish noodling. What's that? Everybody give it up for Gary from Ubisoft San Francisco. Home of wheatgrass juice and fixed gear bikes. Et la prochaine, on the blue team, we have l'Esprit de France. He loves leisurely 3-hour coffee breaks, making fun of American tourists, and playing football with his feet. Et bonjour. Welcome, bienvenue. Give it up for Justin from Ubisoft Paris. All right.
Welcome, guys. You are here today to represent your country for a push-up contest to the death. No, I'm kidding. But the more push-up you will do, the bigger the object will be on your back. That's the game. Let's see who gets to the elephant first. Let's play.
It's going to be awesome. I have the tiger.
I hope that you are ready. Your country is watching. Be prepared. And you can go on the floor. 3, 2, and start push-ups.
Be ruthless.
award, guys.
Who is the winner? That was
Let's see
exciting.
the result. Oh, it's clear.
Oh, Gary!
US wins.
Gary, give it up for Gary from San Francisco. Justin, bon
Congrats,
effort. And, you know, lay off les frites. Very well done, both of you. Give it up for Gary and Justin, you guys.
Thank you, everybody. Come to see us tomorrow at the booth. We have more challenges to try. You will be able to try to beat me at my own best scores. Have a great E3, have fun. Thank you, Aisha.
Thank you. Give it up for Charlie. Charluto. I don't know why that was so funny to watch. All right. Ubisoft puts a premium on the value of experiencing history through the eyes of the people who were there. They've done that with Assassin's Creed, and now, on the 100th anniversary of World War I, comes Valiant Hearts, The Great War. Developed with the UbiArt framework, the engine that made Rayman Legends and Child of Light possible, Valiant Hearts is a unique puzzle adventure that follows the emotional journey of 4 characters and their canine companion through the horrors of the trenches across the Western Front. Ubisoft is also proud to announce their partnership with the documentary Apocalypse World War I, coming soon on the American Heroes channel. Some of their incredible colorized photos and archival videos have been included within the game, providing a new way for players to interact with history and adventure in this beautiful, stylized universe, literally bringing art and the past to life.
To my dearest friends, through the evil noise of artillery, tanks, and planes, I remember our adventures, our friendship, and your pain. My closest friend, Emile, in your twilight years, you came to fight, not for glory, but to mend your daughter's tears. Lucky Freddy, you were always fearless and with intent. I hope you have found peace with your letters that were never sent. Anna, my bravest of warriors across the Western Front, saving the mountain of wounded without firing a shot. And Carl, if only I could light your way home through the fields of war, through treacherous nights, to be with your family once more. Although I cannot write these words, and the time has come to part, your stories will always remain, as will your valiant hearts.
Go.
All right, so we've laughed, we've cried, we've learned some stuff. We saw the sprawling canvas of Curat, Paris during the French Revolution, and the entire United States by road. We worked out and set US-France relations back 60 years. We danced, well, not me, but other people. We've seen a lot today that not only looks killer, but will all be live at the booth. But you know it's not over until we see the man in charge. So everybody please give a big welcome to Ubisoft CEO, Yves Guillemot. How are you? Thank you, how are you doing? You're welcome. I'm really happy, really happy to be back. Yeah, it's good to see you again.
Yeah, so I saw you recently on the game.
Yes, I was. I was in Watch Dogs. I was very honored to be asked to be a part of that game, so thank you. How did I look in the game? What did you think?
You looked just a little bit shorter. But
A little shorter in the game. Well, things on stage are bigger than they appear. So, Eva, I really want to know, we're excited to hear what you have to say to everybody today.
so first, I would like to say thank you to all the fans that are here in the theater and also watching us online. You know, we really depend on you and we love you very much. I would like also to say congratulations to the Ubisoft team that brought what you have today. And I also would like to show you one more game. I'm very happy to show you. So enjoy. Thank you.
All right, team, here we go.
Havoc likes to roam. Wrath, be careful, all right?
I will.
Oh, first floor is all boarded up.
Yeah, we faced these guys before.
All right, my drone spawned on the second floor. Got one that just passed me. It looks like we got 3 more in the hallway. They're reinforcing the kids' room, north wall. Right there, they're blocking the master bedroom.
I got one, ground level. Looks like he's blocking the main entrance.
Oh, I see the hostage. She's in the kids' room. They're barricading all the windows. Ah, shit, they saw me. Drone's out.
Okay, I say we breach the garage.
No, I'd rather not. I mean, they always defend it with a shitload of booby traps. I say we drop in the roof and breach the 3 second-floor windows. We all come in at once. What do you guys think?
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
All right, let's vote for a helicopter drop.
Roger that.
All set.
I'm going to my spot.
Now, Pyro and I will take the large window, and you guys take the rest. You got it?
Yep, go. Gotcha.
You guys, you good?
Yeah, I'm ready.
No, wait. What? You all right?
Yeah, all good.
All right, set up. And on 3. 1, 2, 3! Good job, guys.
Yeah. All right, I'll get her.
Okay. Wait, shit, the wall! The wall!
Covering. Revive me. I got you.
Come on. All right, watch out.
I'm moving around.
You can't. Enemy is camping outside.
Shit. Okay, you stay here. We'll clear the floor.
Okay.
Go on, move up.
All right.
Go, hallway. Let's go. Right here, there. Move up. From the wall.
Move.
It's Havoc. Wrath, he's in the bathroom.
I'm on him.
Wrath.
Shit, I missed.
Damn it. Okay, bring her over to us.
Oh, damn it, guys, they got me. Look out.
Fuck, where are they?
Main hallway.
I see him. Okay. Shit, he's got a shield up.
He's got us pinned down.
Wrath, take this guy out. Main hallway.
I can't see him. Window's blocked.
All right, hang on, I got it.
Nice.
Go.
Hang on. Got him.
Nice,
Let's
Ratchet.
go.
Sorry, guys, for losing a hostage.
Oh, man, don't worry about it. Wait, listen. Watch Watch out for Havoc, he's still out there. There, he's right there. Where? He's outside. Wrath, watch out.
I'm looking.
Look at the timer, no time to waste, let's go.
Yeah, you're right. It's getting louder.
Yeah, we're close.
Hang on, wait. I'll send the drone. All right, cover me. All right, hostage is on the ground, near the door. The door and the wall are reinforced. The door upstairs is barricaded. One just grabbed her. Shit. He's using her as a shield. The other one's got a shield, too. They're facing the door. All right. Get ready to breach.
What are you thinking?
Death from above. Wrath, you still on the north side?
Yeah.
All right, I'm making a door in the living room. All right, you see me?
Yes.
All right, I gotta lay this thing. Cover me.
Gotcha. Shit.
What?
Havoc got me.
Where is he?
Never mind that. Hurry.
Clock's ticking, Dante.
Ready when you are.
Okay. I'm gonna breach the ceiling. Just wait for my go.
Got it. Come on, Dante.
Breaching. Okay, go, breach!
All right. Got him. Cool.
I got her.
Yes.
Nice one, guys. Now let's get out.
All right, move it upstairs.
Don't get surprised. All right, let's go. Here we go.
Come on.
Find an exit.
I'm looking. Everything's blocked.
Clear one out.
All right, I'm taking out the main entrance.
Oh my God.
Havoc! Kitchen!
Where?
Right there!
No. We got this. Get her out.
I got him!
Keep it moving. Shit, I'm dead.
Window upstairs, go.
Whoa, wait! She's down! I have to revive her! Cover me!
I got you. Get out of here.
All right.
I'm serious, I'm being lit up here, Lynch. Shit. He got me.
All right, I got the window.
Go.
You ever been so excited that like you're laughing and you're kind of crying at the same time? That was fucking awesome. Is everybody all right? Because I could use a couple of hugs. Rainbow Six, man. It's been 6 years since we last got a Rainbow Six title. Clearly it was worth the wait. Everybody come to the booth to see the live demo. I just want to say, I know I'm partial. I've done this for 3 years. It gets more and more awesome every year. I'm so happy to be here. I can't wait to hit the floor. I can't wait to see you guys down there. Everybody, thanks for coming out today. Thanks to everybody watching at home. If you're watching online, stick around. I'm going to grill the game devs right after this with your questions post-show. This is Ubisoft. You know the deal. Come see us on the floor and do that shit. Good night.
And there you have it.
Oh.
That was Ubisoft press conference. We're back, IGN's live coverage of E3 2014. I'm Damon Hatfield, Greg Miller, Mitch Dyer, Colin Moriarty.
David, is that you? I can't see you.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Okay.
I only see your chat. It's true you can still see my head.
I saw a Jimmy Fallon taping once. Terry Crews was there. He wore a suit.
I saw you tweet that
it was
photo.
so
today.
good.
Is that
what
inspired this outfit? Yes, I'm a big Terry Crews.
I think
He's my hero.
We're all inspired by Terry Crews on a day-to-day basis, I think.
Remember, viewers, you can be a part of the show. Tweet your questions at IGN, hashtag E3 2014. We'll be answering your questions. Do we need to take a look at the schedule, Nick, or can we just jump into this thing? Is this, do we need to...
What's Nick
feeling?
Next is the Sony pre-show.
Let's jump right into this.
We got Ubisoft
What
first.
did you guys think about the Ubisoft conference?
I thought it was kind of weak, right until the end. Yeah, I mean, so the stuff we saw, it was great to see a new Assassin's Creed demo. What you and I talked about, single-player focus. It was great to see that. Most everything else felt kind of like a recap, is like reminding you, hey, remember, don't forget we have Valiant Hearts. Don't forget the Division's coming too. Oh, by the way, we have these other games. It was all a build-up to Rainbow Six, and Rainbow Six paid off great.
I thought Rainbow Six looked awesome.
Yeah, Rainbow Six looks amazing, but I thought it started well. I liked the Far Cry bit in the beginning. That was a lot of fun.
See, my thing with Far Cry demos is you don't actually get to see what the game is. Like,
Yeah.
you get to see these characters, right? And that character is voiced by Troy Baker.
Clearly, it's
and
not
he
confirmed.
Is,
but
it's
it's
incredibly obvious.
We'll ask him in an hour.
He's very unsettling in the same way Voss was, right? Like, he had that calm demeanor about him. And
Yeah,
it's very
yeah.
unsettling. And I think I think you're related to him. I think the main character's
Oh,
related
really?
to him. Yeah, that's the impression I got from that scene.
Yeah.
And it was great to see that scene, but I want to see the open world. I want to know what that game is like. I want to know what kind of ruckus I'm going to cause.
It's like Far Cry 3. There you go. You're done.
Before we dive deep into all these games, Colin, what did you think of the conference overall?
I think it was exactly what we predicted. I know you weren't here for the pre-show, but we saw every game we thought we were going to see. We assumed we were going to see Rainbow Six at the end.
No Beyond Good and Evil.
No Beyond Good and Evil, which was our surprise, but I thought this was a nice surprise. New title for Rainbow Six.
Yeah.
Some wasted time with some of these games that I don't think appeal to the core.
You're not going to play Shape Up?
No, I need to, but I'm not
Shape
going to.
Up, Shape Up and Just Dance both had more or equal stage time to Rainbow Six. That's insane.
Yeah, it
They
is
have
a
a
little
diverse portfolio of games to get through.
Yeah.
But by the way, Far Cry 4 looks bonkers. That bad guy is awesome.
He's
the writing
great.
is awesome. I'm so intrigued by that game.
Yeah, let's just jump into Far Cry 4.
Heck yeah.
That was apparently the first 5 minutes of the game.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
It's a lot like Far Cry 2. If you guys played Far Cry 2, you remember that you come into a new country as a foreigner in the back of a car, you're showing your passport, you got all your goods, you're making sure you're good to go, and then everything goes sideways.
Yeah.
It's very similar.
It looks awesome. I like it a lot. This character I already like. I want to know more about. I want to see what he's up to. What his shenanigans are happening.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they write, with Far Cry 3 anyway, they wrote a really compelling bad guy, a dude you really hated, and it seems like they're going to do the same exact thing with this gentleman, who I don't think we know his name.
Pagan Min.
Is that
Pagan Min, yeah, that's what Dan Hayes said.
Pagan?
The creative director.
Pagan
Dan
Man.
Hayes. Pagan Min.
Be fun to respect.
So he has a relationship with our character, maybe a relative. He has swooped us up, and now he's gonna make us do his dirty work for him?
Yeah,
Is
I
that
guess
what
so.
the game is?
He's going to make us explore this open world map.
Yeah.
Go make some wallets. And go unlock radio towers.
If you could go
for me.
skin some sharks for me, that'd be great.
That's what I need right now. But no, this looks great. And if you know any of Troy Baker's work, that's Troy Baker.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a distinct sound to him, but he's also very diverse. He's a talented guy.
Oh, yeah,
he can
yeah.
do a lot of very different kinds of character work.
Right. Even though this guy with the purple pants could clearly be a prequel to the Joker.
I had a weird Joker vibe from him too. Like,
Yeah.
separate from the idea of Troy Baker as the Joker, this
Yeah,
character has a very Joker vibe to him.
Excellent. Damon, are you excited for it?
Yeah, like you guys were talking about how much you love Far Cry 3. I love Far Cry 3 as well.
Yeah.
I'll totally play Far Cry 4.
Excellent.
In this Himalayan mountains, wherever it's set.
Fantastic. I like this guy's style.
I like the stuff.
Fashion style.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That jacket, man.
That
I'm super
jacket's
down
hot,
with that jacket.
Yeah.
I wish I could pull off those pants.
The blood on the face. One of his friends has got to come and say, like, dude, you got, maybe you
what?
know, and maybe you're
something
trying to be a
here.
little crazy.
Dude, you need
I-
a handkerchief.
Let me just kind of dab your face a little bit and get some of this blood off.
You should think about it.
Very hip haircut. He has a good stylist here on this mountain.
Yeah, oh yeah. He brought him,
Part of his-
maybe
We call
brought
that-
him or her with
We call that the Ray Gutierrez.
Yeah. How old do you think he is? I can't tell.
30s?
Yeah, I would say 30s.
We actually have a Twitter question on Far Cry 4 right now. From Luca. I don't think the new antagonist for Far Cry 4 will be as great as Voss. What do you think?
I think it'll be better.
I think it's bold.
I'm sorry,
I don't
I
know.
don't think Voss was that great.
Really?
He was
Okay.
Voss is
crazy and
really good.
insane, and I hated him. But I'm more interested in this villain than I ever was in Voss.
I think they're already emphasizing with Pagan Min something that Voss had but was kind of missing, is that he's calm and he's cool.
Yeah.
And he snaps and breaks at certain points. But even as Pagan Min is breaking, he's not like Voss where he's exploding.
Right,
Like
right,
Voss
right, right.
exploded. This guy is still very calm.
I like that. I love the best part is when he takes the picture.
The selfie?
Yeah,
The selfie.
that's pretty awesome.
I didn't know if it would reveal that it was your character from Far Cry 3 in that photo, but apparently it wasn't.
That would be the worst.
I just didn't know. I didn't know.
You're in another open world?
Do it all over again.
Yeah,
kid.
it was hard to get a look. I mean, I thought it was a Middle Eastern guy because they're in the Middle East. I thought
Yeah.
the character was Middle Eastern, but apparently they were gloves. And that's actually kind of disappointing to me.
You wanted to play a Middle Eastern
I'd like to
character.
see
Doesn't have a brain.
not a white guy.
Well, there's that. White guys are the worst. Another question from Twitter here. What features do you hope will make it into Far Cry 4 that weren't in Far Cry 3? This is from Ariel.
Dragons.
The mermaid.
Dragons.
Dragons are everywhere, huh?
Dragons.
Oh, we saw so many dragons.
So many
Why not just throw
dragons
them? We're in the
today.
mountains and a little Skyrim tie-in.
Blood Dragon. I wonder if we'll get.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if we'll get another an add-on to this game, like Blood Dragon.
Probably. I'm sure that they plan on doing that with every game if they can.
Yeah.
Left field idea. Buddhist or Hindu influences, whether that's in the, I mean, aside from the environment, like if they do something like Far Cry 3 where you have this like weird trippy stuff happening to you, if it was influenced by the kind of culture of the area, that would be awesome. Versus just I'm going crazy.
What if you were just the bad guy the whole time?
Twist.
You don't ever break away from him.
Twist.
You're just working with him the whole time to take down the island and be bad guys. You're assaulting good people. They have armaments too.
Yeah.
And they have tigers caged up for some reason.
Yeah, why not?
I think that would be cool. I don't know that they would go for that. I don't know if they would.
Are you too cowardly, Ubisoft?
Not even going to respond.
Your silence speaks volumes.
Just more generality, because I was, we always notice this. We notice this trend a lot when we're seeing a lot of demos for games. Is that I tweeted about it, multiplayer doesn't need to be in everything, and it's just being put in everything. And Far Cry 3's multiplayer I played specifically to get the trophies, and I enjoyed it. But I don't want multiplayer. Make a nice, well-rounded, huge single-player game that people don't feel like they wasted their money because there isn't multiplayer.
I think you're insane if you think this is a single-player game.
No, I don't think it is. I'm just saying that would be nice if that. If what would I want them to do differently? I'd want them to focus on a single-player campaign.
For Far Cry 3?
It was a separate. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, it's a separate thing where you go to certain maps and you play with your other people. One of the guys looks just like Sully from Uncharted, which was the best.
I do remember this.
Yeah, it was separate.
Like a broke-ass Sully.
Yeah. It was not open world though. And what I would actually like to see with this is something like they're doing with Unity, where it seems to be like a drop-in, drop-out sort of thing. I would love that.
Cooperative play does seem to be the theme of today.
I don't want people coming into my games,
especially with Ubi.
I don't want people coming into my games.
You can turn it off.
I'm gonna invade every world. And you're gonna be online trying to play something in peace, and I'm gonna show up and be like, "What's up, buddy? Let's hang out, and play."
It was like Borderlands 2 when
multiplayer.
I'd forget to untick the box and then people just end up in my game. And I'm like, sorry,
Yeah.
you gotta,
Get out.
you gotta go.
Please leave.
You gotta go. I'm sorry. I do appreciate it though.
Just Dance now.
Finally.
Right now.
Now? Should we
Just Dance now. I wasn't sure I really understood what that was. It's an app?
You can play with a phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a free app on your phone. You download it. You say, okay, talk to any second. So your second screen is technically your TV or your
computer.
Like your
Or
main
your
screen is your
iPad.
phone, which uses a playlist selection. He had it like tied around his wrist, and he was dancing with it. It's the motion device, and what you use to see the dance moves is the other screen, your TV, your website, wherever you can access the internet.
Can you see the other players? They said 20,000 people.
Yeah.
How do you even know?
I'm not entirely sure what the competitive element
it just
is.
shows
there.
scores, right? It's you, and then at the end you see everybody's score.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my assumption. I
Like
think you have to.
like the young woman here who clearly wasn't a plant who won early.
Yeah, they were all playing. I was going a little wild over there. You know what's interesting to me when I was thinking about this with the phone interactivity and integration was, we had seen SingStar announce for PlayStation 4 that's using smartphones as microphones, and it's just really clever with some of these more casual games that you might want to get people in that don't have a console, or your friends, your buddies, playing or whatever. That everyone has a phone, and so it seems like it's interesting that two big publishers kind of approached a similar game in a similar way to get more people playing.
It's funny to see that happening now, right? Like you think about a few years ago, motion was the big thing. It's like, no, we all have smartphones. Why don't we just use that?
Yeah.
They all have accelerometers now.
I wonder if this was awkward in the theater. It felt awkward to me watching.
I bet it was horn to sell.
Anytime you get a whole bunch of choreographer dancers going up there during a video game convention, it's weird.
Unless you're Usher.
No, even that.
Oh yeah,
Nah, those Usher
that.
performances are awesome.
No.
Ursher.
Come back, Usher.
Ermageddon, Ursher.
I have to go.
And Mitch has to go do real news. He's out of here.
That Division trailer was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was
very
really cool.
bleak. It sets a tone. It shows a lot of what that engine is doing. It's really dark. Really bummed out it was CG, to be honest.
Yeah. But we got the gameplay demo earlier today.
Sure.
Yeah, for me, it set up what was happening in that world. I mean, I knew about the sickness or whatever, but then, Dame and I have a hero complex. I want to save the day all the time.
I know
So to
you
see
do.
this guy step in as a vigilante, that clicked for me, where I was like, oh, that's awesome. Like a team of people.
Redemption,
Colin,
man.
similar to the Noah Wiley TV show, Falling Skies.
Of course.
A team coming together. In
A
the worst,
led by an American history teacher.
exactly, led by the worst situations to band together.
I
to
thought
save
this
the
was
day.
cool, telling the story through like a time lapse.
Yeah.
It's cool. You know what I can't help but wonder? I mean, I'm really a sucker for these post-apocalyptic games. I can play them all the time. I like this setting. I like the dystopian setting.
Yeah.
I can't help but wonder what the market thinks of these kinds of games and what the market will think of these kinds of games in the next few years, because we often talk about just the overrun of zombie games, for instance. Is it becoming everything where everything's the end of the world, everything's dire and dark? Are people going to get tired of this kind of game? Because I think it looks cool and it sounds cool, but will people get tired and kind of fatigued by this kind of game? Because it seems like it's just everywhere.
People don't seem sick of zombies yet. I don't think there are zombies in this game.
No, yeah.
But Walking Dead is more popular than ever, right?
I mean, you go back to, I think military shooters are the same way. Like, granted, you were talking earlier today, the Battlefield is doing something different, but every Call of Duty's there's a world war. Let's go,
I mean, I would argue that Call of Duty is even doing something different. Yes, it's still big scale, but the way it is approaching that theme is very different.
Kevin Spacey.
Kevin Spacey themes.
He does everything.
Yeah.
There you go. More
But
police.
with that said, I think it looks fantastic. But like
Absolutely.
I tweeted out, I hope I can play it by myself.
Yeah. Play it with me, Colin.
Nah, I don't.
We'll have fun. Get some trophies.
We'll play together.
Thank you.
He doesn't love you like I do.
I know. If I can love you like that.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I'm on stage in front of all these fans. I gotta sing.
You thought Ubisoft stage was the only one you had performances on today. No, sir.
I enjoyed this conference a lot. Even the low
I
points,
gotta
right?
say, it's so much better than the EA conference for me.
Yeah, even the low points of games that aren't up my alley or whatever, it was still like, it was fun. It was short enough that they weren't as big things. Aisha was funny.
Yeah, she's great, as always.
Yeah.
And she'll be joining us later.
Yeah, when we're not just saying that because she's coming later.
Yeah.
If she stunk, I'd say she
Yeah,
stink.
no, she's, yeah,
I'll say,
step your game up.
In my opinion, I think all three conferences have been pretty good so far. I was especially intrigued by Microsoft's because they set the bar kind of low. I think everyone knows that from last year or whatever, and I think that they kind of hit a home run today just by saying like these are the games and there's some compelling games. So I think actually every conference, EA's and Ubisoft's were also.
So now it's Sony's to lose.
Yeah, Sony always goes
Screw it
last,
up.
and it's either a benefit or a curse. And this year it might be a curse. Last year it was a benefit.
Yeah.
So.
Getting back to Ubisoft at the moment, the crew.
Yay!
I wasn't terribly thrilled with what I saw today.
I like the trailer.
I like that trailer a lot.
That was
yeah.
fun.
So the big thing with Ubisoft's trailers today was that they were all very calm.
Yeah.
They stepped away from the dubstep. Sorry, Damon.
You know, I don't understand. Dubstep is like, it's not that popular anymore, so it's
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
everybody. You
I
don't
know.
need to you're not offending me. It's totally
I feel like
fine.
dubstep is like the generic term we apply to all dance music too.
I'm
But
sorry.
it's nice to see like really chilled out trailer to something that's moving very rapidly, showing you. I mean, this was 1 2-hour mission, was what they said. So you would drive 2 hours in real time across however far.
Going 2,000 miles an hour.
Yes.
It's not like a scale
Takes
map.
9 seconds to finish the mission.
So it's one race that unfolds over 2 hours?
Yeah.
I like that idea. That's pretty cool.
That's really cool.
I'm gonna
Long
recreate this
form
trailer, but it'll just have
It'll be
all
you and
my
I doing it
crashes,
in real time.
all my crashes.
It'll be
all,
6
All
hours
the
long.
times where I'm grinding on the railing, trying to get off the railing.
Now I'm not a racing guy, but this isn't an unprecedented idea. Wasn't there a Need for Speed game that did
Run.
something like this,
Right?
where you went from coast to coast?
It was not as seamless though. I mean, I think city to city was kind of like a mission. You did a race in New York, and then from there you went somewhere else. I could be mistaken.
So this is like really like the first truly
Yeah, I mean, this
open.
is the whole thing is it streams everything live.
Yeah,
you
it's very-
could from New York drive to San Francisco, and it would just be one shot.
Sure looks pretty.
Yeah,
My crew's gonna go places.
I don't think
our
so.
crew.
You said during the show it was going to hell.
Well, yeah, I thought that'd be
That was one of the places.
Where will your crew go? And then they come over the city, and it all like falls
Falls
into this
into a
red
pit,
pit.
yeah.
And they're like, to hell.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about Assassin's Creed Unity. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody. We're just wrapping up the Ubisoft conference. Let's talk about Assassin's Creed Unity. Didn't you pose a question to the viewers during the pre-show?
Yeah,
asking them what
you ran away.
Leaving
your
find
responsibilities.
valuable nourishment in my body that was about to collapse. Yes.
Yeah, we wanted to know if you were more excited for Far Cry 4 or Assassin's Creed Unity, and the results are in from Twitter. They are
Assassin's Creed.
Assassin's Creed, of course.
Not 4. Unity.
Unity. Yeah. Assassin's Creed Unity won. Nobody cares about Far Cry, and this is Ubisoft is canceling Far Cry.
Oh,
this just in.
Wait, no, sorry.
Just
not
kidding.
true. They're
Sorry.
not doing that.
Our bad.
We saw Assassin's Creed Unity earlier today during the Microsoft conference. What did you guys think about the new stuff they showed during the Ubisoft conference?
Waiting on you, Greg.
Take your time.
I'm thinking about what did they show this conference. I'm still the demo for me. Oh, right.
Multiplayer demo this morning.
Yeah.
Single
Thank you.
player
So
today.
single player day. It still looked good. This one looked more. I thought like you look at it.
Look at all those
amazing
damn
stuff,
AI.
right? Yeah. But this was the one that I looked at. And I was like, oh, it's Assassin's Creed, all right.
Don't
Like,
mind me.
Not in a bad way.
Yeah, of course.
Not in a bad way. I like Assassin's Creed. I loved 4. I'm just saying that.
It just reminds you that this mission structure is kind of boring.
Yeah.
This does seem very traditional Assassin's Creed.
Right.
Yeah.
To me.
Which I don't think that will trouble some people. What I'm most interested in is just. In every game, these guys are beautifully dressed in these great cloaks or whatever. They're just walking around real silent. Like no one notices that this guy in this fine linen is walking through their revolutionary.
He's bright green. It's okay.
No, okay. But yeah, they're like Mitch was saying, so much AI on the screen, which is really interesting. And these cutscenes that they keep showing, like the one where he puts out the flame, like they kill everyone except for the officer, and they put out the little flame so he can't make the explosives go, the gunpowder. I thought that was really cool.
What's interesting about that, and I tweeted this during the show or put it on the live blog that I was writing, is that the theme of everything we're seeing with ACU is that you're not killing these targets. You're kind of enabling them to die in other ways. You're opening gates for people to come in and take care of the dirty work for you. You're just kind of making it happen. That's a really cool concept. Yeah. And if that's something that's kind of perpetuates the whole game, that'd be really interesting to me.
Well, here's some single player content for you, Colin.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. I didn't play Black Flag, but I played Assassin's Creed 3. And to me, like I've been saying for years, it's just the gameplay doesn't do it for me. Everything else does it. It's like almost everything else about the game is like almost a 10 to me when you see an Assassin's Creed game. It's like it's so beautiful, so beautifully realized, so immersive, so historically accurate.
I really like
just the gameplay. It doesn't do it for me.
What about the vertical traversal? Because in the very beginning, you saw him very quickly and rapidly dropping down, doing like sweet Prince of Persia flips and stuff.
I hope that I mean that's what they really need to clean up, in my opinion. I know a lot of people don't agree with me on this, but when there's games that do great parkour, like we always talk about, Infamous is a game that I think the 1 and 2 do really great parkour. When I'm running into, accidentally running into things and running up walls on mistake and all these kinds of things, it breaks up the fluidity of the game. And Assassin's Creed to me seems like it's supposed to be a fast and fluid game, but inherently isn't.
Our own Justin Davis, who was foolish enough to have a baby and then not come to E3.
What a goof.
Tweeted about the fighting system here, and I think it speaks to one of Colin's points. His tweet was something sarcastic along the lines of like, Assassin's Creed combat, not as good as Batman, or pretty good, but not as good as Batman.
The combat where you stand around waiting.
Yeah, you wait for these counters.
It does look very similar to past games.
And exactly, that's the thing. You talk about how fast the parkour is and the movement and everything else, and then when Colin said that, it's like, oh right, yeah, but the combat's always super slow, sitting there pacing off with people. And in the beginning, it was like, well, we're sword fighting. I guess that makes sense. That's how I imagine sword fights to work.
Well, we have to ask ourselves the question, as we talked about, in the pre-show, Ubi's putting out an Assassin's Creed game every year because people want them. So how much time do these studios really have to innovate? And do the fans of the series, because I'm not, self-admittedly not a fan of the series, do they even want them to really innovate? If they're totally happy with this, just put it in a new, in a new scenario, a new place and time every time, and maybe they don't need to change anything.
You talk about annualizing it. We thought we were getting 2 Assassin's Creed games this year. They still haven't talked about comments.
Still not talking about this comment.
Is that not?
No idea. I mean, at this point, that is the rumored title for the alleged Xbox 360 PS3 game, which we still know nothing about.
Yeah, we have a Twitter question about this.
Yes.
No information on AC comments. What about that?
Wish I knew. I'm interviewing people from Ubisoft all week, so you can bet I'll be digging into that. That's a huge business question that's important for their business. They really need to have that current gen or last gen version of that game because the market is, 40 million?
Right.
Bigger? I have no idea. Like, it's an enormous number that is just waiting for Assassin's Creed fans to soak it up.
Yeah, there's plenty of people, like my friend back home, Poe, has a PS3 and he plays every Assassin's Creed, but he's not motivated to go get a new PS4 or whatever, right? He has a life.
And Ubisoft's not going to leave him hanging because that is money on the table.
Right. Yeah, they're too smart for that. It was funny, I was at Trader Joe's buying some burgers the other day, Damon.
It's like frozen burgers?
No, the patties, 18-15 mix, put them on the grill, really good, and melt some cheese on them. And I noticed a dude, a kid with his mom walking around. He had a GameStop bag in his hand, and he took it out, and it was an Xbox 360 version of Assassin's Creed 4. And that just reminded me that.
And you're like, what are you poor?
Yeah.
What's your problem?
What are you doing, you peasant?
Let me put you out of your misery.
It reminded me that not only is Assassin's Creed huge, many months after it had come out and sold like gangbusters, but people, are. I'm sure comments. You got to be real. It's just a matter of like Mitch said in the pre-show, are people compelled, or at Ubisoft to just say we want you to buy these next-gen consoles because that's where we're ultimately going to go. But then we'll throw this other thing out there and you won't know.
Another Twitter question here from Brandon S. There are multiple assassins in Unity. Do you think the assassins are customizable as opposed to one established character? I don't know, because usually you can customize your character.
Sure, yeah, you can buy different cloaks and stuff. And you saw some of that in Watch Dogs.
That was the main thing we saw there, is there was different cloaks. So I assumed it was just along that, I'm going to bring in my person. Different cloak.
And my big concern with co-op is that, you play an Assassin's Creed game and you have this story, you have this character. And they're talking a little bit about, in this demo, this character. He's like, whoever he is.
Yeah.
Then what? Somebody joins your game, like Greg, Damon, and Colin join my game.
Colin's
in this hypothetical future where you play
Colin might join. He won't have a headset on.
Does Colin's character have a story? Is he a known person? Is he Or is he like in the like my big problem with Halo co-op is it's like here's 4 Master Chiefs. All right, thanks I guess. Like
and none of them are
this
referenced.
isn't interesting. Yeah, and even like Halo 3 added different characters, but they weren't characters. They didn't have a story. They weren't important. They were just other people that were there.
I'm intrigued by the murder mystery side quest that we saw. He walked by a house, someone had just been killed, and you walk in, there's murder mystery. It showed you the difficulty level of the mystery, and you have to try and solve it.
That's
that
cool.
sounds awesome.
That's really cool.
Super into that.
Doing more in that world, right? Having more more diverse side missions. I think that's a big part of moving it forward.
Yeah. And I wonder if it will have the hub world that Assassin's Creed 4 had.
It's got to have modern day stuff of some kind. It has to, because everything that we saw in that single player demo had influences of the Animus, like from the UI pop-ups to the mission dialogue boxes to his new Eagle Vision, which looks a lot almost like a security camera. Like it's got that blue overlay and it looks a little digital. All of that just screams Animus.
Gotcha. Here's that badass moment.
Colin likes this one.
Sorry, fat fake George Washington. Not today. Broke ass British George Washington.
He's French.
Somebody online kept pointing out why they all have British accents.
Yeah, I thought that too. Like the main character was talking about his city and he's pipping and oiling.
That kind of thing's a little disappointing to me after Wolfenstein, actually the New Order, in that they actually spoke German in that game and then they used, subtitles or whatever. I really like that. It was very realistic. Like it's cool to not
Germans
have like
speak German.
Yeah, exactly. Like I know it's maybe a little inconvenient. Maybe we don't expect that, especially in games. But I thought that added a really realistic kind of nuance.
AC is usually pretty good about this though. I mean, AC2 and Brotherhood and Revelations all had Italian options. So if you wanted to watch the whole thing in Italian, you could just read the subtitles and it was awesome. Also, I think Connor kept slipping into his native tongue a whole lot, where he would just, certain words would pop up in language I didn't understand, and it would pop up in subtitles every now and then. That stuff's cool.
I like that.
I'm sure there will be a French option so you can play it with.
I like playing with subtitles off though. So that was the thing. You turn them off sometimes, and then those little words.
Or just play in French and then turn the subtitles off.
I like
You're
playing
gonna be
the
fine.
subtitles off, but if I'm watching a foreign film, like you don't have a choice. You have to put subtitles on.
Right, but this isn't a foreign film.
Greg,
a video game.
Why
I'm
don't you
playing.
just learn French?
If you just
You know what? Why do they bring their game to America to speak American?
Moving on. Did Shape Up do anything for you guys?
No. When they brought it out and they were like, sprinting on top of a train is the activity we had to represent what you're doing in the real world, which is boring. At the same time, it's like, no, this is still just boring. It did nothing for me. Like the idea of competing against yourself here or doing the push-up competition is fine, but I don't know, the actual activities just don't seem that interesting. It's it's just push-ups. It's just running in place.
Well, I have a friend who shadowboxes quite a bit, so he might be into this.
Think he beat that guy? That guy's really good.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll bring him down there.
Has there been other Shape Up games? I can't remember.
No, it used to be Your Shape. It used to be Your Shape Fitness from Ubisoft. Now they totally rebranded it. This is an Xbox One exclusive too, or at least to start. There's some kind of partnership with Microsoft.
We have a question about this game
Yes.
from Twitter. Cameron Brown, do you find it odd that Ubi has both Shape Up and Just Dance? Their audiences are similar and they may end up competing.
I don't think they're that similar.
No.
Just Dance, people want to
Dancing and
dance and
fitness?
be goofy and listen to music, and then this one's...
Maybe in the fact that they both seem they could appeal to a casual audience.
Sure.
Yeah.
And
they're
an
both
active
physical.
audience. Yeah.
But Shape Up is definitely trying to appeal to the gamer, right? With high scores
With its
and
graphics, but like, I don't know, they talk about gamifying fitness, but that doesn't really, like I just go to the gym every other day. That's just what I do.
But you could have tanks on your back when you do push-ups.
Yeah. Look at Gary go.
Yeah, Gary's killing it right now.
Representing America.
Good job, Gary.
Doing a good job.
We're all proud to know you. Look at him. Not really
doing a full push-up though. To be fair, I mean I couldn't do one full push-up, so I'm not judging.
No.
I'm just noting. I'm observing that if this.
If we're being honest, if we're being intellectually honest here, his push-up form not that great.
I didn't think he was going to pull it out.
But just like in WW2, we beat the French.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened in WW2. It's very good. Very good history.
What did you guys think about the Valiant Hearts trailer?
Oh my God, Colin.
Yeah.
You live with Portillo.
Yeah.
Was your heart breaking too, listening to these dog noises?
I could see Portillo as the role of the dog in this game.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's not too late to
I
change
did not know much other than like probably the synopsis paragraph on Valiant Hearts before this, and like that trailer totally had me. I'm totally into that game now, and I was like,
I still don't know like much about what the gameplay is going to be like, but the tone that they're setting.
Right. Yeah.
Really,
it's really cool.
really
all these
effective.
different stories and all these different letters, and this little dog. All his little squeaks killed me.
To his
Killed me.
fallen friends.
Killed me.
It was really. This is a really sad trailer.
Yeah. So sad.
Yeah, you're right, man. All the trailers are really calm and.
Yeah.
moody.
And this is the thing, I'm all heartbroken because of this dog. Makes me think of my dog. How do people with kids play anything or watch anything? Everyone's dying. Everyone's some son or daughter.
Mitch, do we know anything about what the gameplay in this game's gonna be like?
No, I mean, like I said before, Marty played it. It seems very adventure gamey, right? Like almost like Walking Dead, where you kind of navigate and do mundane things that are definitely for a certain kind of person, and the stuff you're doing is mainly a means to an end to tell a cool story, which I'm fine with. I'm gonna play Valiant Hearts, and I'm sure I'll enjoy it.
It's making me so sad.
I know.
The art style is beautiful.
Yeah. Game is really gorgeous.
I'm excited about it. And like I said, again in the pre-show, I'm so glad game developers are exploring World War I.
It's cool that it's got Aisha mentioned it before the demo, right? That it's got tie-ins to some history stuff. What was it? That it's I've lost it now. I was talking about
It's gone. Greg had a fun
There's
fact.
some kind of what? They were saying there's some tie-in to like historical documents.
documentary.
Yeah, the documentary. Thank you. That was it.
And letters, I think.
Yeah.
Like specifically letters written from 1914.
Well, that's what this is. The VO in this trailer is a letter.
Right. And I assume that they drew the name Valiant Hearts from the end of that letter. So.
Dear Colin.
What's even sadder is I didn't know it was the dog talking until you told me that.
Until just now?
No, well, I'm like tweeting about it. I'm watching it. I'm getting sad. I wasn't paying attention. That it was.
Wait, it was the dog?
Yeah.
No.
Because
to his friends.
Dogs can't write letters, Damon. Don't be crazy.
They're just characterizing.
But at the end, he says something like, "But I can't. I wish I could tell you all this, but I can't tell you."
Really good.
That didn't cue into my head.
Yeah, when I realized it was the dog, like the dog had been friends with all these soldiers, I was like, "Oh my god!"
How did he learn how to write?
He didn't write. He's just
That's
thinking.
devastating.
It's
How did he
his
learn
internal
how to
monologue.
It's like that.
What do you think? Portillo doesn't think like that?
No.
Portillo is at dog camp right now, sad as hell. Where is everybody?
He is sad. Would you write me letters if you were on the front, Greg?
Yeah.
Dear Colin.
You suck.
At least you're writing.
I
to
wish
me,
you
though.
would
At
play
least
multiplayer with me.
Under no circumstances are you allowed to disconnect the Kinect from the Xbox One in the living room.
I'm days away from taking that thing hostage.
I won't lie to you. I'm ready to do it.
Good.
We can do it. We can do it when we get home.
It's the worst.
It's not the worst. I was just when I was playing Titanfall, it made a lot of sense. I wanted to be able to switch back and forth. But now that I'm not playing Titanfall that much anymore, it's like whatever.
That's smart.
Twitter question incoming.
Okay.
Duck and cover.
Hit me.
Colin Dove, you guys think the lack of Kinect will affect those Ubisoft Kinect games shape up in Just Dance? Affect them?
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
See, I'm of the mind that it won't necessarily, because the people who want those games are going to go through the trouble of getting them, right? Like, they're going to buy the Xbox One with Kinect, or they're going to separately seek out a Kinect, or they're going to buy it on Wii.
Yeah. Just Dance was big on Wii.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't know how it's doing on like, current gen consoles now.
Yeah.
And Shape Up is, I mean, it's an Xbox One game, partnership with Microsoft. Presumably it's tied into Xbox Fitness somehow, but I don't know. But that's definitely going to take a hit if Microsoft is actively removing Kinect from the console.
Yeah. Which is
And
that is available today.
Yeah, today for $400. I think that by removing Kinect from the console, very smart move on their part,
Yes.
on Microsoft's part. But the effect of that, obviously, is that Kinect is going to die. Because maybe a niche of people will buy it. I mean, I know our friends at Harmonix were tweeting about it when Microsoft announced that they were distressed because they have a game coming out for it. That that's going to injure games like this because I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I just feel like with motion and these kinds of gaming, like maybe it was just a one-time thing and people don't want to do it anymore. They want to play with the controller.
I think it's worth it though. I mean, the sacrifice that we're making with developers making fewer Kinect games, to me, is worth it for the benefit of more people having these consoles.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
We don't want Kinect. Stop. Sorry,
I
Harmonix.
don't mind.
Sorry,
I
John
like my
Drake.
Kinect.
You had your chance. You didn't
Xbox,
capitalize.
go to Netflix.
It's a little rough.
Sorry if you're watching this on your
Xbox, implode
Xbox.
Kinect.
That brings us to the big reveal, big secret game of the Ubisoft conference, Rainbow Six Siege.
Yes.
So apparently Rainbow Six Patriots doesn't exist anymore.
That game is super dead, I think.
That game is gone.
And this
Siege
is very
looked
different.
awesome.
I thought Rainbow Six Siege looked really cool. Although let's point out, it did have that very scripted chatter.
But they cursed in this one.
I see him. He's over here.
They
Look out,
cursed in this one, which immediately made it more realistic.
No gamers actually talk like that while they play games.
No, nobody's
I see
that.
him.
They were talking
like
like
that.
pro
Talk like
Counter-Strike
that.
players, like short conversations, direct information about what's where.
Sean Finnegan
People-
talks like that when he plays games.
He plays a lot of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, exactly.
You and I would just be like, through the roof.
I don't know about you guys. I felt bad for that poor woman.
She was
They're
just like
messing her house
getting
up.
passed around.
It was
Yeah, it's like
awesome
they
house.
both are going after
Got
her.
shot? Yeah.
What was the point?
That was
of all
super
that? I mean, that's what I
uncomfortable.
was wondering. Is
Rescuing
that, like,
her, right?
Well,
Getting her
that's
out
well,
of it.
hostage
It's a hostage
situations aren't
rescue.
supposed to be a walk in the park, Mitch.
But how many times are there hostage situations where both sides are going after the same hostage to have them hostage? That was kind of the
Oh,
thing.
that's what the other team was
I
doing?
thought we were trying to rescue her.
Yeah, the other team was trying to rescue her.
Yes, Rainbow is trying to rescue the hostage from people who have taken the hostage.
That's our
But it
thing.
just seemed, but it's so weird because it was was using the same terminology as far as I knew on screen, where like when they dropped the hostage or got the hostage, they weren't like it was so weird. It was like so weird to me. It just seemed like they were just busting this woman's house up.
Also, can we talk about this procedural?
Yeah, I love taking the walls down.
Right,
that's
like,
awesome.
I mean, well, that's the whole point of the siege, right? Like you bust in and you just start getting in there and like shooting up walls, and you can use the shotgun to punch a hole in the wall, and later you see someone go back to a hole and use the pistol to take some shots. That kind of stuff is really great.
Yeah.
Yep. The fortifications don't seem to be working terribly well. Like, look at that, just shoot it, it's gone.
It looks cool. It's exciting. It brings back memories. Like not necessarily this type of more fluid Rainbow Six gameplay, but just playing Rainbow Six with your buddies when you're younger. It was a really important IP for a lot of gamers back then.
I'm also like
cool to have it back.
a big fan of what they're doing with the small scale 5v5 indoor environment permadeath thing. Like someone gets killed immediately, and it's like that dude probably loaded into that game for a minute and a half, and now he's dead. And has to wait 3 minutes or whatever for this clock to run out.
I see him.
Why did they take her hostage, do you think? What's her deal?
Damon, they're terrorists.
They don't
That's
care.
their motivation.
She has the best turtle soup recipe in the world, and she won't share.
And they just show it. They just show what I was talking about. It says you have the hostage. Your team has the hostage. It says enemies have the hostage.
What do you
and then your
want
team has
to
the hostage.
call it?
I don't know. It's like you rescued the hostage, or you know.
Okay, you rescue the hostage, but then she's not safe yet. You're not in the clear yet.
Yeah, it just seemed a little weird
Good
to me.
point.
But this house
owned him.
Cut his mic!
They're going too soon, I think.
Can we also point out that during this hostage rescue, in which this woman is surely grateful, they obliterate her home.
Yeah.
Whatever. They already took all the accordion wooden things you use to separate doors from babies, and they put them all over the windows. The house is
Separating doors from babies.
They call that lattice.
Keep the babies away from the door.
Lattice, that's it, yeah. Hey, you know what?
That's specifically what those were designed
for. He's gonna chew right through this door unless we keep them separated. We have a Twitter question on
Can you play as a baby? Is the Twitter question.
Is it about the turtle soup?
About the turtle soup, yeah. I thought we had a Twitter
What was your motivation?
Is this happening?
Where is
here we go.
Patriots?
Get to the Twitter question.
Ooh, Moaz Kayani. Where is Patriots? Is Siege an entirely new game? Is Patriots single player still there? Yeah, like I was saying, I think let's count Patriots out at this point.
Yeah, I would say it's over.
I think they scrapped it and they're working on Siege instead.
Do you see any idea? I mean, I don't know much about. I didn't see much about Patriots or whatever. I mean, is there any ideas or any nuggets of that game in this at all, or is it? I mean,
terrorism? Yeah, I mean, what we saw at Patriots at the time was, very single-player oriented, big action set pieces. This is very much. I mean, this is a multiplayer demo. We haven't seen single-player at all. Assuming there's a single-player.
It looks like the opposite of that.
Right. It is. These closed spaces is the opposite of outdoor, out in normal everyday America. Instead, I mean, you're in everyday America, but you're in someone's home, inside tight spaces,
and
she has through her floor.
And she has the turtle soup recipe, as far as I understand from.
We gotta find it. Breach the ceiling.
We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we'll take more of your Twitter questions. Stay tuned.
Breach the ceiling. Just wait for
Rated T for teen.
Gonna give you, everything I got. Touch me, I'm sick. Touch me, I'm sick. PlayStation.
Welcome back.
Greg's gone.
IGN Live.
I'm interacting with the community. I'm asking them to tweet at IGN #E3 2014 their Rainbow Six Siege turtle soup recipe.
Ooh, I like that.
Nick's queuing up some Twitter questions. Do you feel prepared to rate the Ubisoft press conference on the IGN scale?
Ooh.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Greg.
Are we using the whole 100 points of the IGN scale?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go 8.4. Great.
Great conference. Yeah, I think I probably would have been in that
significantly
ballpark.
higher than mine. I would say 6.5.
Whoa!
6.5.
You are such a hater.
It was okay. It was okay. I mean, it had moments of greatness, like many things that are okay.
What would you rate the EA conference?
Oh, that was like a 9.
Are you kidding me? Cut his mic.
I was so bored. I was like falling asleep.
Greg's already cut everyone today.
You're insane.
Not you.
Well, you
Are you
just wanted to
kidding?
come
New Mass
before.
Effect, new BioWare IP,
They didn't
Star
show me
Wars
that. They just
Battlefront,
talked about it.
Criterion new IP. That's
we
what
were working on
is.
some stuff. It's going to be really cool.
Dragon Age looks
someday.
awesome. We're gonna go play that this week.
I think Dragon Age does look really cool.
Yeah, it does.
No. They talked about games. They didn't show anything, but Ubisoft shows us.
Hardline? Are you kidding? We watched the whole match. It was awesome.
I think Hardline looks really cool.
I actually got less interested in Hardline after watching it.
Well, no, you don't have any interest in that PS4 beta?
I tried to get that, but it crashed.
That's what he was just better that he couldn't get into the beta. Colin, what do you think? Ubisoft,
I thought EA was great.
7.5, I would give it. I think EA was more like a 7. I think Microsoft is more
Yeah, Ubi's better than EA.
Yeah,
I agree.
mean, those games appeal to me. You know, at least some of those games appeal.
Well,
to me.
I'm super into what they're doing. In terms of the presentation, I'm not into Shape Up. I'm not into.
They
Just
showed
Dance.
more though. I think.
And I think their
Battlefront
presentation was way better. Even the parts I didn't care about the games, I enjoyed listening to them talk.
You got that Aisha bias.
Oh yeah, I think she's great.
I think Microsoft's conference is still the best one of the day.
Oh yeah.
Last year you said Microsoft was a 9. Was this year a 9?
For Microsoft?
Yeah.
You said that last year?
I said that last year.
Yeah, as it in the moment, yeah, it still was. It was a great conference.
Was
it? Yeah, their conference was great. And then you went.
But then Sony.
When
then
Sony
Sony
flipped the script, everybody forgot that it was actually a really good conference.
That it was like this year, all games.
Yeah, exactly. I guess it was a 9 this year. Yeah, I'll go that way. We had that game with the dragons and the scales.
Yep, That's
one.
it. 9.
9.
We have a question from Twitter over here.
Here we go. Tweet at IGN #E32014.
How do you pronounce this gentleman's name?
This
Greg?
is Nicanor Henriquez.
You want to read it?
Nicanor Henriquez. You guys think that the new Rainbow Six is going to be as fluid when the game comes out?
Well, now that was obviously like a scripted demo.
Yeah. Sure. We'll find out. I mean, we're going to play it.
It depends on how good a player you are, Nicano.
Hernandez?
Yes.
If you are a smooth player, then your game will be very fluid.
I like that. I like that a lot.
I guess.
I'll go play that.
If it just doesn't work well, what if it doesn't run well? Then it's not his fault, is
Who
it?
knows how far out it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Far
sad.
out.
Far
I mean,
out,
it's next year, but I would wager that's like one of their big AAA tentpoles.
Yeah,
next,
I mean,
next
they
holiday.
revealed the Division last year, but now that's not coming until next year. So that Rainbow Six could be 2 years out still.
Even then, do we really think Division is next year? Are we convinced?
I'm not convinced.
I am not.
I hope so.
I hope so as well, but I also hope it is a fantastic game. So if they have to delay it in 2016,
take your time.
Do what you need to do.
Take your time. We have too many games. I wrote that editorial on IGN about how all these delays are good, and I want more delays. It gives you time to play more polished games. It gives you time to go back into your backlog. So games like The Division, if they're going to be better,
could we delay about 30 games out of October?
that'd be fantastic.
That'd be great.
Let's go ahead
I'd like
and
to
just
play
delay
some.
them right
Push
now.
them all to November 11th.
Like every other game.
Yeah.
AC Unity is out in October 28th in those games.
Yes.
So that's a crowded date.
It's going to be a crowded fall.
What are the thoughts on Ubisoft? What haven't we covered yet? What are we missing?
Prince of Persia.
This is like our
Did you
Beyond Good and
did you
Evil.
rank it?
I was like in the same ballpark.
Okay. Yeah, Beyond Good and Evil too. You were calling for that earlier.
At this
Struck
point,
out again.
is this my
Nishi.
last Guardian? Do I just give up hope and wait for hopefully an announcement in 5 years?
I wonder what their deal is. I wonder if they, tested the waters with the HD release. Maybe,
Didn't sell well.
Yeah, I mean, but a lot of these downloadable games that haven't or aren't selling well because people haven't found that market yet, like they have on PC, where you're downloading your games and people just need to acclimate more to that. But I also wonder if they just have some, Ubisoft's a smart company, a studied company. I wonder if they have some internal documents or research where they're like that we shouldn't make this game. Like, in fact, like very few people actually want this game.
It's just Mitch. Mitch is yelling really loud, but nobody else cares.
Like they seem to be.
Well, he doesn't know how to rate press conferences, so nobody listens to him.
Oh, okay. They seem to be more like Activision, not quite as extreme as Activision, but where they want to sell games and they're going to have some experiments and take some risks like they did with Child of Light, like they're going to do with Valiant Hearts, but. They want to sell games. So if Beyond Good and Evil 2 is going to sell 1 million copies, it's probably not worth it for them.
Where's my UbiArt Prince of Persia game?
Oh,
that'd be nice.
Yep. That'd be great.
It's perfect. It's too perfect. Where is it? Gamescom?
A little too perfect.
Gamescom.
One of my Twitter followers, Richard Wilcox, asks, "What game have you guys seen so far that you guys are most excited about overall?"
Rainbow Six.
Yeah, I'm tempted. I mean, I did just see that game.
He's putting all the conferences together so far.
Yeah. So I mean, like
Sunset,
Evolve,
Overdrive.
Assassin's Creed Unity.
Oh, Evolve. I always forget about
Dragon
Evolve.
Age.
You watch play it on IG.com.
I know.
Master Chief Collection, Rise of the Tomb Raider.
Rise of the Tomb Raider.
Do you think that's here, or do you think we're just getting that trailer? Do you think we're going to see and play that game this week?
No.
No, you think it's just a trailer?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I gotta say, I'm gonna say Far Cry 4 to that. That's the game of the ones we've all seen so far. That's the one I want to play the most.
Yeah. Oh man.
The Division, Scalebound, all these games. There's lots of Crackdown. Lots of game announcements.
What was the Microsoft game that they rebooted? They announced the reboot for?
Phantom Dust.
Yeah.
That looked interesting.
Nobody at this table remembers at all.
We had to look it up on Wikipedia.
Yeah. In the war room, everyone's
Card-based
like,
adventure.
what's this? And Vince is going, oh my God!
I think
"All right, Vince,
early
fine."
Xbox adopters remember that game and have fun.
I remember the very odd ads in official Xbox magazine.
They got to bring Blinks back. That's what I keep saying.
That's what we've been saying for a long time on Podcast Unlocked. Available now on ign.com.
And iTunes.
And iTunes,
Wherever
you download your MP3s.
Wherever they
subscribe
come from.
to youtube.com/IGN Arena.
Adam loves what's going on our Ubisoft post show. Laughs abound.
Oh, Adam, you're welcome. Do we get any? Oh, let me check for turtle soup recipes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is good.
Actually, did I ever send that tweet?
That
Or
one's
did I
getting
say
good.
I was going to send that tweet?
Christian Off.
Here we go.
Asks, do you think that the new Rainbow Six met or exceeded the hype that Patriots had?
Patriots hype was super different, though.
I think this has exceeded it. Patriots was debuted with the trailer at the VGAs.
It was a concept trailer. It was, This is our prototype concept.
Then I think there was one more trailer. Like, we never saw actual gameplay.
No, we
Here
never saw.
Here we saw a whole match played out.
Ubisoft Toronto made a ton of multiplayer maps for that game. We never saw the multiplayer ever. This was, hey, look, this is a multiplayer match. Also, come play it tonight.
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna breach this
I think this looks
Wait for my go.
I agree.
Kyle Castle responded to me on Twitter saying, "Who told Game Over Greggy neon pink was a good idea?"
Whoa.
Literally everyone, Kyle.
Yes.
Everyone has complimented this shirt. So you have no taste and are no longer allowed to watch this stream. Good day.
Cut his mic.
I've also gotten a lot of compliments on my jacket. So
Yeah,
it's a fantastic jacket.
The two haters that.
Can we get another Twitter vote going? Camo jacket versus pink shirt.
Oh yeah.
Hashtag camo versus pink
I
shirt.
think we compliment each other very
I
well.
think we
'cause
win
pink
together.
Looks really good with camo.
Yeah,
I think.
look at that.
I think we worked this out really well.
We're pretty awesome.
Whenever I have pink in my shirt, I like to wear my camo shoes.
Yeah. I
Just a
like
little fun fact for everybody.
In case you were curious.
For the 200,000 people that are tuning in.
And then here, Preets tweets me and says, "No Tomb Raider at Ubisoft."
What?
Nope.
You got that right.
They're not publishing Tomb Raider, so they won't be. It wouldn't be there.
That would be weird if it was. That would be awesome.
Fish Daddy Cupcake asks,
That's a great Twitter name.
would have Beyond Good and Evil been a better showstopper than Rainbow Six?
Nope.
No.
Oh, he says Rainbow Vegas 6. I think he means.
We understand. We understand.
No,
I
this
think
isn't Rainbow Six Vegas, just to be clear.
I think Rainbow Six is a far bigger following than Beyond Good and Evil. Beyond Good and Evil
Absolutely.
drops into the Mirror's Edge thing of like there's a hardcore group of video game fans who love that game, and so we push and push and push and push.
From a very specific place in time as well. Like
Right.
there's one of them, and it's like if you didn't own an Xbox or a PS2 or, I think it was on GameCube too, right? In like 2002, 2003, you probably missed out on that game.
Mitch, Colin, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
A good friend of ours is waiting in the wings to join us up here on the set. But first, we have a Making of Assassin's Creed Unity featurette we'd like to show you.
It is so good.
What?
So
Not a
good.
joke. It is incredible.
9.0 from Mitch Dyer.
9.5.
Rate this shirt.
9.5. Stay tuned.
Rate this shirt.
It's 11.
11.
11.4.
I hope that guy isn't watching anymore because I told him not to.
Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly with Aisha Tyler.
One of the most exciting times to be a gamer. We get a good look at the future of the industry, new games are revealed, and everyone dances and releases many, many trailers. Luckily, you'll be able to keep track of all the madness on ign.com/E3. Keep that page handy because we'll be broadcasting live from the show for 4 straight days. We'll start on June 9th at 9 a.m. Pacific with Microsoft's big press conference. After that is EA's conference at 12 p.m. Pacific, then Ubisoft at 2:30 p.m. Pacific, and then our Sony broadcast will cap off the day at 5:30 p.m. Pacific. Then come back Tuesday, June 10th at 8:30 a.m. to get ready for all the big Nintendo news. And that is just the start. On Tuesday at 12 p.m. Pacific, when the E3 show floor opens, we start streaming demos straight from the show. See brand new gameplay from The Witcher 3, Call of Duty, Evolve, The Order 1886, Destiny, Dragon Age, and games that are so awesomely secret we can't tell you until closer to the show. Check out the schedule on ign.com/E3 as we update the full lineup. And if you miss anything at all, you'll be able to replay any segment or conference straight from the schedule. You can also get live updates by following us on Twitter at IGN or joining us on Facebook. Last year was dominated by PS4 and Xbox One hardware announcements, but we expect 2014 to be all about the games. Come geek out with us as it's happening.
Travis, gotta go, man. Guys, shh.
Warning, depressurization will end in 5, 4, 3, 2,
1. Guys! Guys! It's me! Guys?
PlayStation Plus.
We had really, I think, shook the foundations of the industry with AC1 when we introduced, gorgeous looking game with these open world cities, seamless, no loading, and we've done pretty much what we can do with the last generation. Right, we've taken both consoles to pretty much their breaking limit.
So the initial project goal for ACU, and the name spoils it a little bit, it was to create the first fully and next-gen Assassin's Creed by blurring the lines between like single-player, multiplayer, co-op, and the purely online element of more social games.
So narrative works when you're motivating the player on a very linear story, but when you create a rich open world with all these different activities, it needs to be more. We wanted to create a city that not only is super detailed, large and beautiful, but we wanted to have depth to that city. We wanted it to be full of characters, full of NPCs, full of activities, and full of rewards. And we wanted to let the player loose in that universe and really let them explore and find that stuff on their own.
I love being able to create brand new experiences that leverage the new hardware, and so doing that on Assassin's Creed 1 was really exciting because we didn't even have dev kits really, and we not only were creating a new IP for this new hardware that we didn't really know or understand yet, we were also building a brand new engine, which ended up being an engine that's used throughout Ubisoft on a bunch of games. And our focus was really, what can we do on this hardware to change the gameplay experience for players? What can we do that's never been done before?
AC was built as a single-player experience, most and foremost. So what we had to do is to make sure that, because we're building a sandbox and an open-world game, we needed to make sure to onlineize all of our different features, and we have hundreds of them.
When you're on a mission, we tend to control a lot. This is the opposite philosophy of what we did with Unity. The idea was to create a large, living, breathing, systemic city, let you manipulate that city, and then embrace that sandbox nature, even in missions.
We've reimagined all three main pillars. First one being navigation. So parkour will give the players more abilities than before. Control over going up or going down, and precisely selecting where players want to go. We've reimagined the combat pillar altogether as well. I guess the fight system is a little bit harder than before, and that's also done on purpose to support the third pillar, which is stealth. So altogether, these three pillars, they come together and they form the core gameplay loop of our game.
It was the great time to do the same types of bets that we did on AC1 for a new generation change. So we looked at all of our workflow and we made sure that we could iterate as fast as possible. So we were able to focus on multiplayer afterwards. And on top of that, obviously, we were able to do a big push on graphics to get a totally new experience.
But we really wanted to focus on something that would take us back to the core of Assassin's Creed. So going back to a large, sprawling urban center. So we asked ourselves, if we were to go back to that route, what would be the perfect setting to showcase next generation hardware? Well, Paris is the most visited city in the world. It's literally, I mean, teeming with monuments. You can't turn a street corner without running into some sort of landmark. And then the period of French Revolution was a period of really of upheaval with, you know, hundreds of thousands of people taking the streets. So we're like, well, the crowd, social stealth, is one of the core pillars of the brand. The large sprawling urban areas is another core pillar of the brand. So why not bring that all together and create a game set in that, you know, unique setting? So this is sort of how it converged.
So you've got all the landmarks in, and these landmarks are incredibly huge. Like, you know, they're close to one-to-one scale. So it really feels like you're in Paris.
If the city has literally tens of thousands of buildings, and if you can go into one in every 4 buildings, every building is a potential story. Every building is a potential reward. And you really start getting a sense that the world is no longer a movie set. It feels like an actual world. The other thing we did is when you say French Revolution, well, there's the word revolution, that's more than a dozen people screaming, right? So you need to have large crowds. So we're up to about, I think, 5,000 NPCs on screen right now. And those NPCs, I'm not talking about like just people, like random animations. These are interactive. So if you, for example, you do something that will startle them, like shoot a gun in the air and they're right next to you, they will bail, they will run away. So having 5,000 characters on screen just running away is a feat unto itself, but it's something that we've been working on for a very long time.
So suddenly we're in a big open world and a huge city. So the idea is to create opportunities for people to come together and have fun things to do in co-op. We're supporting 4-player co-op, and we have tons of content. There's single-player content, there's co-op content, and also players can just explore the city together and experience Paris together, which is really exciting.
Our goal was to unify what we were doing separately, which was multiplayer and our strong single-player experience into one single game. That's why we needed to build the right team and then really take our time to do that. We had a studio in Annecy, we had a studio in Singapore, a studio in Quebec City as well. This year around, we're still working with these major studios. We've added Toronto to our list of partners this year.
So we knew that Assassin's Creed Unity was looking for partners. They were in pre-production at the time, and basically Vince came over with a couple of other people and said, hey, this is where we think you guys can help us.
Our role on AC Unity was bringing that knowledge of creating good co-op maps and co-op gameplay and applying that to the Assassin's Creed universe.
In the past, we worked on co-op, but it was within a much smaller scope in terms of the size of the world, something that we call like broad linear level design, where you do have opportunities to branch off and do different things, but within a very confined space.
We really wanted to steer away from that. So what we think is, if you make the world challenging enough, if you make the opportunities be easier or more logical to perform by multiple players, if you then give those players complementary skills, people will naturally play co-op.
So you have to really keep that in mind and make sure that you design for every possible approach and for every possible play style. Some players might be more action-oriented. You need to make sure that the fights on the ground are good and that the difficulty is balanced appropriately to encourage co-op.
Back in, I think around October, I started talking to Vince about how, you know, Toronto, you know, since we're working on co-op and we know that they would probably need a co-op demo for E3, I said, hey, you know, Toronto wants to get involved.
Doing demos is always taxing, but as I said, it's part of the process. We have to do it, we want to do it.
The way game development is done on this project is Montreal's in charge of all of the technology, all of the tools, all of the features, or most of the features. And specifically for the demo, we're kind of building the top parts of the layers of the content. So we're building, you know, the city, the levels, the mission, everything that kind of sits on top of the foundation of the technology and the features. So we have to work together.
Ultimately, it's a good win for the team, and once we have it, we have a cool benchmark. And then we can say, remember the E3 demo or the other demo? Well, that's the kind of quality we need to hit for the rest of the game.
What we talked about with the team was E3 is going to be a great opportunity for us to take something to final, take something to polish, and be able to know what that process is and understand how to work together and get there.
For our E3 demo, we wanted something that would be very impactful in a short period of time. You know, we're going to be up there on stage for 5 minutes, and we want people to understand the conflict, to feel the energy, and to understand the gameplay progression as well.
So Alex challenged us, you know, to tell the story of the French Revolution. You know, the macro story of the peasant and the noble battle. You know, framed up within this mission. We were going to set up the conflict between the classes, you know, that really defines the French Revolution.
In the French Revolution, today's extremists were tomorrow's moderates, and the next day they were dead. And this is what happened throughout the whole thing, right? So this lent itself really well to that sort of you know, who is right, you know, what is freedom, what is control, right? And that sort of shifts.
So the idea was to really tell the story of what it's like to be a noble, you know, thrust into the hands of insanely violent and angry peasants. We're going to have to do that first person. And you know, AC is not a first person game, so it's really a jolting experience.
So we decided very early on to go with a very classic conflict from the French Revolution, which was the people versus nobility. And we set the mission around the bread riots that broke out early in the French Revolution.
So you're going to see streets that are full of chaos and under pressure, and that really represents the population that we're wading through and that we're climbing over. What the player's going to experience is they're going to see the difference between the social classes in terms of outside it's chaos, there's barricades everywhere, things are upheaved. You go inside, and all of a sudden, visually, everything is very organized, very formatted.
So the mission takes place with peasants breaking into a palace. The peasants are starving. Inside the palace, the corrupt marquis is having a party. He's feasting. And there's this inequality, and you can really understand that as a player. And that's what we built the whole demo around.
Take care of this, or I will use your head as a piss pot.
So the nice thing is, even though we're spending a ton of time building this beautiful palace and the gardens and everything, we'll actually have that in game. And we have featured actually quite a lot of content which will be shipped in the game in that same location. Friday afternoon, we kind of got the call from Montreal and say, okay, we've cleared our schedules. Why don't you and Natai come over? We're going to sit down, go through the entire E3 strategy and figure out how to get our two demos to complement each other, but as well as get your demo down to this 5-minute window. So we flew out Monday morning, spent 2 days in Montreal. We scrubbed through everything at a super detailed level, and we found some really, really great solutions.
Things can be tweaked. Sometimes additional hard decisions need to be made, but usually the game is pretty much locked. I mean, we know what we're building, we know why we're doing it, we know why we want to show publicly, and then it's a matter of just finishing and then polishing the rest until we feel satisfied with the overall product. And you know, we're proud to release it.
I wish everything was locked. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, we've been working on it for a long time, and that's one of the reasons I think we're going to see a lot of quality in AC Unity, but it's not finished.
Everyone on the team now is super excited that we have a demo, and no one's frustrated that, you know, we're trying different things that we know may not go into the full game, because we're already seeing the learning. We're already seeing how every time we iterate, we get better, we get faster.
We're going to work on it until the game ships. And I think you're going to see something at E3 that's going to be amazing, but the final game is going to be even more amazing.
For AC, we decided to invest a lot in mining. One of the main subjects that we attacked is GI, global illumination, which also includes sky occlusion. So we're looking at the sky dome, and we're baking occlusion at the high precision level. much more precise than it used to be in previous games.
So the world looks completely next gen. I mean, we were never even close to achieving this in any other AC game. Plus, we do it in an open world of that size with seamless interiors with no loading anytime.
Welcome back, IGN Live at E3. We are joined now by the lovely Aisha Tyler.
Oh, hello.
Who was nice enough to come over here right after the Ubisoft press conference.
I rushed here from Ubi. I did.
Just saw her there.
Yeah.
Nice job again.
Thank you.
Third year in a row, you're a regular
Thank
now.
you,
I think they like you over there.
Well, I roofied everyone.
Oh, well,
all of them. And the French people, because they drink so much wine, were like, we don't even feel it. No.
Your power, you have no power
over
here.
me. You bring me another bottle of Grenache. But yeah, I love that freaking thing. It's so much fun. That's a unique way to experience E3 to actually announce the games. It's pretty cool.
I have to ask, were you really kind of crying at the end?
I was actually crying.
Because I felt some emotions during this show too. During the Valiant Hearts trailer.
I don't want to talk about the Valiant Hearts trailer. It's too close.
So sweet.
Very
Too soon? Too
Yeah.
soon?
And then Damon points out it's the dog talking the whole time. I was sad enough when it was just the dog squeaks. And then it was the dog talking.
The whole time.
How does the dog develop that vocabulary though?
It's only turtle, Colin.
Because he's a war hero. That's
Yeah,
why.
exactly. What did you ever do for your country?
No, Rainbow Six Vegas was like my first big co-op game, and I loved that game so much. And nothing since then for me has been as fun in terms of like infiltration and strategy. And I just was like, and also from a multiplayer perspective, like the game is so fun. It's so collaborative. Just watching it was so much fun, and everything was blowing up, and then there was like a little drone, and then flashbang, and I was so happy. I really was like,
It's happening again. It's happening again, Damon. Why do you do this to us? How dare you? Just because you wear camo doesn't mean this is a war.
Yeah, it was great.
I think Nick said we have a Twitter question already for Aisha.
Ooh, what?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're just supposed to remind them.
Oh, then tweet at IGN
tweet a question.
E3 2014. Your questions get read here, and you win nothing.
Yep.
Not a thing.
Not a goddamn
You don't even win Twitter.
But at least we're honest about it.
Yeah, exactly.
No, truthfulness.
So then you get to see all this stuff.
I did. I got
you get to see it ahead of time.
I did. I saw everything yesterday, and I was getting the scripts and stuff like that. You know, there have been little leaks. People have been talking about what they thought they were going to see, and you know, they were going to see Far Cry, or they were going to see an update on AC. People were kicking around. I guess what you guys were talking about. What was the other game that everybody was all excited about?
Beyond Good and Evil 2.
I don't even know that game. I was like, what are they talking
Well, it hasn't been made in like a decade. You have every right not to know it.
Yeah. But I didn't know. And then yesterday we did the whole run through, and then we cleared the theater, and I got to see it, and I was just like in the front row going. And I'm really glad it was gameplay. I'm really glad it was beta gameplay and not a trailer. It just felt really robust. It felt so much more urgent, like this is about to happen right now. And it just, I mean, you know, it just feel, I mean, I don't actually know how open world this game is going to be, but just from a pure like map standpoint, this feels like a really robust map to me, more robust than the last version of this game. And just with more variables and a lot, you know, just like the explosions really everything just felt great. We were talking about the fact that like something's cement, you're not going to be able to blow through it. It's going to be as like authentic and grounded and real as it possibly can be. And I wonder if you can kill your hostage. I'm sure you can blow with your hostage. They just shot.
You just want to lose?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, there was right at the end there when there was one last guy on the other team, they dropped the guy and he was holding the hostage, and I was like, I think as a team, I would want to have a meeting about that after that, you know, after that infiltration was over. Be like, I would really like us to agree to not shoot at the bad guys when they're holding a hostage. I feel like that could go two ways. That could go two ways.
I was going to say, remember, this is a key moment in speed of how to do this.
Yeah.
Maybe tell them to put the achievement / trophy in for shooting the hostage in the leg.
Yeah, that should be an issue. There should be an achievement for shooting the hostage in the leg or shooting through the hostage's shoulder to kill the bad guy. And then if you can do like a headshot, like a center headshot without hurting the hostage, I think you should level up like 20 times.
They could do the whole RoboCop thing, shoot through a skirt.
Yep.
We should just go and make all the achievements for this game.
We can make some notes.
Every achievement is how you shoot through or around the hostage.
1,000 gamer scores and it's just like 30.
Shooting at hostages.
What was the movie where you could bend the trajectory of your bullet?
Wanted.
Yeah, we could just do that.
James McAvoy?
Yeah. I almost.
By the way, physically impossible. I don't mean physically like body. I mean like physics dictates that's impossible.
Morgan Freeman did it, so it must be.
Morgan Freeman's God, and you are not. So what did we just learn?
For a second, I really thought they had wanted B-roll for a second.
How did they do that?
Can you just watch Wanted until the Sony press conference?
Angelina Jolie was able to do it because she weighs 1 pound, and so it was heavier.
We've been kicking around fan fiction ideas here. What do you think is in this house that the people want so bad? Why do they want this lady?
Oh yeah, so I actually asked the devs in the post-show, like, what's the deal with the hostage? And I did not get any information out. They were like, to me, the hostage is a flag. This is a really elegant game of capture the flag.
Sure, that
the
makes
hostage
sense.
is the flag. But I wonder if this is more of a tactical situation with the neighborhood. Like they need something in that neighborhood, and they're barricaded inside the house because they're cornered.
Oh, interesting.
This is obviously multiplayer, and I said, what relationship does this multiplayer setup have to campaign? And then they told me the campaign was a secret, and then I punched him. So no, I didn't.
Hard to believe they keep bringing you back.
I know, right? Well, you know, it's just my enthusiasm. They feel the enthusiasm. No, so I was.
She
I was
broke
like,
his
what?
nose, but she really loves our games.
Well, it's like a sexy. It was a sexy nose break.
Oh.
I was asking, like, you know, is this map related to campaign in any way, or is this dynamic? Is this infiltration related to campaign? And they wouldn't tell me. So.
Gotcha.
But you know, I try to think back to what the campaign was for Rainbow Six.
Right.
I don't know.
What does it matter?
You shot some terrorists.
Jacking up terrorists,
in
man.
Vegas.
That's what it was.
These bad guys doing bad things.
Spanking terrorists and blowing up slot machines.
Sneaking around the corners and shooting some terrorists.
But there was a real campaign. I mean, you were just kind of moving through. You were just clearing Vegas. So maybe we're just clearing this residential neighborhood.
Right.
Okay.
I played through that campaign like with friends, cooperatively. It's so fun.
God, it's
I can't
so
wait to do that.
fun. I mean, just that whole thing, like you move around and we're gonna flank and you're gonna roll, and that new drone I think looks really super cool. You used to have to stick your little straw under there, like a little
and then rotate
drinking
it to the
straw.
side, rotate it back.
Exactly. So that looks really cool. I thought everything looked great. I was stoked that we started with Far Cry 4. I thought that was nice to start with a big title and give people something they were looking for right away. And
speaking of Far Cry 4, Martin Murphy asks, what are your thoughts on mimicking the Bond films by introducing a new great villain in each game? I don't know if that's really mimicking the Bond films. But.
No, I don't. I think you don't. I don't know. Are you always wanting to have the same boss fight and the same dynamic in the same location in every game you play? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it seems like an obvious thing to keep it fresh, just to bring you to a new place and give you a new enemy. Voss is gone. The island is gone. Now we're going to the Himalayas.
Why the frig is Voss in the Himalayas? What's he doing? He's a warm climate guy.
Yeah.
But also, I feel like the more filmic these games get, the more the narratives become robust. I don't think you want to keep meeting the same guys over again because it's not about just like a series of boss fights. It should be about a story that moves you forward, moves the characters forward, and that the characters evolve over time.
Right.
Because I think that's what we're used to now. I mean, this is not a UB title, but like something like Gears, where people died. You know what I mean? Like those things were permanent.
And that means something.
Then it meant something to you as a player, and that. So to me, I feel like what's great about what's happening right now, especially with next gen, is it's so open world. It feels so authentic, and I think the storyline needs to feel authentic as well.
Right.
Yeah.
We have another Twitter question. This one for Aisha Tyler. We're gonna put it up on the big screen. Here it comes. Boom. Julian wants to know: did Aisha Tyler get Girlwood this year?
Julian, look at my shirt.
Oh, it's a girl.
It's a lady boner.
Oh, lady boner.
Lady boner. Yeah.
See, I thought it was a bone.
It
makes sense.
Come on, it's pictograms are something you learn to do when you first start drinking at 15. How have you not?
When you start drinking at 15.
Do you remember that cheap beer that you'd open it up and there'd be like a pictogram inside the top?
What beer is that?
Brown Derby. Oh. Yes, $3.49 for a 12-pack, my friends.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good value.
I'm not recommending that anybody under the age of 21 drink alcohol.
All right, we have another real question on Twitter.
Another one.
Here we go.
Real talk.
Okay. Cruz wants to know, what is your dream game to be in?
That's a good question.
Wow.
You're already in Watch Dogs.
It sounds like Rainbow Six.
I have actually been in my 3 top games. What? So I was a voice in Halo Reach. I was a voice in the DLC for Gears of War 3. And then now I was just in Watch Dogs. So, I mean, my 2 primary games for a long time, my primary multiplayer was Halo, my primary co-op and campaiign was Gears, and I got to be both of those games. So I can't really think of a game that I'd want to be in, other than to be playable. You know what I mean? Like in both of those, I was like not playable, so it'd be great to be playable.
Now you're killable, right, in Watch Dogs.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do? The internet. All your dreams are coming true. Can I curse on your show?
We can't.
All your dreams are coming true, fuckers.
There you go.
Oh,
everyone in the room laughs. You're fine. Well, Nick grabbed his eyes. Nick wasn't thrilled with that one.
Come on, you can boot that, can't you?
I don't think we run on a delay.
You know, I did warn you, however. But yeah, I mean, I like even just interacting with my NPC in other games, sometimes I try to kill myself, but there's just it's very exciting to be a gamer and then to hear your voice coming out of your television.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Regardless of whether the next minute you're screaming and, and there's a death rattle. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Did you know, did Ubi put you in Watch Dogs as a surprise, or did they ask you beforehand and then you saw it kind of develop?
They asked me, they said, do you want to do this? And I said, yes. And then we had to do a bunch of photo work for the avatar. I got to see the avatar. I got to make adjustments. All that stuff. Yeah, it was really cool. I mean, yeah, it would have been weird if the people were just like, we're finding you in a game. And I was like,
what?
Some money.
Maybe like little Easter eggs, because she does, their E3 press conference every year, so I thought maybe they put it in.
No, I had to go in and do all the
in the game.
audio. What's that?
There's a bunch of G. Miller gravestones in the game. People tweet at me all the time.
Justice is in the game too.
Yeah, then there's a Greg Miller guy who's in prison that they think. He doesn't look like me, though. So I can't imagine.
I'll make some notes because we should advise. It should look just like.
There'll be an update patch that'll just be me, a little wiener dog.
Yeah, and a tiny ass for you and Portillo. What have you done? I can't discuss it.
Yeah, exactly. Turtle soup, man.
Colin Moriarty is in Fallout.
That's true.
New Vegas or Fallout 3?
Fallout 3.
Really?
Yeah, but there's a Colin Moriarty that's like a main character in it.
Oh yeah.
But it was
wait. Who was that? Who was Moriarty in the game?
He was the bartender at Megaton.
Okay. God, I loved that game.
Yeah, it's a fantastic game.
Whoa.
Do you think we're going to see it tonight? I keep holding out hope that it's going to be at the PlayStation conference.
Have you heard any scuttlebutt about it being there? I got to tell you something. Fallout New Vegas was a turd.
Oh, you look at everybody just turn the cameras on them. We will be quiet.
Look, I loved Fallout 3, and I felt like New Vegas was just the shadow of that game. It wasn't as clever, it wasn't as funny, it wasn't as melancholy. The gameplay wasn't as robust, and it was super repetitive. I felt like it was just the same combat encounters over and over again.
No, I mean, some people don't like that game. I think it's really gray, like in terms of like you don't know what you're doing is good or bad. You think you're doing good things and they're bad. You think you're doing bad things and they end up being good. And I think that there's a lot of ambiguity in that game that I really enjoyed. But it's it's not Bethesda, so it doesn't have that same feel. But I actually think New Vegas is in many ways a better game than Fallout 3.
I don't even know why I talk to you anymore.
You learned your lesson last weekend.
I did. When's that episode of your show going on? Were you talking about it? Yeah.
Well, you did. So
okay.
yeah, the
I think someone needs to give me like a little flyer before I come here about all the things I can't
Next
do.
week on YouTube, it'll all be live. Follow Aisha.
Yeah, we had a nice, vigorous conversation.
Yeah,
old fashioned.
Yeah, he's crazy, and he has an overwhelming amount of affection for a tiny dog that borders on creepy.
I love him.
He's super cute.
Valiant heart. You have a valiant heart.
That's why Portillo was talking to you.
That's what I think.
What were you guys most excited about? Like, what was the thing that you liked most? Yeah, from
Ubisoft? Yeah, definitely Rainbow Six.
Yeah.
Although I'm totally excited for both Assassin's Creed and Far Cry 4 this year.
Yeah, they both look really good to me too.
Yeah, I would say it's Far Cry 4 for me.
Yeah.
We were talking about how, beforehand, how Far Cry 3 had caught us off guard. Like, we weren't expecting it to be that amazing. It had no business being that amazing. And it was awesome. So to have more of that, and again, like, I think what Far Cry does really well, at least 3, and what 4 looks to be doing, right, is that when you're a first-person shooter, when you're in a first-person game, I have trouble connecting with the character I'm playing as. You know what I mean? So like, for me, I forget what he looks like and what he's doing. And like when you're talking about like when he took a selfie, like you were trying to figure out if it was the guy from Fallout 3, I would have no idea. You could put 4 white guys in front of me, and I'd be like, I think that was the one from Fallout.
I just thought maybe it would be significant.
Far Cry 3. Okay, yeah.
Just maybe the reveal of who it was would be significant.
I understand.
Oh, like it was some link to the previous game.
Maybe, yeah.
So for me, when you're talking about Far Cry 3 and what looks to be in Far Cry 4, the main character of the game is the enemy.
Right.
And so like this enemy looks super interesting and crazy, and I thought Voss was cool or whatever. He was definitely scary, but like this guy seems like he's going to be more fun.
He seems more complex. Dan Hay, who developed the game, was saying that they wanted to create this character that was like incredibly charismatic, and he was saying it's like a friend you had in high school who was like incredibly fun to be around, but you knew if you hung out with him too much, he was going to get you into like terrible, not a little bit of trouble, like terrible trouble. And so it was like he's compelling and terrifying at the same time.
Yeah.
And he seems that way, right? Because he seems kind of reasonable and then super terrible. Yeah, at the same time.
Most villains are.
Huh?
Reasonable.
Yeah, I made a word. I made a word during the presser. What is it? Compilation? Compellatory?
Yeah, something like that. I'm all for making up new words.
We do it every day.
Yeah, it's true. We do have a very important question from Twitter over here that we need to go to. Is Greg's shirt for real?
What is the deal with you? Another person? Yeah, this is a real shirt, and it's really awesome. Do you understand that?
Also, by the way, you have to be really comfortable with your sexuality.
They've matched the
whatever
theater
that
to your shirt
sexuality
behind you.
is.
Look at
You
the
should wear
power
a
I
pink
have
shirt.
here.
I think.
It's
I mean,
really good.
regardless of your sexuality, whatever sex you're having, you have to be super confident about it to be wearing that
Colin's
thing.
not taking flack. He's wearing pink too.
Colin's shirt's awesome.
It's more like salmon.
Colin's shirt.
but-
First of all, let me just say that I think Greg had his shirt pressed like 18 times and then starts with an inch of his life, and Colin picked up whatever thing wasn't smelly on the floor of his room and put it on.
How did you know?
It could even be smelly.
Earlier, everybody was watching. I threw somebody off the show from watching the show. Pierre, you are now banned from watching this as well.
Pierre's-
Stop watching the
are you,
IGN
are you
Live.
actually like verbally
Banning people
you're
from watching
blocked.
this. You
You're
can't
bu-
enjoy this content
There's no
anymore.
button for this, but we're
If
blocking
this
you
keeps
with our
up, Greg's
mouths.
gonna lock the thread.
Lock this thread.
Keep watching it just to spite Greg, please.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really want to get under my skin, follow me on Twitter and like me on YouTube
Yes,
and everything else.
like it.
That's the real problem
Click,
right there.
buy a
Nothing gets
box
me
of
more
doggy
angry
toys.
than people going to, Game Over Greggy, whatever.
Yep. Now, speaking of Watch
I feel
Dogs.
confused by this line of questioning.
I know. Speaking of Watch Dogs, Elliot Mason asks, when do you think Watch Dogs 2 will be announced?
Not
for a while.
Yeah, not for
So
a
it
while.
just
Although
came out.
it was pretty impressive that we had Far Cry. We had a new title, Far Cry title last year, and now we have a new Far Cry title this year.
Yeah.
That was nice and tight. Same thing with AC. You know.
They might do the same thing with Watch Dogs because maybe they were even surprised by the success of it, the historic success of that game in its first week. I think it'll be announced next year, and then they'll maybe release it in 2016.
You think you'd have another 2 years, right?
That seems like that makes more sense.
They have
Just
the
because these
engine.
games are so they've got the engine
Yeah.
down, but still
Yeah.
these games done well are incredibly complex. And I
Yeah.
think there's the narrative writing separate from all the coding, and you've got to write a great game.
Right.
That's really hard to do.
And you figure Assassin's Creed gets away with it, right? Because they switch studios and they go off and on.
Right. And also there's something about AC that like no matter what, there's this box that those stories have to fit into.
Right.
But with Watch Dogs, I don't know. Y'all are, it's like, you know what? It's like being on the red carpet and someone's like, hey, congratulations on your movie. What are you doing next? I don't know, promoting the frickin' movie I'm in right now, man. Why do you? It literally has been like 45 minutes and everybody wants a new Watch Dogs.
They're excited.
Yeah, it came out a week ago.
Yeah, that's the never-ending battle for developers. 3 years, 4 years on
Yeah.
a game, and literally it's out
People
in
can
2
beat
days
it in
later.
a day or
People
two,
are like,
right? So they're like, all right, I'm ready for the next one.
And I also think if these guys rush games, you get something half-baked, like Fallout New Vegas. So if you want a great title, be patient. Be patient.
We have another fun Twitter question, I'm told.
Fun?
A fun Twitter question.
That's my favorite kind of
Remember,
Twitter
retweet at us
question,
at IGN, #E3.
Matthew Stokes, is there any chance we will see you again next year? Yep.
Well, unlike developers, I'm happy to be asked that question. First of all, thank you for being Team Lana Kane. I don't know. I had a lot of fun. I will say that what I said during the presser is true. I really love being at that thing. I am a fan. I freak out. I got to see everything yesterday. I was as excited watching it a second time today as I was seeing it for the first time. I was so excited for the R6 reveal. I was like, my nose was pressed against the monitor. So I hope I get to go back.
Don't sit that close to the TV.
But I want to see what's happening. I mean, this is really fun for me. It's not work. I love being here, and it was really cool doing the post show and talking to the developers about how the games came together. And we'll see. I'm going to be on the floor this week because E3 isn't even over yet, guys.
Hasn't even started.
So I'm going to be on the floor. I'm going to go check out. What are you guys excited about seeing on the floor?
Well, so Greg and I, all the games come to us.
You don't. Because
we go to
you're
IGN
stuck
booth
in this
and-
1,000-degree auditorium.
Well, we'll actually be on the show floor, but it'll probably be hot there too. But then the developers bring all the games to us to show us the demos, and we live stream them for our viewers.
Which you can watch at IGN.com.
Yeah. But Colin, what are you going to go play on the floor?
I have a lot of behind closed door demos for a ton of places.
That sounds creepy.
It does sound a little creepy.
Yeah.
A little cool, a little creepy, kind of mix them up a little bit. I'm going to be with PlayStation a lot, doing a lot of stuff there, Namco Bandai, or now it's Bandai Namco, I'm sorry.
They just switch off.
They
every year.
put the other one in front of the other one. I'm seeing some Atlas games, and so, yeah.
Is there a title that you're, is there like anything?
A lot of the things are unannounced. It's like unannounced title,
Right,
you know.
right.
And so my hope, my dream, is that Uncharted 4 is one of those games. But we'll see.
There you go.
I'm excited to see some of the peripherals. Like, there's apparently some haptic vest that's supposed to be kind of cool, where like you get to feel like bullet impacts and stuff like that.
Sounds like a great time.
Don't you think that'd be fun? Yeah, just like John Woo in it out in your living room, right?
Please stop the demo. They call me Mr. Glass.
So that would be cool. I saw the Oculus V1, and I want to see Oculus Rift. There's a V2 on the floor. That'll be cool to check out. The first one I saw it the other day at Facebook, and it was super fun. your brain, the way your brain processes information is mostly visually, and I think it really tricks your brain into thinking that whatever you're looking at is happening. Yeah. I did this thing, and I was like, I feel a little pukey. Yeah. So I'm excited to see the new one because it's
supposed to be gotten better.
Yeah. But I mean, I think that was more about me believing what I was seeing and less about just like kind of disorientation. It was just, I was like, wee.
Right. I done one when they brought the HD unit by where they were doing the tabletop real-time defense game. I forget what it's called, but like I went to lean in and like the edge of the table was there, and I did one of these, and I was like, oh wait, like I can clip through the table. I don't need to worry about the table. Yeah.
I mean, you can imagine like in completion when that thing is really sophisticated, that is going to be a pretty exciting tool.
Some next level crap.
Some next level. I feel bad because I feel like I just came here. I'm just like a potty mouth.
No, it's fine.
I'm going to get you all in trouble. I'm going to leave you guys. I'm going to get a lecture. Someone's going to tell you to start ironing your shirts.
No, I'm not going to iron the shirt because it's just too much. I'll put it in the shower. I'm taking it and hope it does the trick because that's the best I can usually do.
I ironed this one last night, and then but it's one of those things when you use that hotel iron. The water comes out the side, and then it looked like it stained the shirt. But I think I got away clean.
It leaks the remnants of the previous user's like fluids, and you're like, I don't know what this was.
Although your attire is fascinating. Getting back to Rainbow Six for a moment, just for a moment.
Getting back to the game we've talked 45 minutes about. My apologies, sir. I know we're disappointing our audience.
There's a guy over there.
Yeah.
No, there's no guy.
No, not even a guy.
The cast of the Division trailer.
Shay Cormo says, more like Rainbow Sick. Am I right?
Oh, man.
That's what you could stop me to talk about.
That was essential. That was an essential tweet.
That was critical. We should stop down and illustrate that. Do we have anybody on staff who could draw a picture to go along with that tweet?
We had to get back to
what was interesting actually is we saw Division gameplay last year.
Yeah.
And then we saw a trailer this year.
You missed it. They showed Division gameplay during the Microsoft conference.
Oh, yeah, I was doing other stuff. That's the other thing. Like, you guys get to see everything.
Right.
And I was doing my other job and then rushing down here just for this, so I missed a lot of stuff. So how did the gameplay look? Was it great? I can't wait to see it on the floor.
Yeah, it looks cool. It looks really cool.
That was my favorite. It was my favorite reveal last year. Like I was really excited about that. So I'm excited to go actually play it this year because I think it was just a demo last year.
Yeah. What I liked about it is that I feel like what you're talking about is true. I had more of a complete photo after a picture of it all when I put it together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Playing through, you're like, oh, right, there is. I remember liking the Division, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this demo I thought made it look even more like End of the World in New York. And it was like, oh, okay, these are survivors. And then when I saw the trailer, it was like, oh, okay, like you're this band of people going around trying to keep things together,
right?
Get back
Trying
on
to
track.
save lives.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's really cool.
And I mean, last year, did they show multiplayer this morning? Did they show?
Yeah, it was more multiplayer.
I thought the multiplayer looks really cool, like air support, and like you can kind of do like remote strategies and.
Yeah. This was more like 4 players on the ground walking around talking, instructing each other how to go. It's funny, you can tell the difference between the Microsoft show and the Ubi show because in the Microsoft show they have all right, you flank that way, blah, blah. Nobody's cursing, nobody's yelling. And then you jumped into the Ubi show and everyone's like, oh, my beep, beep.
Exactly. It was like we opened the show last year with Far Cry 3 with just boobs.
Yeah.
Because I was like, hey, if I say a bad word, is that going to be okay? And then titties. And I was like, all right, I think I'm all right. I think I can do it.
You're like, I found my people.
I really have.
This is where
It's the French, really. It's the European sensibility.
Next you come out drinking wine with them. Everybody comes out with a glass of wine just talking about their game.
Great. Don't tease me with a good time.
Maybe you guys can help. I'm not sure I understand this question. Casey asks, what do you guys think of Ubisoft switching their long partnership with Sony to Microsoft?
Oh,
is that because they showed Assassin's Creed during the Microsoft conference?
Yeah, I mean, they used to. I wasn't really paying attention to that, but in years past, at least the last couple of years, they'd play their stuff on PlayStation hardware.
I see.
And I think they were now playing their stuff on Xbox hardware. That's maybe what he was referring to.
Yeah, was there any talk of like, with an exclusive 30 minutes or DLC, something like that?
I didn't see anything like that.
No.
But
I didn't see anything like that either. I mean, when we were talking about what games were going to be on what platforms, they were, for the most part, they were universal.
Oh, yeah. It's just business. You gotta spread the love.
Business.
Getting down to that dirty business.
Lewis Slater asks, why no Splinter Cell? Would think they would want to release a new one for when the film comes out, which is I'm not even sure when.
Yeah, is the film coming out?
Yeah,
soon?
is that really a thing?
There's already a Tom Clancy game that I don't think you want to have too much Tom Clancy covert kind of stuff.
We just had
titles at one time.
Conviction, was that the last one?
Blacklist was the last one, which is very, very good. I liked Blacklist a lot.
But that wasn't even that long ago, right? That was last year.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
I also think people don't understand what a massive undertaking it is to develop a video game.
Yeah.
They're just like, why know all of the other titles I've been playing since I was 11? I mean, like, it's like thousands of Oompa Loompas buried in the basement of Microsoft are working on these things, and eventually they just run out of Oompa Loompas. They can't put any more people on a game. And I think also you don't
I'm sure if you understand how video games are made.
these tiny orange men in white overalls coding and drinking melted chocolate out of a river. I think you also, like you said, you don't want to have too many games that kind of tread the same gameplay territory. You're not able to put all your energy behind like one great title each year. Yeah, so that's the reason why, buddy.
There you go, nailed it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Aisha Tyler answered you.
Yeah.
Aisha Tyler, thank you so much for joining us today.
You know what?
We think
It was
you're fabulous.
a pleasure. It was a pleasure. I'm going to see you guys on the floor, I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Swing by the booth, say hey.
I'm not coming to your booth.
No, come to us for a change. All right?
I just did. I've done it twice. There's like enough of you and that pink shirt.
All right,
and
the
this
pink
empty
shirt is
theater,
cool,
And
everybody.
Colin with his wrinkled clothes.
on,
and this
thank
guy
you.
who just joined Special Forces Blazer Unit.
That's where I am.
I don't even know why I'm here.
How awesome would it be if, like, when you're like, they do like the thing in the Oval Office where like the president's getting instructed by generals.
Yeah.
They wore these though.
Yes. Yeah. Where did you train? At Hugo Boss.
At Nordstrom's, actually.
Everyone, download Aisha's Girl on Guy podcast. Watch
You
her
can
on
actually listen
Archer.
to me and Greg. Greg over here talking on my podcast, girlandguy.net.
Right, there you
Watch
go.
me on Archer. Season 6 starts in January, but you can download it now. Netflix and iTunes and all
everywhere.
the things everywhere on the internet. Watch me every day on the Talk on CBS. Watch me on Monday nights at 8 o'clock on the CW, hosting Whose Line Is It Anyway?
You got a book too.
I have a book. It's called Self-Inflicted Wounds. It was a New York Times bestseller. It's super funny. Lots of curse words in it, as you can tell. And it's there's got to be like one other thing.
You get that? You like optioned your life, but it's not a thing.
Yeah,
yet.
that's not.
Don't
a
worry
thing.
about that. Don't
That's
talk
not a
about
thing
that.
Yet. But yeah, visit me at AishaTyler.com, Aisha Tyler, Twitter, blah blah.
You're
blah.
touring too.
But come,
Go to tours.
I am touring. I'm on
Yeah, there you
tour. I just that's why I saw Greg and Colin, because I was in San Francisco performing live, and I visited your home, and it wasn't creepy at all.
Not at all.
We're visiting the viewers' homes right now. Next up, we're going to
germs.
set the stage for the Sony press conference.
Finally.
Colin's going to stick around. We're going to bring on Brian Altano. First, we're going to take a quick break. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. IGN Live at E3 2014. We're just about a half hour away from the Sony press conference. Woo! Some might say,
oh my God,
just a water bottle.
I'm so excited, I'm breaking the set.
Just a water bottle, everything's fine. Some would say, maybe some like Colin Moriarty, some PlayStation fans out there, it's all been leading up to this.
Yes. It always does every year because they always go last.
It literally does. It literally does.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's very exciting. A lot of questions about, what PlayStation 4's future is. There's not many, there's not many exclusives that we really know about. And so, we have Uncharted in some point in the far distance. We have The Order, hopefully early next year. We have Drive Club later this year. That's literally pretty much the pool of AAA first-party exclusives that we know about. So certainly some announcements are going to happen tonight.
Certainly.
Yes.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hey, Brian. Thanks for having me.
I forgot to introduce you.
Oh, it's fine. We're here. We're good.
Remember, viewers, you can tweet your questions at IGN, hashtag E3 2014. We'll be answering them in a bit. We've all seen Microsoft conference today. We all agree it was good?
Yes. I think it was great.
It was a really good conference.
Yeah.
So, Sony's is already set, I think. I don't think they can really change much. What do you think they have to do to win the day? Or have, at least be competitive with Microsoft?
Brian, you want to?
Sure. I think a major thing to kind of hold your win here is pacing. And I thought the Microsoft conference was great, but I felt that closing on Crackdown was sort of just like, well, okay, that's fine, but we needed something like huge, right?
Yeah.
Like you close with like a Gears of War, and I think Sony can potentially close with something like Uncharted, which that's when you hold that for, or you start with it, right? Those are the two bookends there.
I keep talking about they need an oh crap thing. There needs to be something that makes us go, oh my God. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't feel like Microsoft had that. Microsoft was a great conference, incredibly solid, right? I think so far the biggest one would be Rainbow Six, right? Like we were like, is that gonna happen? I don't know, blah, blah. And then there it was, like, oh, that's awesome, and it looks great. But even that isn't on par with them coming out and having like Uncharted 4 gameplay, you know what I mean? Like having something going on screen.
Yeah, I think, on Podcast Beyond last week, it's a yearly tradition for the years we've been doing the podcast, our PlayStation podcast on IGN, to make some predictions for E3. And my major prediction was that The Last Guardian would be revealed this year for PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4. I think that is going to be the oh crap moment. I think that is going to happen tonight. And I'd be very excited if that did happen because there's a great mystique around that game. That game is very special to a lot of PlayStation fans. And Team Eco, the developer, is very special to a lot of PlayStation fans. Yeah. So they've been dormant for a very long time. They were dormant for the entire PlayStation 3 generation. And so I think that might be they haven't released a game since 2005, but they still exist. So, I hope it's The Last Guardian. If not, there's these pool of other great first-party studios that Sony owns that are also quiet. Sony Bend, Guerrilla has another studio. Santa Monica's been working on something for a while. Yep. There's a lot of, obviously Studio Japan has a ton of teams over there that can be doing things. So, there's a lot of exciting what-ifs.
I can't help but think back to last year, a year ago, when we watched Sony's press conference, and we're all just sort of floored by how aggressive Sony came out. I think Microsoft probably was too.
I remember sitting here with you guys a year ago tonight, and we immediately pulled out our phones and pre-ordered PS4 on the spot. And I was like, Greg, make the right decision. Eventually, we bought Xbox Ones and everything too, and Wii U's.
But no, this is my 8th E3, right? Yeah. And that was by far the craziest moment when Jack Tretton came out and just laid it all on the line of like, we're not gonna do
this.
Yeah. You can
all
use
these things
games,
that Xbox One does.
Yeah.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
I described it as like the kind of the classic WrestleMania, like Hulk Hogan, Ultimate Warrior type of thing, where they were just like these two giants and one of them's pinned the other one down and his arm comes up like that. It was very like, it was like an old wrestling match or a rap battle or something like that. And then I think today Microsoft's conference was like, it was like Tupac's Hit 'Em Up, where it was just like one after another. So they need to top that tonight with something, like I said, pacing is just as important. And I want to see them kind of stay away from like the, Project Morpheus type stuff that I don't really know.
I think they will. How do you demo that? How do you demo virtual reality in a way that makes people understand or care? Especially when it's a product that isn't ready for prime time. It's not like it's out in a year. You know what I mean? Like, who knows when that's going to make it to market?
The question we were just posed here is, has the PS4 lived up to expectations? Colin, first, what were those expectations?
Sorry, it's a frantic time right now. Before I'm trying to get the lab log ready. So the expectations, I think, last year were unknown, right? Like they came out really heavy in February with a really impressive showing when PlayStation 4 was revealed. I was there in New York City, and it was. Greg and I always talk about how we were kind of used to some stumbles at their press conferences, whether it's AT&T with Vita, and everyone like audibly moaned, or a PlayStation Move, which no one really wanted. Wonderbook.
Oh,
they just knocked it out of the park at that point. And then at E3, expectations were high, and I think they met them. And what was really interesting about that was they didn't really show that many games. Like it was really all about, especially that end, the tenor at the end when Jack's up there being like, "We allow used games. Here's the price. Like here, all this kind of stuff. Here's the box." Like
that was a big thing too, because Microsoft went early, said it's $500. Yeah. And Sony's like, we're $100 cheaper.
Yeah, it was a big deal. So I mean, we saw The Order and some other great stuff last year, but
well, I feel like that's kind of been the reality of the PlayStation kind of trajectory here since launch, is that we haven't had a ton of huge games, but it's still selling incredibly well.
Yeah.
The games that come out sell incredibly well. So technically, they don't need to do anything.
For me, I mean, the expectations on it, right, were what Colin's speaking to, right, that we've seen them screw it up so many times that I remember leading into the February event, I kept saying, if I was Sony, and I'm not because they don't listen to me, I would focus on gamers, and they did. And then they came out and they undercut everything Microsoft. They were doing everything correctly. So for me, the expectations for the first year of the PlayStation 4 were, we are a games machine. This is a games machine. You're going to play games on this, and you're going to enjoy them. And you're going to get these indie titles, and you're going to get these other things. I think they've met that expectation. I don't think they've met it to the degree a lot of gamers would like, you know what I mean? Like a lot of gamers would love, every Sony first-party studio would have had an exclusive out already, you know what I mean? And really Infamous has been the tentpole, like this is the big one. And then, don't get me wrong, there's been plenty of other indie games, PlayStation Plus stuff that's come along that's been great and kept it going, but on Beyond we see it all the time. People who are saying to us, when is it not going to be Indie Station? When is it? And I don't think that's a fair assessment at all. I love those games. That is the market we live in now. That's how video games are going to work for a while.
You're complaining about what video games are at this point.
Exactly. But for me, it's fulfilled this promise and expectation of being a games machine in the same way I was talking earlier about Xbox One fulfilling being this all-in-one device, right? That does everything in the living room.
This is an off topic. We're not even off topic. This is a prediction for Sony's conference. Got an email earlier today from the guys that make No Man's Sky.
Yep.
Yeah. Have we heard anything about? There hasn't been anything announced yet, right?
Well, we know we haven't seen it yet.
The email says, we're going to be showing No Man's Sky today. Can't tell you when, but we're really excited about it.
Well, that clock's ticking, right?
So I know. So I think they're going to show No Man's Sky during the Sony press conference.
Yep.
That was just a little.
Yeah,
I like that. That's a good tidbit.
It could be. I mean, Sony's relationships with indie developers is concrete right now. I think they were way ahead of the curve compared to Microsoft with that. I think the future of game development and future of the games we're going to be playing are a lot of these indie games, smaller games, cheaper games, easier and more accessible games.
Yep.
So we're going to see a lot more of that tonight for not only PS4, but we shouldn't forget PS3 and Vita. There's going to be a presence for both of those as well.
I just wanted to ask, how much attention does
This is a fine conference, and then you get there. If they come out like Colin and I keep talking about and say, this is the PlayStation Vita, and here's this infamous, here is Infamous developed by not Sucker Punch, some other second party, third party, whatever. That's what they need. Just you need to have those giant announcements in this thing just to change the tenor and have people go, well, I couldn't believe that.
Yeah.
And so if they have Last Guardian, if they have Infamous, if they show something from Uncharted, then there you go.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think one of the interesting things that happened today was, we often look at trademark filings. This is a great way, people, some internet sleuths kind of look at these trademark filings from different countries and find, IPs that have been trademarked by big companies like Sony, and a few of them happened a few months ago. Entwine, Guns Up, Bloodborne, etc. And Kill Strain. Well, one of them has come up in a weird way. Entwined. This morning, there's some websites that seem to have like a connection to PSN where they organically get trophies and achievements as they are posted on the back end of these Xbox Live and PlayStation Network. And Entwine popped up on Exophase, which is one of these websites today. And this game hasn't even been announced yet. It has a downloadable roster, so no platinum trophy, and it says PS3, PS4, and PS Vita. So this might be one of the games. Sony owns that IP, and this might be one of the games that they announced today. But
if the trophy's already live, do you think there's a chance that
it's got to be
live right now?
It could be, or it might be really soon in the next few weeks.
And then, but the PlayStation Network isn't that reliable, so it'll be live soonish.
We'll see. We'll let you know when it's live.
It's rolling out across territories at the moment.
And like we said on Podcast Beyond, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Infamous or God of War or something from a second-party studio. On Vita, something big, something good for the Western audience.
Well, there's definitely a lot of games we need to talk about. First, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back after these short messages.
Travis, gotta go, man.
Depressurization will end in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Guys! It's me! Guys?
PlayStation Plus gives you new games monthly. And with next-gen multiplayer on PS4, you and your friends can experience more together.
PlayStation.
I'm getting excited. What can I say? Welcome back, IGN Live at E3. Setting the stage for the Sony press conference. Colin.
Yes.
A lot of our viewers at home, I'm certain, would love to attend the Sony press conference.
Yes.
Maybe they dream about it.
Yeah.
You usually attend.
Yep.
But this year you're gonna stay here with us and watch it here.
Yeah, this year I asked actually to stay behind. I've been to plenty of these events that we all have, and it's always exciting. But I feel like it takes me out of the game as well. I'm there. It almost feels like a selfish reason. Like you're there and I'm there in person, but why? I can be here kind of doing this with you guys, able to write some quick reactions, do some live blogging, live tweeting. So it seems to make more sense for me to stay behind. We have this beautiful technology in the 21st century where I can just watch it on a television set and it's actually a lot more convenient. So yeah.
For sure. Let's talk about some games.
Finally.
Do you think we're going to see? Actually, let's pose a question to the audience.
Everybody, get ready. Get your tweeters tweeting at IGN hashtag E3 2014.
Will we see Uncharted 4?
Tweet it
today
at IGN hashtag.
Hashtag yes Uncharted
or no Uncharted. Also put the E3 2014 there. Don't get out of the rhythm.
We will.
You've been doing
We
it all
will
day.
collate the results and we'll see if you predicted correctly or incorrectly after the show.
Mike Pereira's over there with an abacus. He's set to count them out.
But guys, what is the deal with Uncharted 4?
The deal is that I would be shocked if we don't see it today.
Don't see it.
Yeah, and Naughty Dog is the crown jewel of PlayStation's first-party crown, as it were, and they're very proud of them. And The Last of Us is coming out on PlayStation 4 later this summer, but Uncharted was announced in December, and there's been some tumult, some issues over there in December, January, February at Naughty Dog with Amy Hennig leaving, who's the writer, creative director of the series. Justin Richmond, who's the director of the series, left. They've lost some personnel. The great news is that a very talented team, Neil Druckmann, Bruce Straley, the guys that did The Last of Us and worked on Uncharted 2, have taken over Uncharted 4, and so I think that they're going to have to show a little bit something about this game. This is the most important game on PlayStation 4 right now, going forward, and I don't think they're only going to talk about it. I think it'll get a name. I think it might get a date or a window, and I think we're going to see it.
Greg, you have your own thoughts? Not as positive?
I want to be with Colin on this because I love Colin. And I want to always be right in the same mindset with him of our,
but we often are.
Of our mind pod. But the thing is, I just don't buy it. In December they announced Uncharted PS4, and then they go out of their way to attach 3 names to the project: Amy, Justin, Todd Stashwick, the only voice you hear in that trailer. You jump ahead to now, all 3 of them are gone. And there's all the why they left, what happened. Everybody's gone off and done their own thing since then, right? Amy's over at Visceral. She left under some kind of weird thing happening. Clearly, though, the powers that be at Naughty Dog weren't happy at the moment, and that's what happened. Justin leaves, you imagine, because Riot's a great company. You want to go work for a great company, but you're the director on the biggest PlayStation franchise, and you're like, nah, I'm going to go work on Riot. Something happened there. I think it was that they weren't happy with the direction Amy was going. They removed her. Justin said, well, I don't want to work on this game anymore if you're going that direction, or however. He leaves. Todd Stashwick leaves because they're like, well, I don't even think, they claim the character's been recast. I think it's more they probably just ripped the character out and are telling a different story. And if that all has happened, I don't understand how you have a playable demo ready for E3.
Well, it doesn't need to be playable. It can just be a trailer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think all we've seen so far is the panning over the map, right? And Stashwick's VO over it. I don't think that they're necessarily going to be on the stage with a PlayStation 4 with the game running and they're going to play it. But I think we're going to see a cutscene from the game today. Like with Drake, I think we're going to see, Sully. I think we're going to see some characters. I think we're going to get the title of the game. I don't think this game has any prayer or hope of being out any sooner than holiday 2015. Yeah. But I think that they might say something like that, put a date on it, give them 18 more months.
If they've salvaged part of the story so they can use the assets they already have to show the cutscene, sure. Yeah. My concern would be that they're like, all this is on its head. We don't want any of that. We're starting fresh.
If that's the case, then this game is 2016, 2017, and I just don't know if they would. What is Naughty Dog going to do in the meantime? They need to really. It's important that they release games on the PlayStation ecosystem. They're very important.
I'm with Greg on that. I think you're allowed one teaser logo trailer thing. You have one, you can't show us another part of that map tonight, right? It's just, here's more countries.
They pan off the map and up to Sully, and he's like, kept you waiting.
He's like, wow, what a big map. You can't do that. So if you don't have something substantial to show, even if it's just a guy walking through the desert or a shoe or something, right? Don't show us the map. Don't just give us Uncharted. My guess is that we will see a little more. It won't be the map. We'll see something substantial from the game. And I don't think it'll be Uncharted 4. I think it'll be unnumbered, and I think they'll start something new.
I agree with that too.
What about the Order 1886? Will we get an update on that?
Yeah, I think we will. I think they'll probably show a new portion of the game. I saw that game running and behind closed doors back in February. Really impressed with the idea, the premise, the characters. Everything's really beautiful about it. The game just wasn't running very well. It also looks very... It didn't look as different, as excellent as I thought it was going to be. It's a cover-based shooter. It looks a lot like Gears of War, frankly, when you're seeing it being played. So I think that that game got delayed. It's not coming out this year. It's coming out next year. I think we'll see new parts of the game. I think this is an extremely important game for them too, and they want it to sell. And a really talented studio is working on it, but they've been working on it for a while. So I think the proof's got to be in the pudding with this game.
I think it's okay if it's. I mean, it's been so long since the last Gears of War. I think it's okay to have something that's kind of like that again.
I think you're going to see it. I think it's going to be running markedly better than what you saw back then, right? Because I think they took all that criticism to heart, not just from you, but from other people who watched the footage. And so that's why it was delayed, in quotes, because you don't really have a date. So I mean, you're pushing it around. But yeah, you see more of it tonight for sure, I think.
I feel like it's going to be sort of like what The Division was, where we saw that just a piece of it last year. It was just kind of on the outside. And this year they'll really dig in. They'll just drop us into 2 or 3 minutes of gameplay and be like, well, we took the lid off, here it is, tell us what you think. With your wallets.
Speak with your wallets.
We thought Drive Club would be out by now.
Yes, we thought Drive Club would be out a long time ago.
A giant launch window for the PlayStation 4.
A year-long launch window.
Those windows get bigger and bigger every launch.
Do you show it again? Do they need to sell people on that game still? They're going to get it for free, right, if they're PS Plus subscribers?
Yeah, they get, I think, a portion or a version of it free.
Yeah.
I think they have to show it. I think we'd actually probably see more of it at Gamescom. Evolution is a Sony-owned studio, but they're in Europe. In Gamescom, at Gamescom, we often focus more on, or get more focus, I should say, on the European studios as opposed to the American studios. Here, it's not always the case, of course. If we do get The Last Guardian, for instance, that is a Japanese game. But I think they have to keep this game on people's radar. I think they really believe in this game, but I also think that there are other racing games coming out at that time, and they're going to have some pretty stiff competition.
Evolution's The Crew and Forza?
Yeah, and obviously Forza's an exclusive on a different platform, but The Crew is going to definitely get some eyeballs, and they, people are very skeptical about this game, and they should be, just in the sense that it was supposed to be a launch game. I mean, they announced in February of 2013 that it would come out in November of 2013. Now it's coming out, I think, October or November or something in 2014.
I believe it's October, yeah, because it's this and Forza and then The Crew finishing it all off. Your racing trio.
Yeah. So the answer is yes. We'll see it, I think.
We haven't seen The Last of Us Remastered yet, have we? Like, seen how it looks?
There was one.
Not really.
There was one trailer showing I'm not going to say it. I don't want to spoil it for anyone. A part of the game I was really surprised that they showed because it's a huge spoiler. But no, we haven't.
Horse?
Huh? Yes, exactly.
The infected horse.
So
it was a cousin of a horse.
Of course.
Oh dear. So I think we see that. I think they'll maybe announce the release date for that tonight as well.
They have to, right?
Supposed to be not that far off, right?
Yeah.
No, this summer. I'm super excited to play it. That game. That game on PS3 is a easy 10. A brilliant game, the best PlayStation 3 exclusive, arguably the best game of last generation. And
I mean, it's a gigantic game for them, and we kind of we could underestimate it a little bit because we've all played it. But there's a gigantic, like a huge chunk of PlayStation 4 owners, haven't ever played it.
Right.
And that's crazy, just to think that the best-selling console in the world right now. Most people haven't touched IGN's Game of the Year 2013. So there's a lot there. There's reason for us to go back, even though I thought it was beautiful while I was playing it. But I'm incredibly excited to just experience that world and that story again.
Yeah.
Speaking of PS3, I don't think Microsoft even mentioned the Xbox 360.
No, they seem to have abandoned it.
So what about Sony and PS3?
I think part of me thinks they're going to drop the price of the PS3.
$75 US.
75, yeah. Right. I think PS3 has a really, Xbox 360 does too, but PS3 has a very strong library of games going all the way back to 2006.
Oh, yeah.
I think Microsoft's philosophy and Sony's philosophy is different in the sense that Sony has never shied away from the last generation console. In fact, PS2 games, PS3 came out in 2006, but PS2 games from the first party were coming out the next year. God of War 2 came out after PS3 launched, and big games like Persona 4 came out in 2008 on PS2.
Yeah.
So they don't run away from their old consoles. They want to sell those old consoles. That's why PS2 sold 150 million units. That didn't happen in 3 years. It happened in 10, 12 years. So
they were redesigning the PS2 and talking about the PS2 in press conferences just a few years ago, which is crazy. I mean, we had all moved on, but it was like, 15 years later, and the system was still selling. So yeah, I'm totally with you on that.
I think it would be very smart for them to do that. Maybe make a classics line of first-party games or exclusive games that you can only play on PS3 and kind of compel people that maybe were playing Xbox 360 or playing Xbox One. Well, maybe you want to enjoy some of these games. Maybe you can buy the system for $99 and start buying games.
I don't know because I think like PlayStation now changes that a little bit. It sort of just opens up that whole library back to PS4, so it kind of makes some of their old systems irrelevant. So it depends. I mean,
yeah, and PS Now is another thing that will certainly be mentioned at the show as well.
One of my Beyond predictions, of course, was it was going to be dated and it was going to be out next week or something. Right?
Yeah,
I already forgot my prediction.
Today, some prediction that's going to be wrong. Yeah.
Now, Destiny isn't a PlayStation exclusive. However, it has been very closely aligned with PlayStation.
If you've been watching our coverage today, you've seen the sharing commercial over and over again.
Think we'll see Destiny?
Absolutely.
Yeah, 120%, right? It wasn't at Microsoft. It's a huge game that people want to hear
Out in
more
September.
about. Yeah.
And this is a big, and I'm sorry to interrupt, I was going to say, this is a big play in the sense that, let's hold hands for a minute, that Sony immediately got Bungie, and it seemed like, just in their camp or whatever, and it seemed like this was going to be a thing, like a shot at Microsoft, just like Microsoft took a shot by getting Insomniac to make a game for them. So this is a pride issue for them, I think, in a way. And so having them on stage
is there today, and it's a huge part of the conference. I bet they get a big chunk. I wouldn't be surprised if they open
it with it.
Yeah.
Destiny?
Yeah.
Is it time for a new God of War? Now, I know Ascension just came out last year, but do they need to sort of get that on people's radar? Yes, God of War is coming for PS4.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I think Santa Monica is probably working on a God of War game. I don't think they acknowledge it anytime soon. Remember that Santa Monica was a growing studio and is a big studio and an important studio. They have ex-devs people, which means that they work with other developers, and then they have their own internal studios. But they just can't, Sony has not commented on it very much, but they basically fired an entire team, and it seems that they've canceled their game. So the other team there, you assume made Ascension, and so there's not enough time for them to have their new game ready. I assume Santa Monica's working on something you have to assume it's God of War related.
Sure.
But is it going to be ready to even show? Is it going to be out before 2016, 2017? Who knows?
I hope so, because God of War it's always a fantastic showing at E3 because it's great for like a set piece type of game where you see Kratos running around, he's killing all these people, and it zooms out and he's like on some dude's nose, and it's just like, wow, this is gigantic. And I'm really excited to see what they can do on the PS4 with that type of scale and scope. So,
what about Little Big Planet 3?
There was rumors a long time ago that a new Little Big Planet was in development, but not by Media Molecule, because Media Molecule is another Sony-owned studio that all they've made is Little Big Planet as well as Tearaway. Sony bought them after Little Big Planet was created, but they were very clear that they didn't want to do that game anymore. So they're working on something else, and Media Molecule has been pretty clear that they're not going to be at E3. I assume they'll be at Gamescom. So Little Big Planet and Sackboy are pretty important. It's an important game and an important character to Sony's first-party portfolio, and so if those old rumors are any indication, there is a Little Big Planet coming. I don't know what it's coming for. Obviously, Little Big Planet Hub was announced last year, and we never even saw that. So maybe that could be it.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that.
But Little Big Planet came to Vita. A lot of people like Greg argue that that's the best Little Big Planet of them all, and so that series has some legs, although it's not a massive commercial success.
That's the interesting thing, really, when you talk about Sackboy being important to the company. It's him as merchandise, right? Like he's big at Toys R Us. There's Sackboy dolls and backpacks and all this stuff, and for some reason, kids love him without playing his games. It seems like he's like Hello Kitty, because what the hell is Hello Kitty? She's just bags and merchandise. She have a TV show?
What does she do?
I don't know.
I think she eats
what's
that
her
frog.
like for a job?
No, I mean, like, what is her origin? What is her point of origin?
I don't know.
Exactly? See, nobody
it's
knows.
being adorable.
Is it really that important?
I'm just saying that's what Sackboy is.
Okay.
Sackboy and her should get married in a crossover backpack.
Dark Souls 2 was released recently.
Yeah.
It's a beloved game. People fanatically love that game.
Brian Albert, Marty Sleva love it.
Yeah. Demon Souls 2. We're going to see that at the show?
Oh, yeah.
I think it's possible. This
Project Beast?
This Project Beast stuff had started leaking. It looks, it's unsubstantiated but very compelling. I mean, this is the video especially, it's 20 seconds long, looks very real. It would be quite the hoax. And what a lot of people don't, understand is that, or don't think about is that Sony really dropped the ball on Demon Souls because they owned Demon Souls as an IP and they chose not to publish it in the West. So Atlas published it in the West. It became this hit, and then Namco Bandai, now Bandai Namco, went to From Software, who's the developer, and they made it multi-platform, and they proliferated the game, which is great for gamers, but not so good for Sony. So I think Sony has again some pride at stake where they have to make a new game and say like we understand now we want presumably From Software to make this game for our console.
Yeah. The timing would be weird just because Dark Souls 2 just came out.
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying it wouldn't be awesome.
Sony doesn't
would be
care.
thrilled.
I mean, you assume Namco might care if these games are like conflicting with each other. But even if they show it, I don't think that that's a 2014 game.
No, that's. Colin, you still think Last Guardian?
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying that for a long time.
We are about to get Last Guardian, to see Last Guardian.
Finally
we're like minutes away maybe from Last Guardian.
I feel it. I mean, who knows, man? I mean, I like I said on Podcast Beyond, I think this is the year. I think it's a PS3 and a PS4 game. I think that if it was canceled, they would have said that by now. You know what I mean? I talked to Scott Rohde, who's one of the dudes in charge of some of Sony's first-party studios, and I talked to him in March or April, and I was asking him, what's the deal with the game? And he's like, the game's in development. We're pleased that people care about it so much. We'll have something for you soon. And they've really been saying that pretty consistently for a while, ever since the game was quote-unquote on hiatus.
Mm-hmm. Over the weekend, they confirmed, not canceled, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, like...
Exactly. So
it feels like it's got to come sooner or later, and it seems like soon is now.
So I think, I mean, that's, that was my, I was joking, but that was like my lock bet on Podcast Beyond. And that's really kind of just as a PlayStation fan, I want that. Because this game is so mysterious, and what is it, and what's the problem, what's the story behind the game?
Yeah.
I think that this could be it.
Stay tuned after the Sony press conference. We will be having a full post-show rundown. But then that's not even the end of all of our live stream business here at E3 this year. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. We are live at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow Pacific time for the Nintendo pre-show. Nintendo's holding a digital event at 9 a.m. which you can watch right here. Then after that, we'll come back for the Nintendo post-show at 10 a.m. Then 11 a.m. our IGN Live begins. The schedule is available on IGN.com. Is there an easy link?
IGN.com/E3. You go right there. The whole schedule is right there. Of course, we're all tweeting about it.
We go all day Tuesday, all day Wednesday, all day Thursday.
Every game you want to see will be there.
Every big game of E3, we will be live streaming for you. Greg and I, for the most part. So.
Gotcha. And I've been told we are a minute out.
We're a minute
from the Sony conference.
Oh my God. Starting any moment. Colin, the lights go down. What do they start with?
A sizzle reel and the loud music.
Yeah.
And then,
So first game.
Destiny, I think.
Yeah, you think it'll be Destiny too?
Yes.
That's a good guess.
Different,
no, I think I'm with that. The sizzle reel is definitely the thing to start with. I know that they're not going to do the old like sales chart stuff that used to plague the old D3s. I feel like all those ghosts are out. Get that out of the way.
Here's an important question. Who hosts the show now?
That's good.
Right.
I think we're gonna see people. I think you see Adam Boyes. I think you see Shuhei Yoshida. I think
who's the new guy?
I can't even remember the new CEO's name
Because
Jack Tretton was so special in our
reason,
hearts.
Yeah.
We have to just build that rapport.
He's over on Nick at Night right now, doing their own show.
Yep.
Spiked. So yeah, I think we'll see a bunch of different people kind of put out there, a lot of different developers and stuff.
Oh, it's
Very
exciting.
curious to see. We're going to be starting any moment here. Shaylin asks, do you think the Vita and PS4 bundle price will be announced?
Oh, right, that's been leaked.
I mean, that's already been leaked,
confirmed.
so I assume that that cat's out of the bag. They should have done that a long time ago. I'm a little disappointed in the prices I've seen. I think it's like $560 US.
It's just the exact price put together.
Yeah, it's like I don't know if that's
It's not saving any money.
It's not a bundle, really.
It's like, well, it's a little more convenient.
Yeah.
We'll put it in a box for you.
Instead of reaching your
They don't have to scan two different items.
And then
it's more convenient for the Walmart employee.
And then what you're going to find is that they took just old Vita boxes and shoved them in the PS4 boxes.
It's all bent and screwed up. Not even supposed to be that way.
James Charlton says, since PS4 has become profitable, do you think we will see a price drop?
Absolutely not.
No.
No reason to do
Way
that.
too
The
early
market
for a
demands
price
it.
It's still
drop.
selling.
Yeah,
That's
why?
The whole thing.
Yeah.
The market is totally fine with that price.
Yeah.
You won't see a price drop on PS4 for a long time, I don't think.
Sean Huskin says, Colin has some hot frames for his glasses.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Apparently made in France.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that the plot of
Does that bother
Assassin's
you?
Creed Unity?
Would you rather buy American?
No, the woman at the store implicitly told me these are French frames, and I'm like, I really like them. Let's have a pair made for me, please. Thank you.
Did you call her Madame? Did she call you Monsieur?
No. We were in America.
Yeah. But then that'd be a funny little turn of phrase for both of you, right?
Shaylin has another question. Do you think we'll see Kingdom Hearts or Final Fantasy?
I think no, we won't. I think Square said that neither of those games will be here, but maybe they're lying. Maybe they're lying. That was what Greg was saying about Media Molecules. That maybe they're lying and they will show their PS.
I'm still holding out hope.
Please don't be excited for Final Fantasy.
Still holding out hope for Fallout. Fallout 4.
Really?
Being an oh crap announcement here.
Oh man, that would be awesome.
Todd Howard takes the stage.
Yep.
If Last Guardian is there, that's the oh crap moment, right?
Sure.
You don't even need another oh crap.
But what if you had two oh crap moments?
Well, sure.
You could have multiple crap moments to crap.
That's the story of my life.
It is the Craig Miller story.
Nicodemus 008 says Sony has to show Batman Arkham Knight gameplay.
Good point too. We haven't seen that, and there's no WB thing going on. That'd be a good one to put in there. Finally reveal who Arkham Knight is.
It's me.
What if it's Adam Boyes just reading the script for Arkham Knight? He's like, well, you guys want some scoops? Here you go. PlayStation.
Yeah.
They're running just a couple minutes behind. Any moment's going to start here.
Colin, did you think it was cool to see Adam Boyes come out at the EA conference?
Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah.
It was cool. It was just a nice little nod. He wasn't there for very long, just kind of doing some stuff with Battlefield. But yeah, it was cool to see him. I mean, he's becoming a personality. We're talking about who's going to be.
Looks like we're starting, everybody. Stay tuned afterwards for our post show. Enjoy the show.
Beyond!
We called it the Traveler, and its arrival changed us forever. Great cities were built on Mars and Venus. Mercury became a garden world. Human lifespan tripled. It was a time of miracles. We stared out at the galaxy and knew that it was our destiny to walk in the light of other stars. But the Traveler had an enemy, a darkness which had hunted it for eons across the black gulfs of space. Centuries after our golden age began, this darkness found us. And that was the end of everything.
That is, until I found you. We've always known the darkness would return. To finish what it started. To take our home. That's why I've been looking for you for centuries. There are only a few of you who carry the light of the Traveler, who have the strength to fight the darkness. I'm not going to lie to you, Guardian. You are Earth's last hope. If you fail, everything you know, everything humans have ever known, will be gone forever. So, you know, no pressure.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Andrew House.
Good evening. How we doing? Thank you for being here tonight, and thanks to the millions of people watching live across the world. It was only a year ago that I was on this very stage to introduce PlayStation 4 and share our vision for the future of gaming and entertainment. Our vision is grounded in an uncompromising commitment to gamers that ensures PlayStation is, above all else, the best place to play. And we know what best means. It means connected. It means the highest visual quality. It means choice. And it means not being a lone gamer, but a member of an extensive community of rivals and friends. The Destiny trailer that kicked off tonight's show is the embodiment of our vision. From its graphic fidelity, to its dynamic social experiences, to its deeply immersive gameplay, Destiny will help define this next generation of gaming. Like so many of the world's biggest and best games, you'll be able to play Destiny first on PlayStation. Millions around the world have been eagerly awaiting the Destiny beta. Tonight, I'm excited to announce that PlayStation gamers will get their hands on it first, starting July 17th.
It's a small team made up entirely of recent graduates from 2 academic gaming programs, Carnegie Mellon's Entertainment Technology Center and the San Jose State University Animation and Illustration program. We're here to show you our first game, Entwined. It's a game about 2 souls who are in love but can't be together. And here helping me demo the game are some of the other talented members of the Pixel Opus team. Entwined features a new twist on dual-stick control that revolves around learning to guide 2 characters at once, one with each analog stick. And as you play, you must negotiate addictive sequences of obstacles that grow in complexity and speed. Over the course of 9 unique lifetimes, you'll have to bring these characters together. And when you do, they'll transform into an incredible dragon. Each lifetime draws to a close with your dragon blazing a trail across the sky with living paint. And it lets you create your own aerial sculpture. Entwined is a unique gameplay experience, and our team really hopes that you all enjoy it. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Looks great. Hi, everybody. I'm Scott Rohde, head of Worldwide Studios for North America. Thank you. If you couldn't tell, I absolutely love this game, and I'm really excited for that young team. It's a beautiful, mesmerizing experience. And here's the best part. You guys will not have to wait to get your hands on Entwined. The PS4 version is available right now in the PlayStation Store for $9.99. with PS3 and Vita to follow as part of our cross-buy program. You can even pull up your PlayStation app on your phone right now and order it, and it'll be waiting for you when you get home. So just as Entwined surrounds you in beauty and mystique, the world of infamous Second Son immersed you in a visual spectacle and raised the bar on groundbreaking performance capture. The team at Sucker Punch has been developing a new piece of standalone DLC that will be available later this summer. You don't need to own Second Son to play the DLC, but if you do, you'll get some exclusive content. Please, let's take a look.
I know it's upsetting. What you've been through is unimaginable. But I can't help you unless you open up. Miss Walker. Miss Walker.
Fetch! Please, tell me what happened.
Hello? I'm Pete Smith, and I'm here today to show you Little Big Planet for the first time on PlayStation 4. So Sackboy's here, he's back, and he's very pleased to be here. And I'm going to take you through this level and show you some of the cool new features we've got in the game. So the first thing you'll notice is that we've got much more depth than we've ever had in the game before. I'm now going to collect one of the many new power-ups that Sackboy has in the game. This one's called the Pumpinator, and it can pump air, and I can use it to pump this wheel and reveal a completely new friend for Sackboy. This is Oddsock.
Hi, I'm Oddsock, and what makes me different to Sackboy? Well, for starters, I can wall jump. Yes, I can, guys, I can. Keep attention going, guys, keep attention. I'm also much faster than Sackboy, and I can use my super speed to power things in the Little Big Planet world, and introduce you guys to a new friend called Toggle.
Hi everyone, this is Toggle. As you can see, Toggle is the biggest of Sackboy's new friends. And as well as being the biggest, he's also the strongest. So come on guys, I'm going to push this really heavy block and let you follow me through.
Thank you, Toggle.
Wait for me.
Come on, Sackboy.
Sorry.
Oop.
Okay, so as well as being the biggest new character, Toggle can also become the smallest at the tap of a button and fit through small gaps like this. Now I'm going to turn back to Heavy Toggle and reveal another new character called Swoop.
Hi everyone, I'm Swoop. Woohoo! So, although all of the new characters got fantastic, great new abilities, but none of them, like, can fly.
Individual abilities. Well, Little Big Planet's on its most fun when playing multiplayer, so let's go through the level together. So now we've got a problem we can't get past. Toggle can, because he can go small and he can go underneath, but the rest of us can't get through. So Sweet, could you lift up the platform and let us through? Thank you very much. And the other one? Good stuff. Now I'm going to use my pumpinator to blast these spikes and let us all through. There we go. Oh. Sorry, Toggle.
Come on.
Okay.
Move on.
Oh, I killed myself now. Now that wasn't meant to happen.
Right, let's both go through together.
This time, guys, this time.
You blow through.
We're ready.
1, 2, 3.
That's it.
Hey!
So now with this section, we need to get to the platform high up on the right. And we can all do it in different ways. So I'm going to, as Satboy, use one of Satboy's new abilities, which is climbing. Toggle can wall jump, Oddsock can wall jump up.
Yes,
Toggle can use his weight on the spring to go heavy and then small, and launch himself up, and Swoop can fly up. Oh, Swoop, come and get me.
Ah!
Oh, we're all jumping.
Thank you.
Go get
And me,
Sackboy.
please.
And you, Sackboy.
Thank you. So the abilities are really great when you cooperate together as well. So in this section, Toggle if you go small and light. Swoop can pick you up and take you to a platform we can't get to. And make you go heavy. Great. And we can jump through. And we can move on.
Alright, everyone, let's do this in one go. 1, 2, 3.
Wait.
You know, we've all worked together, guys. I'm going to race you all now. Go, 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 go. Oh, I can't move through this. It's the fastest.
Oh, my word.
No way.
Oh! That is definitely cheating.
There you go.
Just wait for me. I'll be there, I'll be there.
Come on, Satboy.
Okay, big jump.
1, 2, 3, go.
Oh! That is so not my fault.
There we go. I'm coming.
Come on, Swoop.
There we go.
There we go. What do you do without your
Thanks again. Okay, now this last section, Toggle can go down and pull the sponge and let us through. Brilliant. And I'll, as Satboy, I'll use the pumpinator to return the favour. And then we can all get into the rocket and we can blast off out of the level. Oh, Toggle, I think you're going to need to go heavy. Well done, everyone. Good stuff. Thank you, everyone. We're going to go. We'll leave you with a little bit more of Little Big Planet on PlayStation 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the demo of Little Big Planet 3. The creative community of Little Big Planet has been very active. And by today, over 8.7 million levels have been created and shared by the community on Little Big Planet and Little Big Planet 2. And I'm very happy to announce that when LBP 3 launches, you can just go online and play any of this vast catalog of user-generated levels on LBP 3. With improved graphics on PS4. It's going to be great fun for the whole family this Christmas. But Little Big Planet 3 is just one of the great variety of titles that our Worldwide Studios teams are developing for PS4. And tonight, I get the honor of introducing a completely new IP from one of the industry's most respected game directors. This is a project that is very dear to my heart if you know me and our history with the developer. Welcome to the world of Bloodborne.
Hi everyone, I'm Alex Hutchinson, Creative Director of Far Cry 4. Our goal with Far Cry is to create beautiful, exotic, and dangerous locations, fill them with weapons, vehicles, and toys, and let you create your own story. This year with Far Cry 4, we invite you to visit Karat, a country soaked in secret history, filled with weaponized animals, and ruled by an eccentric despot. Good luck.
AJ, the fortress you're looking for is called Ratu Gaddy. Should be in the valley down below.
Okay, I'll head in that direction. What the? Shit!
Some help taking this place down. Herc, back me up.
Someone call for a tubby and a gyrocopter.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Adam Boyes.
That looks pretty great. I remember getting mauled a ton by tigers in Far Cry 3, so I really look forward to getting a revenge in the Himalayan mountains with a weaponized pachyderm. I mean, come on. You know, this November, when you buy Far Cry 4 on either PS3 or PS4, you can invite your PSN friends to join you, even if they don't own the game. Yeah. And you'll only be able to do that on PlayStation. Yeah. Through social mediums like Twitter and Facebook, or forums like Reddit and NeoGAF, we are constantly connected to you, the gamers, all around the world, and we love hearing from you directly. Recently, we invited you to send us in some letters about how you feel of PlayStation and what kinds of games you want to see in the future. Let's check out some of those letters that you shared with us. A common theme that you guys wrote in about was zombies. I mean, who doesn't love us some zombie action? Let's see what's been festering in the undead department.
Okay, wake up in the morning to the clear blue sky. Turn up the music when I hop in the ride. The windows down, let the whole world see. Ain't nobody rock it like little old me. I'm the bomb and about to blow up. I'm the bomb and about to blow up. I got my trucks and my dickies and I put it on black. Banging Sinatra in a flat Cadillac. My old lady leaning out the whole window. Everybody looking, we'll be walking slow. I'm the bomb and about to blow up. I'm the bomb. Okay, 1 for the morning and a 2 for the show, but 3 to be a legend even if I'm old. I ain't fixing nothing, you gon' have to catch me, and if you wanna taste, you gon' have to pay a fee. I'm the bomb and about to blow up. I'm the bomb and about to blow up. Whoa. Everybody singing now. Whoa. Everybody singing now. I'm the bomb and about to blow up. I'm the bomb and about to blow up. I'm the bomb and about to blow up. Now we gonna reach another whole new level. Grabbing the light on the run from the devil. Getting down to the sunrise over the building.
Seriously, bro? Sweet! Come on, dude, time to split. Freaking awesome! Let's go! Dude, chill. I got this. Kill them all!
Kind of gives a whole new meaning to the term fresh kicks, right? At PlayStation, we love us some shambling goodness, whether it's zombies, walkers, or the infected. Most of you know The Last of Us is coming to PS4. Yeah. But what you didn't know is that it's also going to be infecting Diablo 3 in the Ultimate Evil Edition launching August 19th. Yes. You'll be able to battle clickers, bloaters, and stalkers in an exclusive themed dungeon. And Blizzard has integrated them deeply into the game, so they have their own special attacks. I seriously cannot wait to play Adventure Mode. Now, many of you also wrote in and thanked us for bringing you special benefits on PlayStation. And we love nothing more than trying new things and bringing new opportunities to you, the PlayStation Nation, before anybody else. Now, you just saw Dead Island 2 debut. It will have a 30-day exclusive beta, as well as a full exclusive character class and level, only on PS4. And earlier today, we were part of EA's announcement of a special beta for Battlefield Hardline. It's available right now exclusively for consoles on PS4. Battlefield Hardline takes the cops and robbers fantasy we all played when we were kids, but then it goes to a whole new level with awesome action, stunning visuals, and a grappling hook. Come on. Now let's take a look at an exclusive new world premiere gameplay trailer for Battlefield Hardline.
Sky 5 can confirm a large police presence in downtown Los Angeles.
We got an RPG!
All units, we have confirmation that a 211 is underway.
Your charge is good! Go, go, go!
Suspects are moving with the package. Take him down.
All right, we're good to go on the grapple. Let's hit that area now!
to remain silent.
Grappling hooks and zip lines, that is my jam. And you know, Play It First isn't limited just to betas. We're happy to announce a new partnership with Disney, which will bring exclusive content to our platform this year. The only place you can Hulk smash in Disney Infinity 2 at launch will be on PlayStation platforms. The Incredible Hulk will join 5 other Avengers in this exclusive Disney Infinity 2 Collector's Edition for PS3 and PS4. Pretty cool. And finally, as Andy mentioned earlier, there's always going to be more of Destiny on PlayStation. On launch day, you're going to get an incredible amount of exclusive in-game content, from unique weapons, armor sets, gear, kick-ass ships, as well as Exodus, an exclusive competitive multiplayer map. And the best part, an entire exclusive Strike on Mars. Strikes are standalone, unique co-op opportunity or co-op adventures where you get to battle epic bosses. There's literally too much great content to detail tonight. But needless to say, when Destiny comes to PlayStation this year, it will do so first, bigger, and better than on any other platform. Hulk smash is right. Now, a lot of you asked for brand new things that you've never seen on the platform before. This next partner is a great example of that. I'm proud to announce a new partnership with Paradox Interactive. Every single Paradox studio is currently working on an exclusive PlayStation 4 game. And here's a look at their first one.
Paradox is proud to present user-created open world.
Magica 2, learn to spell again.
I think I know how to spell pretty well, and I'm pretty sure that's not how you spell Magica, but just saying. Of all the thousands of letters we received, there was something kind of special and odd about this next one.
Dear PlayStation, I heard that the new PlayStation 4 can do anything. Can it do miracles? I'm only 12 years old, so I was not alive when some of the best games ever made came out. Now a lot of them are gone forever. To play a masterpiece, like for instance one of Tim Schafer's old adventure games, I would have to pirate it, and that's not nice. Please, is there anything you can do to bring great games, like one of Tim Schafer's, back from the dead? Sincerely, Sally T, age 10.
I think somebody's trolling me. Okay, so she was 12 at first, now she's 10. There's a fingerprint. Let's move that over. That's got knuckle hair. I think that's a 10 or 12-year-old. Let's pan it up a bit. That's not a 12-year-old's beard. Okay, bring it all the way out. That's Tim motherfucking Schafer. Okay, Sally, all right. We have some great news for you and the fans. After 15 years, Double Fine, in tandem with our third-party production team, will be remastering your classic adventure game, Grim Fandango. It will be coming exclusively to both PS4 and PS Vita, thanks to the relationship with our good friends at Disney. Looks like it's time to get to work, Sally. Maybe start with a little shave. Sally, Tim, Sally, Tim, Sally, Tim. You've also told us that you guys love a wide range of crazy and diverse games. This next partner shares our love and support of independent developers and has brought fantastic games to PlayStation, like Vlambeer's Luftrausers and Dennaton's Hotline Miami. Devolver Digital and their main man, Fork Parker, have been working on an awesome slate of new titles, and we've officially joined forces. All of the following titles you're about to see will be making their console debut exclusively on PlayStation platforms.
I wonder, will you love us for having created you? Will the world you build be like ours, or so different that we today cannot even imagine it?
Your will is free because you were made to be free. Let your will be done.
You know, after watching the likes of Brobocop and Bronan, the Brobarian, and Broforce, I can't help but bro out all of our PlayStation names. We've got Andrew Brohouse, Scott Brody, Brohey Broshita, right? Okay, I'll move it along. So here's another letter that we got that I really liked. Every time I play a game, I get to experience the imagination of an artist, and you'll never know where that will take you. This is absolutely true. The breadth of incredibly creative and original games regularly astounds me. One creator who has always pushed artistic boundaries in gaming with inspired stories and offbeat worlds is Suda51. And his next twisted trip is only coming to PlayStation 4. Let's check it out. Video games, right? You know what that game doesn't remind me of? Journey. Journey took us on an incredible adventure, in part thanks to Matt Nava's stunning art direction and composer Austin Wintory's Grammy-nominated score. They're teaming up again at Matt's new studio, Giant Squid. Let's see the world premiere of their brand new game. Beautiful. And Abzu will make its exclusive console debut on PS4. Just look at the staggering range of content coming to PlayStation Network, all of it pushing creativity and innovation. Thanks to all the developers for bringing your amazing games to PlayStation. It means a ton to us. Thank you for the letters, and thanks to all of our fans for loving games the same way we do. I can't believe I get to do this every single day. Please keep the feedback coming. We're always listening. Our goal at PlayStation is pretty simple, to surprise and amaze you, and we're just getting started. So I'm going to leave you guys with one last game that surprised and amazed me, and will make its console debut on PS4. Please enjoy.
Thank you. Feeling a lot of emotions right now. I'm Sean. I'm from Hello Games. We're a tiny little indie studio. We're a group of friends making No Man's Sky. It's a science fiction game, I guess inspired by the kind of sci-fi that I grew up with. The battered book covers of Heinlein, Asimov, Clarke. Just worlds that I wanted to escape to but never could. We've created a procedural universe. It's infinite and it's one that everyone can share. We're going to start every player on a different planet, so no two people will have the same experience. This universe that we've created, it's so vast, it's so boundless, it's actually infinite, and we don't even know what's out there. When the game releases, every player who picks up a pad and plays is going to help us discover a little bit more. And I can't wait. I want to finish with just a tiny taste of what your own unique journey into infinity might look like. Hope you like it.
Wow, mind slightly blown. Thank you very much, Sean, and thanks to Adam. A key focus for tonight has been demonstrating why PlayStation delivers the best place to play today and in the future. You've seen that in the diverse portfolio of games coming from our worldwide studios and our close partners. And we're also bringing this to life in new ways with hardware. When we designed PS4, we made a conscious decision to make it the most powerful gaming console ever created, and surround it with breakthrough games, features, network capabilities, and peripherals that together would redefine next-gen gaming. A key peripheral that we've offered to PS4 gamers since launch as a choice is the PlayStation Camera. We believe that the PlayStation Camera would be a popular option because of the value it provides for more immersive gaming, but the response has far exceeded our expectations. And we're enhancing the value of the PlayStation Camera and what it brings to PS4 by pursuing new, innovative technology that takes gaming to an entirely new dimension. At GDC in March, we unveiled Project Morpheus, which demonstrates how we are fully leveraging the power of the PlayStation Camera. The response from the development community and gamers was phenomenal. All of your voices have been heard, and today there are creative teams around the world working with us to define the future of gaming and entertainment. We have Project Morpheus in our booth at E3 this year with 2 new demos, so I encourage all of you to stop by and try it. Up next is someone who has a 15-year history at PlayStation. That includes 8 years at Worldwide Studios in London, and he also served as president of Sony Computer Entertainment Japan. I've personally known him for more than 20 years, and when I think of the game behind me, I can't help but think of him. He was most recently the COO of Sony Network Entertainment, and now as president and CEO of Sony Computer Entertainment America, he's charged with, quite simply, making sure PlayStation completely surpasses your wildest expectations. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Sean Layden.
Here we go. Thank you, Andy. And thanks to all of you for the really warm welcome out here on stage. Wow, there's a lot of people in this room. I've been to every E3 except the very first one, from LA to Atlanta, then back to LA. I've sat where all of you are sitting now, but never thought for a second that I might have the honor and privilege of being on this stage before all of you. And while it is a great honor to be here, I gotta say that the strongest emotion I'm feeling right now is excitement. And more than a little pressure. But I'm completely and utterly thrilled to be here. As you've witnessed already, the thirst for innovation at PlayStation is tremendous. Our lineup of genre and blockbusting titles is a testament to that. And our desire to bring great games to all of you is matched by our commitment to bring a great gaming experience throughout the world of PlayStation. So let's start by talking about PSN. Our network is robust and ever-evolving to deliver the experience gamers want. And we have heard loud and clear what you're looking for: powerful ways in which to share your experiences and connect with your friends and the growing PlayStation community. To that end, we continue to bring new tools to the PS4 faithful to enable that desire for shared experience, such as Share Factory and the photo mode in Second Son. And we'll continue to enhance our features that redefine how, when, and where gamers play. A quick look at that reality is frankly awesome. Nearly 95% of PS4s worldwide are connected to the network. And the social activity is astounding. More than 1.25 billion hours have been spent gaming. More than 1 billion multiplayer sessions have been played on PS4 since launch. That's a lot of deathmatch. The share button on the DualShock 4 has been pressed 220 million times as gamers invite friends and the community to check out their gameplay. And that last metric will climb even higher when we bring YouTube to PS4 later this year. With the simple press of the DualShock 4 share button, PS4 gamers will be able to quickly upload video captures to their YouTube channel. You will also be able to see your friends' shared YouTube videos in your What's New activity feed. PS4 is also the first console to allow you to live broadcast and spectate game sessions. Already, more than 150 million spectate sessions have been viewed on PS4, and we're constantly innovating this experience as well. Look, when you're watching at home some schlock horror movie, sometimes haven't you felt the need to, or the desire to scream at the television screen, "Look out behind you," or "Don't open that door"? Well now, only on PS4, you can effectively do just that while spectating, and they will get the message. Not only can you watch someone's gameplay in real time, you can now interact with that person's game experience while they're playing. You can help them, you can harm them, it's up to you. But you're right there with them. This is another way we're going to redefine what social gaming can really mean. This summer, we will further enhance PS4's broadcasting capabilities with some new content for The Playroom. The free DLC will allow you to easily create your own custom broadcasting sets, so you can further personalize your message and content for the wider gamer community. Never losing sight of what has always made PlayStation great, we're using the network to bring you more of what you want: awesome gaming experiences. Games that are epic and challenging, and games that are more accessible, such as free-to-play. We're committed to making PlayStation the best destination for free-to-play games. Free-to-play offers a great way to discover new worlds and experiences, and we think this category will explode on PlayStation in the coming years. Right now, we have more than 25 free-to-play games coming to PS4 in the next 12 months, including Kingdom Under Fire 2 from Blueside, PlanetSide 2 from Sony Online Entertainment, there you go, and Guns Up from Valkyrie Entertainment. And on PlayStation, at point of entry, free-to-play means free to play. Let's take a look at that. Free to play. What more do I have to say? There you go. We just talked about ease of entry and the joy of discovery. And at PlayStation, we continue to develop and innovate simple ways to access content. PlayStation Now, fueled by the power of the network, will provide our community with access to our massive gaming libraries, starting with PlayStation 3 titles. We have continued to tweak and refine PS Now since its initial beta test, and are proud to announce that the service will be available in the United States and Canada as an open beta on PS4 starting July 31st. Shortly after that, PS Now will become available on PS3 and PlayStation Vita as well. We also want to unlock our library of games to those who still don't own a PlayStation device. So later this year, we're bringing the PlayStation Now experience to select Sony televisions. If PS Now is available in your area, all you need to do is get a DualShock 3 and you're able to play our vast catalog of games. Yeah, that's pretty amazing. During the open beta, PlayStation gamers will have access to more than 100 PS3 games from the industry's best publishers, our own worldwide studios, as well as the best of the indie development community. In our booth at E3 this week, you can play such major hits as Dead Space 3, God of War Ascension, Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes, Ratchet & Clank Into the Nexus, and Ultra Street Fighter 4. We'll use the open beta, continue to listen to your feedback, and gather insights about your experience with the service. We'll also work with our publishing partners to test a range of rental durations and prices. We do look forward to hearing from everyone who participates in the beta, as your voice will have a direct impact on the development of our service. Bringing PlayStation Now to PlayStation Vita is another example of our commitment to the platform. With PS Now, Vita will have the best catalog of games available on a mobile device, and the only mobile device with access to the deep library of PlayStation games. Innovation on Vita continues, and its integration with PlayStation 4 has expanded the way gamers use the device. Remote Play gives Vita owners quick access to PS4 games, and the response has been overwhelmingly positive. With Remote Play, PS4 blockbusters such as Call of Duty and Assassin's Creed will further showcase PlayStation Vita as the ultimate mobile platform. In total, there are more than 100 Vita titles in development today, including Tales of Hearts R from Namco, Ubisoft's beautifully hand-drawn RPG, Child of Light, and Telltale's mashup with Gearbox, Tales from Borderlands. Minecraft is also coming to Vita, and it will be the full console experience with co-op included. We got some Minecraft fans. PS Vita will remain a key pillar for us, and we look forward to sharing more gaming experience across Vita-dedicated titles, PlayStation Now, and PS4 Remote Play. At Tokyo Game Show last year, we announced another new console, and the outpouring of anticipation and excitement was unprecedented. As a result, we are now preparing to launch that product in the United States, Canada, and Europe starting this fall. So let's talk about PlayStation TV. This little gem will be able to pair with your PlayStation 4, allowing you to play your PS4 game via Remote Play on a second television in your home. It will give you access to video and music streaming services, We'll give you the ability to play hundreds of PS3 titles made available through PlayStation Now. And of course, PlayStation TV will also play most Vita titles, as well as PS1 and PSP classics. In fact, our Disney partnership continues with Disney Infinity 2 coming to PlayStation TV and PlayStation Vita early next year. In total, that's nearly 1,000 games that PlayStation TV owners will have access to at launch. PlayStation TV will be available for $99. We will also offer a bundle for $139 that will include a DualShock 3, an 8GB memory card, an HDMI cable, and a digital voucher for the Lego Movie video game. New games, new hardware, new network services. The pace of innovation at PlayStation continues to accelerate. And as our world expands, we will stay true to our roots, to create imaginative games that foster fun while pioneering new gaming concepts. A little earlier, I was delighted to hear Andy give a shout out to one of the most iconic games of our time, Vib Ribbon. Yeah, give it up for Vib Ribbon. A personal favorite of mine that really embodies the PlayStation spirit. It wasn't a multi-million seller, but that's not the point. Vib Ribbon was unafraid to go against the tide. It was courageous in its ambition, and it brought a completely new experience to gamers. It's an incredible time to be part of the PlayStation family. I look forward to growing our gaming community through breakthrough experiences that inspire and delight. After all, guys, it's all about the games, isn't it? And speaking of games, in 1996, I got my start at PlayStation in Japan, importing and localizing games from the US and Europe for the Japanese market. That's kind of like trying to import wine into Napa Valley. But one of the first games we localized was Mortal Kombat 3 on PS1. The game that introduced the concept of fatality to the Japanese gamer. That's why it's a tremendous pleasure and a unique thrill for me to introduce on this stage the worldwide premiere of gameplay footage for Mortal Kombat X.
Murderer. I tire of maintaining our innocence. I will relieve you of your burden.
You offend this one, Farah. What Ladybug do about it? Exterminate.
Fight. Finish him.
Really, what can you say? Thanks, Sean. At PlayStation, we know building a portfolio of incredible games is paramount. But we also know that PS4 owners are using the console extensively for watching their favorite movies, TV shows, and listening to music. Millions of PS4 owners are using the likes of Netflix, Amazon Instant Video, Hulu Plus, and Music Unlimited. And our entertainment offering on PS4 is about to take a new superhero twist. Sony is one of the largest entertainment brands in the world, and we're fully utilizing its vast resources to bring new experiences and more value to PS4. Last year, Michael Linton joined us on stage to announce that Sony Pictures Entertainment is developing brand new original programming available exclusively on PS4 and the network. And we're not just bringing any new content to our platform. In line with our focus on the highest quality entertainment experiences, we're developing and curating content that is tailored specifically to what gamers love most. Our first original series is called Powers, and is based on the critically acclaimed graphic novel series, thank you, of the same name, created by Brian Michael Bendis and Michael Avon Oeming. In addition to Powers, I know many of you are familiar with Brian's work with Marvel, as he is one of the highest-selling Marvel comic writers ever. He also sits on the Marvel Creative Committee and has consulted on every Marvel movie since Iron Man. Please join me in giving a great PlayStation welcome to Powers co-creator and executive producer for the series, Brian Michael Bendis.
Thank you, Andy. Hello, PlayStation Nation. It is an honor to be here personally, and we are so excited to officially announce to you that Powers has been greenlit 2 series from Sony Television and PlayStation. Thank you. For those of you who don't know what Powers is based on the comic book and graphic novel series of the same name, created by myself and artist Michael Avon Oeming, and it tells the story of Christian Walker and Dina Pilgrim, 2 homicide detectives that work cases specifically about powers. That means if the greatest superhero in the world suddenly falls dead from the sky, if one of the most notorious supervillains of all time is found dead in a gutter, that's their case. And Walker, Christian Walker, has a secret. He used to be a power. But now he's down here with us, having lost his powers, and it is his job to answer for those who cannot answer for themselves, the dead powers of our universe. Some of these cases will be some of his oldest friends. Some of these cases will be his longest running enemies. But every case is going to show us something new about our characters. It's going to show us something about what we've developed in the comic, which is a pretty sprawling mythology about superheroes. And it's also going to show us what a world with superheroes would really be like, how we would really treat them, how they would immerse our culture, how they would affect our fashion. And we're just immensely proud of it, and we're immensely proud that we're here today to bring it to your television. Now, I'm a gamer, I'm a game writer, and I know that gamers and comic book lovers, we love our genre hardcore. We love our genres to mash up and to show us something new, to show us something original. And one of my jobs as executive producer of the show is to make sure that the TV show gives us what the comic book gave us, that it has all the integrity and everything that we've built all there with all the authenticity that we can muster. Now, the good news is we have this great team behind the scenes. Our showrunner is award-winning novelist Charlie Houston. Our executive producer is Remy Aubuchon from Falling Skies and Caprica. Our other executive producer is David Engel from Circle Confusion, and they brought us The Walking Dead. Now, this relieves me to no end that this will be the Powers that I want to see on TV, that hopefully is the Powers that you want to see on TV. As we speak, we're in production, casting is underway, and all summer long, we're going to have all kinds of announcements and teases and all kinds of stuff for you online. But just to give you something for today, let's show you some brand new concept art that just came from our concept artist. And I think it shows you just a little taste of what we're going to have, which is like everything I love about, gritty crime fiction and spectacular superheroes mashed up together for something completely new. On behalf of Michael Avon Oming and the producers and everyone working on the show and the writers, I want to thank Sony Television, I want to thank PlayStation, and thank all of you who have been so vocal in your support of the book for all these years and the idea of a TV show. We're coming to you on PlayStation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian. PlayStation 4 owners won't have to wait long for Powers. I'm happy to announce that it will be available in the US in December. We want to make sure that as many PlayStation fans as possible get an opportunity to experience our vision for original content. So every PSN user in the US will get to watch the first episode of Powers for free. As you're aware, we're constantly bringing more value to the PlayStation Plus subscription service. Today, this comes in the form of discounted games, early access to beta programs, and the Instant Game Collection, which has resulted in a 190% increase in global Plus subscribers since the PS4 launch. We'll be adding more value to Plus in the future by including our original programming. I'm pleased to announce that all Plus subscribers in the US will be able to view the entire Powers series for free. In addition to original content, we're also leveraging Worldwide Studios' well-loved franchises and Sony's family of media channels to bring new theatrical content to existing PlayStation fans and entirely new audiences. Here's a look at Ratchet & Clank, the movie.
I've always dreamt of being a galactic ranger, doing big things like Captain Quark.
You don't have what it takes.
Wait, just give me a chance.
Sorry, no time. Galaxy in jeopardy. Get back out there. And remember, you can do anything. As long as you're me. Cue montage!
That was a close one, huh? Yeah, that is gonna show up on my mid-year review.
Ratchet & Clank creator Insomniac Games is heavily involved in the film, and we're also working with the studio to reimagine the original Ratchet & Clank for PS4. The game will feature completely new visuals and gameplay sequences that will rival the best PS4 games on the market. Both the movie and game will be available in the first half of 2015. And we'll continue to release exclusive content and titles only available on PlayStation that are nothing short of amazing. We announced in April that The Last of Us, a game that won more than 200 Game of the Year awards last year, is being remastered for PS4. Let's see what's in store.
Underneath the bridge
As you've seen tonight, we have the industry's best developers creating games for PS4 right now. And there's more. A long-standing partnership with Kojima Productions and Konami has been a staple of the PlayStation history. Today, it is my pleasure to introduce a new trailer that some of you might have gotten a sneak peek of last night. Ladies and gentlemen, Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain.
Standing on the edge of the crater, like the prophets once said, and the ashes are all cold now, no more bullets, and the embers are dead. Whispers in the air tell the tales of the brothers gone. Desolation, devastation. What a mess we made when it all went wrong. Watching from the edge of the circus for the games to begin. Gladiators draw their swords, form their ranks for Armageddon. I'm nuclear, I'm wild, I'm breaking up inside. A heart of broken glass, deep inside the abandoned child. Standing on the edge of the underworld, looking at the abyss, and I'm hoping for some miracle to break out, to escape from all this. Whispers in the air tell the tale of a life that's gone. Desolation, devastation. What a mess we made when it all went wrong. I'm nuclear, I'm wild, I'm breaking up inside. A heart of broken glass, deep inside the abandoned
Metal Gear Solid 5 on PS4 is going to be amazing. And now, let's take a look at something from a company that I've had a personal relationship with since the PS2 era. Their games have kept PlayStation gamers up late at night for generations, as they pioneered new genres and new experiences. Take a look. I'm thrilled to announce that Grand Theft Auto 5 is coming to PlayStation 4 this fall. Grand Theft Auto 5 takes full advantage of the power of PS4 and features a host of enhancements and new details for players to discover. Plus, the current community of PS3 players and Xbox 360 players will have the ability to transfer their GTA Online progress and characters to the PlayStation 4. I'm not done yet. Another game that I get the honor of sharing with you tonight is from the acclaimed studio Rocksteady and publishing giant Warner Brothers. Please take a look.
Bruce, I found Penguin. He's got a weapons cache on the north end of Miyagani Island. The area is heavily protected by the Arkham Knight's drone forces. Be careful.
I'm on my way. Running diagnostics.
Thermal imaging shows the Arkham Knight's tanks are unmanned and controlled remotely. You're clear to engage.
Weapon systems online.
Be careful.
What do we do about the man? Batman? Don't worry about Batman. He's about to become extinct. We're bloody rich. Look at it all. Lovely, lovely money. And it's all mine. No!
The Arkham Knight.
Knight.
So that's who we had. rush? How many lives will you destroy in pursuit of what you call justice? You are the product of everything you fear. Violence, darkness, helplessness. All that remains is for you to watch as I drag your beloved Gotham into oblivion.
Spectacular and even more smoke than at the EA press conference. Batman Arkham Knight on PlayStation 4 will be amazing and comes with Scarecrow nightmare missions that are only available on PlayStation. PlayStation remains steadfast in our commitment to provide gamers the thrills, deep narrative experiences, and challenging gameplay they desire. Our team of creative minds is passionate about doing one thing better than anyone else, creating the best place to play. I'd like to leave you with one last title from one of the finest studios in the world that captures the very best of the PlayStation spirit. Thank you all so much and have a wonderful evening.
So, what do you think?
It's a lot to take in, kid. Where do I even start? You've been out of the game for a long time. Or maybe I need to remind you the kind of people we'd be crossing here.
Sully, I know the risks. But come on, it's a surefire plan.
Yeah. If there's one thing I've learned in all these years, it's there's no such thing as a surefire plan.
I don't really have an option here. You know that. And yeah, maybe you're right. I've been out of the game, but I need back in it. So can I count on you? One last time?
All right, kid. Let's go do it. One last time.
Sony's press conference, E3 2014. It's been a long day. What do we think?
It needed editing and tightening, right?
Yeah.
Like that was the thing. Like you talk, I mean, like obviously ending on Uncharted 4.
Started out strong, ended strong.
Yeah.
But they're
the
a little
whole
distracted.
middle when they brought out Sean in the middle there, and like they just let him go for way too long about products and services, killed the momentum. Yeah, a lot of this too, but I don't knock that. Public speaking is
it's hard. I was scared.
That
I thought he actually did a pretty nice job.
He was
We don't know him, you know.
No. I mean, I'm not judging his performance.
He did a great job. He just did a lot of it.
Yeah, it came out with a bunch of stuff that isn't the most interesting, coming off of all these awesome games and everything else they had shown, right? They were doing what we told them they needed to do, right? You need to come out and keep doing games, and then they hit this roadblock in the middle there.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they ever fully recovered, but then...
No, I think they picked it back up at the end with Batman and Uncharted kind of coming back to back. It was just incredible to see. Like, really, really great stuff.
Yeah. Maybe we should start with the big thing that wasn't here.
No Last Guardian.
I was wrong. I was wrong. My Ironclad podcast beyond prediction, unusual as it may be, was wrong. I'm wrong about almost everything every year when I make these podcasts beyond predictions. But that was wishful thinking. It seemed like the right time. I still think that game is going to be announced this year. I still think that the way they've been talking about it for the last just even 18 months or so since PlayStation 4's reveal about.
Yep.
You think TGS is the next logical step for that one?
I don't even, maybe Gamescom even, because TGS is just so toned down in terms of their presentation. They have games there, but when I went there last year, they gave a little presentation there. They announced like nothing.
There's always E3 2015.
There is always E3 2015. But, you know, so maybe Gamescom, but I assume that they'll be focusing on maybe Guerrilla Games and Media Molecule at that point.
TGS.
Yeah, TGS, it's possible. I don't know. I'm saddened by that.
Yeah.
I want that game. I want to see it. I know a lot of PlayStation fans want it.
Well, then why don't we talk about the happy things?
Yes.
Why don't we talk about
That's a
Uncharted
great
4?
idea.
Uncharted 4, A Thief's End.
Yes.
He dies. He's got to die.
Done.
2015.
Let's talk about the biggest thing in that trailer, of course. He's still wearing his wedding ring. They're not doing the same old song and dance of breaking him up. I just want a happy ending. Just let him and Elena be happy.
I don't know if you're going to get a happy
Well, you're
ending.
gonna get an ending.
Yeah.
It
That's
sounds like
fine.
that's it. And I like that they're pitching this as this is it.
You know what's going to happen is he's going to move a rock at the very end of the game, and all these spores are going to come out, and it's going to start the last one. That'll bend the whole tie-in we've been waiting to bring the universes together.
So
looks amazing, of course.
Yeah. Just real quick, I was watching, just for my own clarification, I saw the title, I was live blogging it. They did say 2015?
Yes, 2015. At the end it says coming 2015.
Fantastic. That is very exciting.
I like where they're going with the tone on this one. It seems way darker. I mean, you have those like hanging casket cages in the jungle and stuff like that.
That tells us that should be the next new Naughty Dog game. Like they won't release something before this.
Yeah, that's got to be next, with the exception of the Last of Us Remastered, which is not. They're doing that internally, but that doesn't really count.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very soon.
What did you make what did you make of his location here? We see these cages that are strung up in the trees. Any ideas about where he might be, what might be going on?
I think he's in Far Cry 3.
Plano, Texas.
I can't be specific, but when I saw this, I was like, well, this is cool because this seems like almost like a full circle.
See, that's what I was thinking when they said, I need you one last time or whatever, go back, blah, blah, blah. I thought maybe they're going to pan off and it was going to be the submarine or whatever from the original.
Yeah, because this looks like, Uncharted Drake's Fortune wasn't this beautiful, but this looks like Uncharted Drake's Fortune.
Yeah, finally had the 4 there.
Well, I think maybe that skeleton in the foreground had a bandana over it, like a pirate's bandana on his head. I don't know, maybe. That's just an idea. Maybe these are dead pirates exploring his
They probably are dead.
I like that.
Legacy.
So I mean, this is your teaser trailer, right? Like this was more than the map pen over last year, but this wasn't like, boom, here's gameplay. So I'm still, I'm waiting for that, but they are trickling this whole pattern along here.
Right.
Is that a strong enough note to end on, do you think?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
their biggest franchise.
How good Drake's face looked there and stuff.
Yeah.
There was a lot of
jungle, that fly.
Yeah. Oh my God, the fly
That's
technology.
the most realistic fly I've ever seen in my life.
And how clear Sully's voice was. Let's not dance
the
around.
clarity.
Come on. I may be getting ahead of myself, but it seems like another perfect 10.
Yes.
It might be the Uncharted 3 of PS4 games.
I don't want to wait and see. We'll get you on that review.
How good does Arkham Knight look?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Batman nails it, man.
He nails it, but he's also he's wrecking that city.
Right.
Like he is.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what he's doing with this. Like his Batmobile now has a turret on it, like a tank, and he was like, I don't care about guardrails, just busting through them. And then he just leaves his car on the street. He's like, I'm Batman.
I know
I'll
we
come
spent
back.
a lot of taxpayer dollars on this, but screw it.
Well, the whole thing is like when he bails out, AI mode engages, so the car keeps patrolling on its own. That way, whenever you want to dive back into it, you can. So it's always It's always in.
I really like his like top secret Transformers apartment that he has up here that just opens up, and then just the way they showed how he was just like, well, here's my city to play in. I mean, this is fantastic.
Beautiful. Look at the draw distance on this. I mean, this is amazing.
I wonder how much of this you're going to be able to go to.
All of it.
All of it, you think?
Yeah, that's their universe.
Distance?
Not like the stuff off in like the fog, but I mean like
inside.
everything you saw that was a building in the general vicinity.
I just think, I'm not a superhero guy at all, but there's always a special place in my heart for Batman.
Oh, yeah.
And like, I just love Batman.
Games,
the games are great. The universe is great. Damon and I were talking during the conference that the villains, man, they just nail the villains.
The fake out they did with Scarecrow coming in and
that was very
stuff,
cool.
That was cool.
You were wondering why they cut away.
Yeah,
to show
they cut away a little bit too early, I felt, for that, because he took down Penguin. I wanted to see more of that.
This looks unreal. I'm glad that they're giving a little more time to polish it up.
Right, yeah. This is a mix of what I had seen at GDC and then what Steve had seen coming up to E3. And what I like about it is like this destruction here, all that stuff, that's not canned. That's like he could punch through those stairs there too. That will go off and hit that guardrail. It would all explode the same way.
This is like I know the Batman games have had progressively bigger open worlds, but this is a bona fide open world. Not some kind of contained, more Metroidvania style.
Sure.
But I did like that they showed, just the scope of this. Like, you're driving around in this car, you're whipping all over the city, but then Batman shoots up through that tiny little vent and just drops down into some tiny room.
They showed a whole bunch of different things that are like the tropes of the Arkham games, right? But they're already speeding that up, right? All right. Instead of crawling through the vent, you shoot through the vent. When you come up on those guys in the fight in a little bit, you get to, basically grapple over the railing, come through, kick them, come back, fight the other guys, and be done with it. Try to get you moving since you've done it, for 3 games now already?
Yeah, just a heads up, I will take off work the day this game comes out, like I did with the last one.
I'll mark it down.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're putting your time off request now.
Look how maneuverable the Batmobile is.
Yeah.
It's like sliding horizontally.
It's bizarre. It's cool.
That's like that Wayne tech.
It's like some Mars rover stuff.
Yeah, he's like strafing. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I think we should just watch this whole thing.
Yeah, just rewatch the demo here as he shoots himself out.
And then he just jumps out of this.
Yeah, that's how they're giving you that boost again, so you just get right back to it. They want, when you talk to the guys at Rocksteady about this game, what they talk about is being fast and being maneuverable and getting out and just getting into the best parts of Batman rather than having to sit around and do this. Like right here, you got the new drop-down attack here.
Everyone was so disappointed when, Batman Arkham Origins came out and Rocksteady wasn't developing it.
Yeah.
But here you go.
Yeah.
This is what they were working on.
Yeah. They needed that time, right? They needed to be able to take their foot off the gas to make this work with the new hardware.
And this is a real next-gen game, right? This isn't cross-generation.
Correct. This is not available on PlayStation 3 or Xbox 360. But even there, right? You don't have to slowly go down that ladder, slide down, you're into it.
You know what? Well, yeah, here's when they start punking us. You know what a cross-generational game is?
What's that?
Grand Theft Auto 5.
Ooh,
very big.
Doctor.
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting about Grand Theft Auto 5 popping up here, they said for PlayStation. They didn't say only on PlayStation 4.
Oh, there's no way it's only on PlayStation.
Yeah, exactly.
But they got to make the announcement.
Exactly, which is all huge. I just thought it was interesting to look at Twitter's response. And Twitter thinking it was more exclusive, which I highly doubt.
There was something amazing they said there, which is like you can bring your save over from 360 to PS4, which is like
for online.
Yeah, I mean that's not just cross-generation. That's like putting an end to the old generation on a platform. It's like when I bought my iPhone, the guy in the Apple Store called up Verizon and broke up with them for me. Like that's kind of what this is like. Like all those people on 360, like say goodbye to that console if you were holding on to it and come on over to PS4.
But I wonder if it goes the other way. Will your PS3 save go to Xbox One?
Yeah,
probably.
It probably will work that way. I mean, Rockstar is very agnostic.
And they're tied into Social Club. This is all stuff that's tied into
exactly.
proprietary stuff.
I think I misunderstood it at first, according to people on Twitter, because I was like, my assumption was that somehow Social Club would read your save, but it seems like it's only the online progress that will be transferred.
100%. Only your online stuff.
So I was definitely wrong about that when I tweeted about that, because my assumption was like, wow, they're going to somehow read your save on Xbox 360, send it to Social Club, and then be able to download it back on. But it doesn't seem like that's the case.
And the game looks absolutely gorgeous. Like it's
It's supposed to be out this fall too.
Yep.
Yeah, very
That's
cool. And that
exciting.
was a long rumor, not a big surprise. The big surprise is that Rockstar did something at E3.
Yeah.
And like we said, Sony was able to announce this. They were with Grand Theft Auto 4. They were very much in Microsoft's camp with the DLC.
Yeah.
So they've definitely kind of changed sides, or maybe don't want to be seen as playing favorites. So
I mean, it started on a PlayStation console.
Yeah.
Yep. Still know the agent.
Never forget your roots, Dan.
That's true. Or Bully 2. Where's Bully 2?
I heard a rumor that Jack Tretton had an exclusive agreement with the agent. So once he walked, it's
He
official.
took it with him.
I'm taking it with me. What about that Metal Gear Solid 5, the Phantom Pain trailer?
Yeah.
It looked cool. No idea what was going on.
no
at all.
idea.
It's so funny. Metal Gear's so funny, man.
I feel like it's a series that just consistently pushes away as many people as it does bring in, because it's so polarizing and confusing. Like, there's someone like me, like, I don't know what my next first Metal Gear game will be, because they just keep making me go, I have no idea what's happening. It's incredibly puzzling to me. And it's beautiful and it's cool. I love the tone and the theme and everything like that, and that vulture. But
There's
what is
so
happening?
much going on in that trailer, even as a
Yeah.
Metal Gear fan. Like I'm calling out different things that I see and recognize, and then like he's got like Big Boss is clearly talking to somebody and then turning a knife and trying to shove it in his own arm or chest. You're like, what is going on right now?
Can you make any can you give us a Cliff Notes version of the trailer, like?
Of this trailer?
Were you able to identify like an arc of the trailer? Like,
No, I mean that's the thing. It's
big
fragmented
points
all
they're
over
trying to
that.
show us.
I mean, the stuff with like the ashes and whatever, that's all got to be Big Boss, I imagine, coming back to finding like all of this here, right? They lost a whole bunch of people in Ground Zero. Spoilers, you know what I mean? Their team went, but then Big Boss got hurt there too. And this is the whole confusing part. I thought he was supposed to be in a coma for a long time, like, and then he comes out of it. Like, I don't know. The Phantom Pain, how much of it's just in his mind? That's the stuff we don't know. You know what I mean? So theoretically, me looking at this, I think it picks up sometime after Ground Zero, burning all the bodies of the people lost at Mother Base. Now he goes out, he empties the ashes in there, but instead of emptying them all, he rubs them on his face to signify that he's going to go out and try to fix this. Because like you were calling out, it looks like they're on Big Shell.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like Big Shell to me, but I don't.
But that's the whole thing of like Big Shell obviously isn't created yet, but the whole thing is that Mother Base is Big Shell in a way. When you're playing Peace Walker and you're building out Mother Base, you're building these Big Shell properties.
And that's the thing. I mean, that encapsulates.
And this is what Brian was talking about.
No,
he has no idea what we're talking about. He hasn't played Metal Gear in a while.
That helped immensely.
Okay,
actually.
okay.
Yeah, that was really helpful.
Yeah.
About halfway through, I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. But
all right, good.
But that's what I was saying. I mean, like Metal Gear Solid 2, I really loved, and after that, I kind of just stopped paying attention and have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't even know if Big Shell existed in this particular.
No, it does not
game,
exist.
'cause I have no idea like what the timeline even is. But you can't deny that the game looks really pretty.
Right.
I mean,
It's ambitious as hell.
He fights a kid here, a young kid with blonde hair. It looks like, I was thinking maybe that's Jack, maybe that's Raiden. You know what I mean? That's how they're bringing him into this complicated story already.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, that.
Yeah, but again, that's how they built it. I mean, Big Shell was a big deal, because remember, they built Big Shell in Metal Gear. Well, it was already built in Metal Gear, and it was there to clean up an oil spill. So, I mean, this wouldn't fly. You're not going to put Mother Base down as Big Shell and have nobody figure it out.
Fair enough.
And there we go, more some CQC training with the boys.
The biggest disappointment was that there's no sign of Fat Man.
Yeah, no Fat Man. Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say release date.
Oh no, no,
yeah.
no, I don't care about the release date. I want to see Fat Man.
This is probably young Drebin knowing this game. How there's really it seems like it's such a complicated story, but once you like figure out the threads, you can just tie them back, because they're all gonna come back to each other and find young people right here. Like, I think that's Jack, based on the trailer, seeing it at a glance. I'm sure Baby Rose is in here somewhere too.
see, now you're losing me again.
That's the idea.
But still no idea when it's gonna be out.
No.
I assume not this year.
Yeah, no, I thought that was the whole reason they put out, or one of the reasons they put out Ground Zero, right, to make the wait a little bit more bearable.
Yep.
And so you'd imagine, this is probably fall next year, 2015, I imagine.
Well, we do know what's coming out very soon is The Last of Us on PS4.
Right?
Yep.
July 29th.
Yep.
And that looks really, really good.
Yeah.
Looks fantastic. I was a little puzzled by the trailer.
Yeah.
Spoilers in it?
Hey everybody, if you haven't played this PS3 exclusive and you want to buy it for your new PlayStation 4, cool. We're gonna ruin a lot of moments.
Here's
here.
all of it.
The first scene was like a really important scene in the game that sets the whole tenor of the game. I don't understand. That really is confusing. Like that you couldn't just not use some of these scenes.
Yeah.
The whole game has been remastered. So find some things that are a little more ambiguous.
I mean, it's one of those, maybe we're overanalyzing it. I mean, we know what every scene means, right?
Sure.
So maybe that to somebody else, but like there's a scene at the end with Joel running around carrying Ellie, and it's like, all right, well.
Interesting use of a Nirvana
Yeah, of
cover
course, we
song
should
too.
point out Troy Baker's waiting in the wings. We'll talk to him about all
he's
this
gonna
in a
be a
second.
second on the
Throw him under the bus.
I don't play Mortal Kombat, but I love watching Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, me too.
Mortal Kombat X looks amazing.
Yeah. Oh my, Mortal Kombat originated as the most excessively violent game ever made, and they've just found ways to make that even more grotesque every single year. And I mean that in the best way possible.
Yeah.
Like, just watching somebody, it's like, okay, he's dead 8 times already. I'm gonna crush his skull and neck into the floor.
Yeah,
on
somebody
top
needs
of
to
it.
tell me on Twitter, of course, at IGN, hashtag E3 2014. Did X-rays go away and come back? I don't remember them from the Mortal Kombat one that they.
That's when they were in.
Yeah.
That's where they debuted. I thought they debuted the Mortal Kombat before that.
They may have debuted before that, but they were in the last.
They were in the last one. Okay, then don't even hashtag or do anything. Just talk to me about the pink shirt.
And that move where Sub-Zero makes a frozen clone of himself and then throws it at a dude is awesome.
Yeah.
I like the new Master Blaster character.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. Anyway, that game looks amazing.
Yeah.
Brian, I'm afraid we have to say goodbye to you.
Hey, if I'm gonna get bumped, it's gonna be for the greatest voice actor in the world.
We're gonna bring in our friend,
no pressure.
Troy Baker.
Okay.
We're gonna take a really quick break, but we'll be right back with Troy Baker. Yeah! Welcome back. IGN Live E3 2014. We are joined by Troy Baker. Hello. Who you definitely know because he plays every character in every video game.
In the PlayStation conference, how many games were you in? You don't even name them. How do you think there?
Probably about 84.
Oh wow, 84. Wow, that's
84.
good.
They
Yeah,
only
yeah, yeah.
showed, I think, 16.
Oh yeah,
But
okay,
there was
okay.
84 that I was at.
Yeah.
Very speaking of game count, I actually have the count of games from the Sony and Microsoft conference, and this is not counting the sizzle reels.
Okay.
It's just like games that they showed. Sony had 19 games.
Yeah.
3 off.
That they showed. Any guesses at what Microsoft had?
20.
20. That was it.
Wow.
Yeah, but come
Same.
on. You'd think I've been here all day having the same conversations over and over
I
again.
forgot we told you that.
Pink shirt. Troy,
Hey, bud.
you were at the conference for a little bit there.
Yeah.
You left early to come here, thank you.
Yes, I love going to those things too. It's got such great energy anyway, and I think Sony puts on a great show every year. So I'm not knowing a lot of what they were going to show, so I was kind of sitting just like anybody else, like a normal pedestrian, going, "What am I going to see?" So it was kind of great to see some new exclusives.
Yeah.
So
What was your favorite thing?
I don't know, man. I was super excited to see what you guys were talking about, Batman. I thought what they did with Batman was great.
What game you're in?
Yeah. There's that.
I'm just going to point them out. As they pop up, I'm just going to let you know
Just information.
which ones I know you're
What about
in.
this? The Entwined. I thought that was a great game. I love the fact that PlayStation's really good about really promoting small and indie developers.
Yeah.
I think it's something that instantly I was thinking about as far as systemically, that's going to be like a really challenging game that has the conceit that's based in the narrative. So I thought that was really cool. The way they started off, of course, was fantastic to lead off with Destiny, which I think is going to be probably one of the biggest games ever made because it's just everything. It's everything. It's an MMO. It's an RPG. It's
And they got
first-person
Dinklage.
shooter.
Yeah.
Peter
and apparently
Dinklage
that was already known, but that was news to me.
Yeah.
Oh, Peter Dinklage?
Yeah. Voice in the trailer.
Taking money from our friend Troy Baker. He could have been that voice.
I know. Well, I figured that game is so huge.
Far cheaper than Peter
You're wearing a Last of Us shirt there.
I'm representing.
Yeah.
I was, I'm so the remaster thing is going to be great, and I heard you guys talking about it. I got to see just a little bit of it, and you guys saw there, of course, for what they showed at the conference, and it looks so good, and it looks so great. I mean, you remember that we were at the end of this console generation, and the PS3 were just squeezing every little bit of juice out of it, and to actually see that fully realized 1080p, 60 frames, it's unbelievably gorgeous, unbelievably gorgeous. And I love the fact that they're going to have everything in there too. So you get the Left Behind DLC in there as well.
So we were talking about it, like, how do you feel? I mean, you pour so much into your performance. We've talked your ear off. There's a whole panel up on IGN from MomoCon.
From MomoCon,
talking about
it was fun
everything
time.
you've done. Do you get like, oh, why'd you put that scene in there? Like, oh, what?
Well, you got to lead off first of all the fact that they said this thing contains spoilers.
Right.
So this is definitely for people, and I love the fact that it's coming out a year afterwards. So there's a lot of stuff that, you know, most of the people that I've talked to have done multiple playthroughs because it's just there's so much stuff. And one thing that I love about The Last of Us is not only that it's got a great story, but there was so much that was told just through the environment. There, you know, the whole, if you haven't solved the saga of Ish by looking through all the letters, that's something you want to go back and see. And it's such a beautiful world that they created to have it, you know, represented in full, you know, high res is incredible. But the spoiler thing didn't bother me for this because this was obviously, it's going to go out to the general public.
Base,
But yeah, you're speaking to the base. These are the people who are going to see it. And there's a lot of people, I mean, I still get tweeted all the time, people saying, oh my God, I'm just about to, you know, play The Last of Us. So I think there's a lot of people out there. And like you said, these things are kind of taken out of context, so you wouldn't necessarily know what that scene meant.
Yeah.
All you know is that the very first thing you see is this incredibly gripping emotional scene. So it's like, now you're in.
Everybody seemed to be really impressed with No Man's Sky.
Yeah, that looked awesome.
Yeah, it looks awesome in this, and it seems like, you know, some people might have expected that was going to be an Xbox game, considering, you know, I guess Hello Games' relationship recently with Microsoft. So there's a lot of mystique surrounding that game, I think, and I think it's pretty cool. I
just think it looks like it started and it was like, oh, I'm getting my TIE fighter off Dagobah here and just get past these old dinosaurs.
It seems very ambitious. I hope those guys haven't bitten off more than they can chew. These are the guys that made Joe Danger.
Yeah.
It's a really small team, and they're creating this giant, ambitious game. Where
That's procedurally generated, so everything's different.
Every player starts on a new planet.
Yeah.
It sounds awesome.
Yeah, it sounds really cool. I'm really looking forward to that one.
I'm down. I'm totally down. Here's the problem I had though, other than the middle, right? The middle that got really slow. We talked about this on Beyond, Colin, right? Like, somebody wrote in saying, is this the E3 where they admit defeat on the Vita? And it really felt like it was. I wasn't expecting it. You and I were talking about, oh, they'll come out and they'll have, you know, they'll have Infamous or they'll have God of War and another party will be doing it, but when that did not happen.
Yeah.
Vita got one brief mention, right?
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that. And
that was bewildering.
Yeah, it kind of sucks in a way. I mean, we really like our Vitas, and you know, we need some new IP. I mean, they said like there's over 100 games in development. Who knows the nature of those games? Probably mostly indie games. You know, third party has said that, you know, third party relations guys at Sony have said that they're working with people to bring new big games like Borderlands 2 over, but it was disappointing that they didn't spend more time with it. I was also really mystified, you know, just very few mentions of PlayStation 3. Just in the sense that that's still a vibrant console with a lot of games on it, and you would think that they would drop the price or at least talk about it a little bit more outside of the PlayStation Now functionality. But it seems like they're going full in with PlayStation 4, which I guess makes sense for them. Since
sure,
they have
100%.
Well, and I'll say this too. I mean, obviously, you know, last year there was an introduction of the consoles. We were finally here. This needed to have the focus on the PS4. That is the new hardware, and there's so much that they have been developing for. But also, I respect the fact that there was a lot of disappointment surrounding this because so many games slipped into next year.
Yeah.
So for them, I can only speculate, but I definitely think that what we're seeing within developers, especially for first-party developers, is that there's a big focus on getting the core game out. And the Vita opens up a lot of opportunities for maybe some DLC or some integration into that, but what they're trying to do right now is just no longer, we want this to have just be a pretty picture, and it's not just about our games being in 1080p, but that they're really tapping into the potential of the architecture for emergent gameplay. So you can always expand on that, but I like the fact that they didn't have more empty promises because maybe some developers couldn't develop for the Vita right now.
Yeah, sure. That's true. That's a good point.
How'd that game, Abzu, I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, how did that strike you? The one that's underwater?
Swimming.
The fish, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah?
That's totally
not, you don't have enough.
That's like a hokum where you watch it and you're like,
okay.
Cool. I gotta try that out to see what the hell's going on.
Yeah, it's a very, I mean, that struck me as like a very that game company style, obviously, game.
Yeah.
Games that you typically only find in the console space on PlayStation, like those very just weird games, you know, that like you have to play it and to understand that you have to kind of immerse yourself. It would be hard to take a game like Flower and show it to someone without them playing it. I feel like this is a similar sort of game, you know. It looks cool. You know, we'll wait and see more.
All right, so now it's time to talk about the big one that got buried way back there, Infamous Second Son. Now, I always said the problem with Infamous Second Son was its terrible main character, horribly voiced and acted. So now, the DLC First Light, we get to play as Fetch. You saw it running around there.
The first time that we showed anything for Infamous, of course.
Oh, right, that was you. I'm sorry.
I
You were
was
that
briefly
guy.
in it.
Okay,
Briefly in it. A lot of stunt work. The first time that we showed anything for Second Son was the Fetch mission when you first actually get to meet them. They got to hint, of course, to the. They knew we were going to start off with smoke powers, but we wanted to show that there was not just one, but there were several. And so many people from the press, even when we did closed door stuff, responded so well to Fetch.
Right.
And it's largely, I mean. It's a team that creates that character, but Laura Bailey does such an incredible job as that character, really bringing it to life. And one thing that the story does so well is it shows you Delson, it shows you Reggie, his brother, but there's so many other people that you come in contact with, and there's a lot of story that you can tell in that.
Yeah.
So I love the fact that they're revisiting this, but not just rehashing something and offering some map packs or anything, but they're actually going in to Abigail Walker, Fetch, who's played by Laura Bailey, and to her story. I wish that they had showcased a little bit more. I think the trailer is beautiful. I love that look from Laura, and you get to see something that is one of the most fun ways to see the entire city, which is the traversal through the neon powers.
Right.
But this is a really cool, completely self-contained thing. I love the fact that it could be an intro to the series. It's completely standalone. You don't have to own the game to play it, but I guarantee you once you get into it, you're going to want to know more about the story. But yeah, it's incredible. It's out this fall, I think is when we're talking about. It's actual hard
August,
screen
I think it said.
August, yeah.
Close enough.
Late summer.
You going to play that, Colin?
Absolutely. I'm always fascinated by. Well, I'm a big Infamous.
Nothing, even though you do. I just think it's a great game.
I'm a big, Infamous fan, and I'm always fascinated by Sucker Punch's propensity now with the second DLC, when compared to Infamous 2's DLC, that they make standalone DLC that you can play without the game. That's what they did with Infamous 2, and I think it's a really nice idea because, like Troy was saying, this gets you in at maybe a cheaper price point. Then you go back and play the game and buy the game and enjoy it. So it actually makes a lot of business sense probably for them too.
I mean, if you want to save a few bucks, of course, you could not pick it up, and then when PS5 comes out, you'll get Infamous Second Son Deluxe Edition, all the DLC remastered.
How about that Far Cry 4 demo?
Yeah,
very cool. I mean, that game looks great.
Speaking of that Far Cry 4,
Yes.
I noticed in the Ubisoft they led with the bad guy talking, and he sounded familiar as well.
What's really funny is I, for no reason whatsoever, was instantly emailing and texting people going, I have a question. So yeah, they officially said I can confirm I'm playing Pagan Min in Far Cry 4, and there's a lot of stuff in this that while we're making the game, they're making the game, right? So they're still writing stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that I get to see that surprises. Some things I knew about. One of the biggest things, of course, was if you were looking at the big screens that were up on either side, it showed you in the middle screen what actual gameplay was happening, and on the left-hand side it said AJ Gale, player 1, and that entire right side was blank. And I looked over at Travis and I said, I have a feeling I know what they're going to do. And of course they saw that if you are playing with a friend, you can actually bring him in its real-time online co-op campaign, which was a mind blow for me. I think that's incredible, especially in a world like this, to be able to have a friend jump in and play with you is phenomenal.
And the fact that your friend doesn't need to own the game.
That blew my mind.
That's unbelievable. That's crazy.
I'm still, and they didn't really even go into more detail about it. I was just like, through what? Through magic. Anyway.
Don't worry about it. The power of Gaikai.
It's very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, that was cool, and it looks like everything we wanted, right? I mean, that was our big thing during the Ubisoft thing, right? Of like, oh, it was a cool trailer, would love to see more gameplay, blah, blah, and then you see this, and elephants are helping you blow stuff up, and you're on helicopters.
Incredible. Only thing, I would have stood up and rage quit even before the game came out if the elephant had died, because I'm a softie, man. I love my elephants, and the elephant left out that huge bellow at the end. I was like, yeah.
I like how you would have had a problem with that. Like Far Cry, you gotta skin 1 million sharks to get the best stuff. Just killing animals.
What did you do to Tiger? I draw the line at elephants.
Yeah.
No elephants.
Did you like the Dead Island 2 trailer?
Yes.
Trailer was
good trailer.
awesome.
I was
really good
laughing throughout it. Now, clearly it's a far cry from what the first Dead Island 1 trailer was, and I appreciated that because it was more in keeping with the actual series. Sure. But I was laughing my ass off throughout the entire thing. It was brilliantly done. I love the jogger. And everything happening off camera, everything behind him. I thought it was fantastic. What do you think?
Yeah, I thought it was brilliant. I mean, like I tweeted out, my thought was this is a great trailer, but also kind of getting a little tired of the zombie thing, like just the generic zombie thing.
You've been tired of it forever, though.
I need a little bit more cleverness in the zombie.
You never cared. There was never a zombie game where you're like, yeah.
Well, what is the? Well, I think The Last of Us is a clever zombie game.
No, they're not zombies.
I mean, they're not, but that's a zombie style.
Hey, I'm just giving you the Sony and Naughty Dog line. Right? Don't get in my face about
Vision statement. I think this is a great game for people. Clearly, Walking Dead is has huge numbers every week. Zombie games are still such a huge part of the industry. People still want to play zombies. It's fun to kill zombies. I think this was a great little nod and say, here you go. You want something that's completely gratuitous, completely over the top, and campy. Dead Island.
I mean, like, you know, I'm a huge proponent of Dead Island. Even though the games are always screwed up, I can't platinum it because there was a glitch at the end of Dead.
Oh, I remember you losing your mind about that.
Mad. Oh my god, I was so furious. But that was Riptide, and so like. The thing is, Damon, we've seen Dying Light a few times at PAX, and that's the other Techland game, right?
Yes.
That's the guys who do.
They love zombies.
They do, yeah. And that one runs so well on the PlayStation 4 hardware that I hope this gets around some of those problems. Probably won't, but again, like, I'll invite Mike Mitchell back over and move a second TV into the living room again, and we will just sit there and play it, because like, I love the RPG in the zombie world.
Yeah. There's going to be a 30-day PS4 beta for that one.
RPG. Yeah. I thought you were talking about the...
No, that is also fun.
We could also have that. We could also certainly have that.
Yeah, we can make that happen.
You're excited for Diablo 3?
I am. I'm a big Diablo 3. I enjoy it on PC, but this didn't work for me. I'm not a big.
What didn't work for?
The mouse and keyboardness. Because you remember, I used to play PC games at our coffee table. Yeah. So I'd be lying on the ground like this, doing this.
PC Master Race.
And so
don't fall, please don't.
I'm not gonna fall. I'm fine. Everybody's fine.
Well, and speaking of zombies,
yeah, that's what I say. Last
3.
of Us monsters in Diablo 3.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
Getting the bloater.
It's awesome. I think Diablo 3 is great. I'm really excited for Diablo PS4. I'm already playing on PS3 because I bring my character over to PS4 now, with the addition that these guys are going to be in. Because it's a giant thing.
Yeah.
This isn't Diablo 3 PS3. This is Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls Ultimate Evil Edition, which is the one that comes to all the different things. That was a mouthful, and I need a break, and so do you, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go to one right now. We'll be right back with more of the IGN Show.
Welcome to the NBA Most Valuable.
What's up, everybody? I promised you we'd be back with more talk of these video games from the PlayStation. I'm offended, Damon. You haven't brought up Little Big Planet 3 yet.
I meant no offense. We just didn't get to it yet.
I meant no offense. Yeah, well, you should tell it to the fish. I don't know. Colin,
yes.
Did this change your mind about Little Big Planet?
No, I mean,
What? Are you not a fan?
No, I'm not.
He has no joy. That's why he doesn't like zombies or Sackboy.
Yeah, I don't like zombies. I have no joy.
How can you look at the little boo boo?
Oh, I love Sackboy very much. I just feel like the floatiness of the controls always turned me off personally, and I'm not much of a UGC guy, which is a Little Big Planet's big thing. So I'm not too much into it. But this actually, to me, I don't know if you guys agree, seemed a little more complicated than normal. Like if you're cooperating with all these
I
people.
appreciate that though too.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing that I wanted them to go into a little bit more. Obviously, this is going to be more of a socially based game, as opposed to just like these are AI characters that you control. But I love the fact that it's clearly the third iteration. This is something that could get a little bit old, and they're completely reinventing. And in a lot of ways, they're building up on top of the success of the game that they've
The
had.
thing I talked about on Twitter, right, is that I assume there had to have been a delay between what they were playing on their screen and what they were seeing. Because you'll notice they're screwing up easy jumps here. They're doing as a Little Big Planet aficionado. No, you don't appreciate it at this point. Come on, man. Because like I feel for them. You like when they. This is Sarah, who's like a lovely lady who runs social media for XDev, playing, and like she's not incompetent at games. You know what I mean? And like later on, they have a whole nother problem where people keep dying, and it's like. Like you're talking about, even with floaty controls or with Mega Man, you need to know where you're landing and what you're doing and when to hit the X button. I felt bad for them.
I will say this, just being there and actually hearing the crowd response to it, it was great because a lot of times these on-stage demos, they're incredibly scripted.
Yeah.
and it can feel a little flat, and people are just watching this. There were people there; everyone was cheering for them.
Right.
It was hilarious. It brought a level of levity to it. Everybody was. I mean, as soon as this came on, right after the Fetch DLC announcement was there.
But see, like, I mean, like, this
screamed.
little stuff there, like, I guess it's for me, I always have to fight this fight in my own home about Little Big Planet being floaty, or you can't jump between planes, and I've always found it to be pretty easy, but here, like, they're screwing those things up, and I'm sure Gaff is having a field day with, like, oh, well, this is happening, that's happening, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it's
but here's
tough, it's
Swoop,
tough.
so there you go.
But the new characters are cool. They're funny. They're cute. This isn't a Media Molecule game. Sumo's doing this one. Sumo Digital.
Were you surprised we didn't see Media Molecule?
No, I'm not surprised by that at all. I mean, they said that they weren't going to be here. I took them at their, out of all the first-party studios, Media Molecule and Guerrilla said that they were not going to be at E3, so that eliminated a bunch of stuff. They'll be, I'm sure at least one of them will be at Gamescom.
Okay. Gamescom, yes.
We have a Twitter question, I think, ready to go about
Oh,
a
a
game we
Twitter question.
were hoping maybe we would see.
Uh-oh.
I think we're going to plug this up.
There it is.
Gil Golan, are you guys disappointed? We didn't get to see Fallout 4.
Now that you bring it up, yes. But again, I had forgotten about it. There was so many good games. Fallout was like my total, like, if they wanted to come in and be like, like we own everything.
It's getting late. I mean, I didn't expect Fallout was going to be here. That seems like a game. That seems like a game Bethesda would announce themselves.
Yeah.
Probably not ready to go.
100%.
Yeah, for sure.
But I want it so bad.
Colin,
Yeah,
what
me
did you
too.
think of what we saw of the Order today?
It was cool. I know I was a little confused about what is the nature of this game. I mean, we know that you're fighting humans and these kind of supernatural enemies, and the Order is kind of transcends the generations and the centuries to fight these supernatural creatures or whatever. It seemed a little darker and more dire and a little more zombie-like in this particular footage than when I saw the game back in January and February. Actually, probably the last time I saw Troy when we were. I was also seeing Infamous, and I didn't. It looks beautiful, and I just don't know if what exactly the game is, like what you're going to be playing for this 10, 15, 20 hours, however long it is. Like what we saw when they were fighting outside in that more Gears of War scenario that's been going around the internet for months now.
Yeah.
It's just a little different. So that might actually be a good thing for some people. It could be. It gives you a little
For
diversity.
me, this reminded me of the break, similar to how I always talk about in Uncharted 2, when you're running from that, the truck barreling behind you, shooting behind you. It's like, that's not the whole game, it's just a sequence. And here I think they're showing you, like, there's this werewolf character, right, that you can't take down through your traditional BS out there with your crates and your guns.
Well, one thing I think you're kind of glossing over a little bit, though, is obviously this is, for the first time from the studio to come out with this game. It's a first, game to come out on PS4, so they're really showing off the graphics and how beautiful it looks. But the one thing that I loved about it was that it was really tapping into the potential of the hardware by showing how fluid the gameplay to the cinematics were. And like you're talking about that scene where he's running backwards and doing that. There were seamless cuts, and it was clear when player had control again, because of course the HUD would come, or not the HUD, but the little crosshairs would come up to show you. And I think that they're maybe not trying to show their hand too much narratively. They're giving you a hint of what the tone of the game is. They've released some of the story elements, but they're really playing everything close to the vest, which I kind of respect too.
Yeah.
I think this game is going to be incredible. I'm glad that they slipped, because I don't want it to come out too early. I don't want it to be rushed, because it could teeter on being kind of mediocre if they don't really do it all the way. So I applaud their efforts.
Yeah, I agree with that. And by the way, I just like how we saw him sip the black water, that elixir, just when he's all injured and stuff too. Yeah, and goes into that really.
Clearly, is that like a health, like a mana kind of thing?
Apparently, like the Order uses this black water to live really long periods of time, and it helps him heal quickly. So it ties that in a little bit, kind of nicely too. I'm excited about this game, and I agree with Troy. Like, I'm glad that they.
Yeah, this is a really cool demo. I'm excited about it.
We only have a couple minutes left. What are our closing thoughts on day 0, E3 2014?
I had fun.
Yeah, that's your thoughts?
It was a great day. I thought
we've been live streaming for almost 12 hours.
Yeah, that happens sometimes here at IGN. I thought it was a great day. I don't think there was anybody I looked back and I was like, oh, what a terrible conference. Everybody had a great conference. You know what I mean? I don't know if there was a winner. I guess Microsoft won. If we're driving at that, right?
Yeah, the way I would see it is that if you took out the entertainment portion of Sony, then they're equal.
Right. No, I agree with that too. And that's the whole thing is, we're talking about two great things. Yeah. It's not like one was bad or, like, ugh. But I had fun at Ubisoft and it was the same thing. And that's what I think I was talking about earlier, right? That like for Ubisoft, even when they went into a demo I didn't care about or something, they got out of it quick. They had a funny little joke about it and they were on their way. You know what I mean? Whereas like Sony got their wheels stuck for a little bit. Yeah. And then Microsoft just came out and had game. Mm-hmm. And then EA talked about Bruce Lee.
Yeah, they should.
And then they were like,
live.
What do you think, Colin?
I think the first parties performed really well today. Yeah. I gotta meditate on it a little bit more, think about it a little bit more, marinate as it were. But
no meditate.
But Yeah, I think both first parties had a really good showing. I was impressed by Microsoft. I was impressed by a lot of what Sony was doing too. Like you said, if you clip out that Wonder Book moment for them, which was the powers thing, and some of the entertainment talk, and some of the new CEOs talk about PlayStation Now and stuff. If you remove that, there's a lot of great games, at the beginning and the end. I mean, we saw Uncharted 4, and that's like, I'm just so excited about that. That's
Oh my! I think looking at last year and how much of how many mic drop moments there were last year, it's easy to look at this conference and see just across the board. There was like, it was kind of people did some booms and there's some lights and some smoke and everything. But I think again, we're starting to see that people are really they have their hands around the new hardware. They understand where gamers are at, which has really changed. That narrative and gameplay have to be seamlessly integrated. And they're making games that are for that. I think Sony, everybody showed really, really well, especially the first party developers as well. I'm excited to see what's coming out. I'm happy that some of the games are pushing. I'm glad that they're bringing some of these old catalog games that we forgot about or that we wanted to see represented. I think that's a great push by Sony to do that. Grim Fandango, I mean, that's incredible.
God, we didn't talk about that. That was awesome.
There's too much
There's
to talk about.
There's not enough time.
There's not enough.
In 12 hours of live streaming, there's not enough time to talk about it all.
The good thing is, we're going to be live streaming the entire rest of the week.
Hooray!
Actually, let's bring up the schedule for the rest of
We're not going
for
anywhere.
tomorrow. We're live again tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Pacific with a Nintendo pre-show. Nintendo's digital event starts at 9 a.m. and then we have a post-show immediately following. And then the IGN Live show floor demos begin. Very excited.
We'll be hosting those. We'll be all over the place, doing all
We'll be
sorts
there.
of cool stuff. You just got to keep coming back to IGN.
Yeah, just plan to just stay with IGN the rest of the week. Call in for food and water if you need deliveries. Yeah,
Call in.
Yeah,
Troy, thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, always. I'm glad to hang out with you guys.
Colin.
And the pink shirt.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I look good in it. Let's not
Look
lie.
great in the pink shirt.
Good. I didn't want to ban you from this show too.
Colin, thank you for singing with us.
Thank you,
much
Dan,
for
for
our
having
afternoon. Greg, you ready to do this again tomorrow?
I can't wait.
8:30 a.m. Pacific. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Take care.
If you don't understand the time zones, Google. It's easy.
5 o'clock. Learn. Go to school.
We'll be right back.